up, Badlands? Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name.
It's been said that there would be a new energy force in finance. Today, we believe it's here. BadlandsCrypto.com, in partnership with Block Trust IRA, offers a secure path to convert your IRA or cash to cryptocurrency, protected by a revolutionary AI technology called Animus. Unlike meme coins or scams that prey on the faithful, the patriots at Block Trust IRA offer real managed accounts with AI Animus technology that navigates the market with computer-based precision, reducing the risk of the volatile cryptocurrency market. Animus AI Technologies was named the #1 crypto trading strategy in the world in 2023 by Bitcoin Magazine. Clients across the globe are utilizing this technology within their own accounts to outperform the market. Whether you have a retirement account like a 401k or IRA, or just cash savings sitting in the bank making little to no interest. With best-in-class military-grade technology, Block Trust IRA's clients are 100% insured for up to $200 million. In fact, at BadlandsCrypto.com, they are so confident in their ability to help you succeed that for a limited time, they are offering up to a $2,500 bonus in crypto when you open an account. Visit BadlandsCrypto.com and find out how they can help you out-return the best-performing asset of the decade. That's BadlandsCrypto.com.
Good morning, everybody. Happy first 100 days. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that the bipartisan Take It Down Act passed the House last night. This important legislation was championed and guided through Congress by our wonderful First Lady, Melania Trump, including through her direct advocacy on behalf of survivors during her passage, the passage efforts. The Take It Down Act criminalizes the publication of non-consensual intimate imagery and requires social media and similar websites to remove such content within 48 hours of notice from a victim. The First Lady thanks all those who voted in favor of this important legislation, and the President looks forward to signing it when it arrives on his desk. Today officially marks 100 days of promises made and promises kept by President Trump. This has truly been the most historic start to a presidency in American history. After building the greatest economy in the world in his first term as president, President Trump is in the process of doing that all over again. The American people trust in President Trump. Since his first day in office, President Trump has focused on defeating the Biden inflation crisis, bringing down the cost of living, and making the United States the best place in the world to do business, invest, create jobs, and innovate. And President Trump's efforts are working. 345,000 jobs have already been added since the start of President Trump's term. Last month's jobs report saw nearly 100,000 more jobs than economists predicted, and it was the fourth highest month for private payroll growth in the past 2 years. 9,000 manufacturing jobs have been added to the economy already. This is a sharp contrast to the 6,000 manufacturing jobs that were lost each month in the final 2 years of the Biden administration. The U.S. employment rate remains at historic lows. And thanks to President Trump, Americans are seeing price relief for the first time in years. The last inflation report showed the first consumer price decline since the COVID pandemic, a decrease in energy prices, and real average hourly wage growth. President Trump is delivering on his promises to lower costs for American families and businesses. Prices across the board for everyday goods have seen declines since this president was inaugurated. From airfare to used motor vehicles to prescription drugs, prices are dropping. In fact, last month's drop in the price of prescription drugs was the largest ever recorded. And after Joe Biden botched the response to the bird flu, President Trump and Secretary Rollins' aggressive plan have brought down wholesale egg prices more than 50% from Inauguration Day. President Trump ended Joe Biden's reckless war on American energy and fossil fuels and has restored American energy dominance. And Secretary Wright, Secretary Doug Burgum are working hard on that effort every single day. Oil and gas prices are now way down because of this bold approach. Gasoline prices down 7%. Energy prices are also down as well. The Department of Interior just announced a new offshore drilling policy that will boost oil production in the Gulf of America by 100,000 barrels per day. On the deregulation front, President Trump is committed to cutting senseless red tape, especially for America's small business owners who are the backbone of our economy. We know cutting regulation leads to lower costs and higher growth. The mass deregulation effort by this administration will help usher in the golden age of America, which is underway. Immediately upon taking office, President Trump blocked all of the unfinalized Biden era rules, saving America's more than $100 billion, or $2,100 per family of four over the next decade. And the president also launched a bold multi-agency effort to roll back existing federal regulations that drive up the cost of living on hardworking families. This effort is projected to yield significant cost savings in the coming months, including the EPA's rollback of tailpipe emission rules for light-duty and medium-duty vehicles and the Department of Transportation's latest corporate average fuel economy standards. These two efforts alone yield $755 billion in total savings, or more than $8,800 per family of four over the next decade. In total, the combined savings from all of these actions equal just over $935 billion, or nearly $11,000 in real savings per family of four per the coming decade. The press is not talking nearly enough about the positive impact of President Trump's deregulation campaign. And investments from the biggest companies and countries in the world are pouring in under this president. So far, total investment commitments under the Trump administration have reached more than $5 trillion, including $500 billion from Apple in US-based manufacturing and training, $500 billion from NVIDIA in AI infrastructure, $100 billion from TSMC and US-based chips manufacturing, and the $500 billion private investment by OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank in AI infrastructure as well. All of these investment commitments are estimated to generate at least 451,000 new high-paying jobs for American workers and families. At this point, President Trump has secured more investments in the United States of America in 100 days than Joe Biden did in 4 years. President Trump is America's businessman in chief, and that's why these trillions of dollars in investments are flooding to our country. The business community is bullish on America because President Trump is back in charge. Tomorrow, the president will host CEOs and leaders from several companies that have made these investments to tout their historic commitments to our country and encourage others to follow suit. Under President Trump, there has never been a better time to invest in America. And the president finally said enough is enough and refused to allow America and our workers to be ripped off any longer on trade. President Trump implemented powerful tariffs to end the era of economic surrender and to rebalance America's trading agreements. More than 100 countries have already come to the table looking to offer more favorable terms for America and our people. There has never been a president who has created his own leverage like this president, and we are just getting started. Republicans in Congress are getting very close to passing President Trump's one big, beautiful bill, which will include the largest tax cuts in American history, strong border security measures, major military advancements, dramatic deregulation, and common sense spending reforms. As President Trump has said before, the best is yet to come. For more on President Trump's economic successes so far and the plans ahead, I want to pass it off to our incredible Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, who is here today, and we will open it up to questions. In our new media seat, we have Brendan Peterson, the financial services reporter for Punchbowl News. Punchbowl News covers power, people, and politics based in Washington, D.C., laser focus on Capitol Hill, the politics of legislating, founded in 2021, and it is the first newsletter that Capitol Hill and the White House reads every morning in the middle of the day and throughout the evening. Thanks for being here with us, and we'll start with you today.
Thanks so much for being here. I have a question for Secretary Bessent. On tariffs, the president said over the weekend that we are hoping that maybe tariff revenues could replace income tax. But we also keep hearing about the deals that the administration is pursuing. So my question is, what is the White House's ultimate objective here? Do you want to have long-term tariff revenue or deals that might reduce those tariffs?
I think it's a combination of both. So we're going to take in long-term tariff revenue. We put a process in place. We have 18 important trading relationships. We will be speaking to all of those partners, or at least 17 of them, over the next few weeks. Many of them have already come to Washington. What President Trump is referring to is the ability for tariff revenue to give income tax relief. And I think there's a very good chance that we will see this in the upcoming tax bill. The president campaigned on no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, and the restoring interest deductibility for autos, for American-made autos. So tariff income could be used for tax relief on all of those immediately.
So you think that there is a role for significant tariff revenue in U.S. fiscal policy?
I think that it is something that got put away a long time ago. And I think that tariffs will bring back American manufacturing and generate substantial revenues.
On manufacturing, we've seen some pretty grisly surveys this month from the Philly Fed, which saw the biggest drop since May of 2020, and the Dallas Fed, similar plunging outlook, poor shipping orders. What are American manufacturers not understanding about your push for onshoring in the U.S.?
Well, I think I was in the investment business 35 years, and I learned to ignore the survey data and look at the actual data, and the actual data has been quite good. The job data is good. Americans keep spending. And as Karoline said, we have these incredible commitments to bring manufacturing back on shore with record investment by domestic corporations and foreigners who want to come into the U.S.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The Chinese continue to say that the U.S. and China are not engaged in any consultation or negotiation on tariffs. You recently said you've talked to your counterpart, but more about, quote, traditional things like financial stability. So can you clarify, is the administration talking to Beijing specifically about tariffs or not?
Well, we're not going to talk about who's talking to whom, but I think that, over time we will see that the Chinese tariffs are unsustainable for China. I've seen some very large numbers over the past few days that show if these numbers stay on, Chinese could lose 10 million jobs very quickly. And even if there is a drop in the tariffs, that they could lose 5 million jobs. So remember that we are the deficit country. They sell almost 5 times more goods to us than we sell to them. So the onus will be on them to take off these tariffs. They're unsustainable for them.
And they are saying you guys are not talking about it. So is that true?
Look, they have a different form of government. They're playing to a different audience. So I'm not going to get into the nitty gritty again of who's talking to whom. But as I said, I believe for the Chinese, these tariffs are unsustainable.
And very quickly, 2 days ago, you said you didn't know if President Trump had spoken to Xi Jinping. Do you know now?
Again, I would say Karoline and I have a lot of jobs around the White House. Running the switchboard isn't one of them.
Go ahead.
Secretary Bessent, thank you so much for being here this morning. You've talked about the importance of giving investors certainty when it comes to the market, yet the Trump administration is continuing to negotiate several complex trade deals in a very sort of compressed time frame. When do you expect you'll be able to give the market some certainty around those deals? Do you have a deadline? Is it the 90-day pause? What are we looking at here?
Good question. And I think one thing that has been a little disconcerting for the markets is, President Trump creates what I would call strategic uncertainty in the negotiations. So he is more concerned about getting the best possible trade deals for the American people. We had 4 years of bad deals for decades of unfair trading, and we are going to unwind those and make them fair. What we are doing is we've created a process. I think the aperture of uncertainty will be narrowing, and as we start moving forward announcing deals, then there will be certainty. But certainty is not necessarily a good thing in negotiating.
Mr. Secretary, last night there were reports on the administration sort of walking back a little bit on the auto tariffs. Can you sort of just elaborate on that decision there and what we can expect going forward, and why sort of the shift in this auto tariff?
Well, President Trump has had meetings with both domestic and foreign auto producers, and he's committed to bringing back auto production to the U.S. So we want to give the automakers a path to do that quickly, efficiently, and create as many jobs as possible.
Jasmine.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Thank you, Secretary. Back on China, does the administration anticipate supply chain shocks or supply shocks coming now that cargo shipments from China are significantly down? And if so, are there plans in the process of how to address that?
I wouldn't think that we would have supply chain shocks, and I think retailers they have managed their inventory in front of this. I speak to dozens of companies, sometimes daily, but definitely weekly, and they know that President Trump is committed to fair trade and have planned accordingly.
And then second question, can you outline the timeline for when you think some of these deals, particularly with your Asian countries like India, Japan, South Korea, you may have an announcement?
I'm glad you brought up our Asian trading partners and allies. They have been the most forthcoming in terms of doing the deals. As I mentioned, Vice President Vance was in India last week. I think that he and Modi made some very good progress. So I could see some announcements on India. I could see the contours of a deal with the Republic of Korea coming together. And then we've had substantial talks with the Japanese.
Andrea.
Secretary Bessent, just continuing on the path of the sort of like progress. You said yesterday, I think that it was could happen as early as this week or possibly next week. Can you give us a bit of a timetable? And then I wanted to ask about South Korea specifically. They've said that they probably won't be able to make a comprehensive deal until early July because of their elections. Japan also has elections. And to what extent are domestic factors complicating your efforts? Canada just had an election. Are you seeing that you might have to think about delaying the 90 days?
Well, I would actually take the opposite tack, that I think from our talks that these governments actually want to have the framework of a trade deal done before they go into elections to show that they have successfully negotiated with the United States. So we are finding that they are actually much more keen to come to the table, get this done, and then go home and campaign on it.
Sean.
I'm sorry, did you have a comment on whether something could happen this week or next week? For a deal. So, you said yesterday.
Again, I think that we are very close on India. And in India, just a little inside baseball, in India, in a funny way, is easier to negotiate with than many other countries because they have very high tariffs and lots of tariffs. So it's much easier to confront the direct tariffs when, as we go through these unfair trade deals that have been put in over decades, that the non-tariff trade barriers can be much more insidious and also harder to detect. So a country like India, which has the posted and ready tariffs, it's much easier to negotiate with them. So I think the India negotiations are moving well.
Sean.
Hi, Mr. Secretary. So it was reported this morning that Amazon will soon display a little number next to the price of each product that shows how much the Trump tariffs are adding to the cost of each product. So isn't that a perfect crystal clear demonstration that it's the American consumer and not China who is going to have to pay for these policies?
I will take this since I just got off the phone with the president about Amazon's announcement. This is a hostile and political act by Amazon. Why didn't Amazon do this when the Biden administration hiked inflation to the highest level in 40 years? And I would also add that it's not a surprise because, as Reuters recently wrote, Amazon has partnered with a Chinese propaganda arm. So this is another reason why Americans should buy American. It's another reason why we are onshoring critical supply chains here at home to shore up our own critical supply chain and boost our own manufacturing here.
Is Jeff Bezos still a Trump supporter?
Look, I will not speak to the president's relationships with Jeff Bezos, but I will tell you that this is certainly a hostile and political action by Amazon. And Secretary, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, I would also add that the bringing down the terrible Biden inflation has been a priority for the first 100 days of the Trump administration, and President Trump has done a great job of leading that since January 20th. Interest rates, mortgage rates are down. Gasoline and energy prices are down. We're expecting the further decreases. And as Karoline said, the big tax on consumers that goes unnoticed is deregulation or regulation, and we are deregulating and bringing that down. So, from a household income point of view, we would expect real purchasing increases. We've seen them over the first 100 days, and we would expect that to accelerate. We are doing peace deals, trade deals, tax deals, and deregulating. And the deregulation is a longer lead time, but I think by the third and fourth quarters, that's really going to kick in.
Kelly, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. A question for you and Secretary Bessent. We talk a lot about volatility and uncertainty in the marketplace, and the president has stated all along that he's more concerned about mainstream America, the American worker. You just talked about deregulation and this entire fair trade and reciprocals. What is your message to the American people in terms of letting them get through this disturbance and the outcome being greater and a greater good for the American worker, the American people, the American families?
I would say trust in President Trump. There's a reason he was reelected to this office. It's because of the historic success of his economic formula in the first term. And as I laid out at the beginning of the briefing, and the secretary has talked about, and the president talks about every day, there's a proven formula that works. Massive deregulation, energy independence, and tax cuts, which are coming. And the secretary is working very hard on that with our counterparts on Capitol Hill. If you want to talk about that, that's a huge deal to put more money back into the pockets of hardworking Americans. As for the fair trade deals the president is trying to negotiate, he's not just righting the wrong of the mess that he inherited from the past 4 years of the Biden administration. This is a mess that has been created for the past 4 decades, that has sold out the middle class, that has moved jobs overseas. You think about our heartland, middle America, what towns used to look like, what they look like today. President Trump wants to restore the golden age, and it's a process to do that. And that process is underway, but he's put together a fantastic trade team. Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lutnick, Jamieson Greer, all working incredibly hard on this effort 24/7. But tax cuts are coming, and that's key. And Mr. Secretary, why don't you talk a little bit about that?
Yep. So it's really a three-legged stool in the economic policy. It's trade, it's tax, and it's deregulation. So we are in the midst of addressing, as Karoline said, these long-term trade imbalances. The tax bill is going much better than I would have thought when I took office on January 28th. And that's through President Trump's leadership. That Speaker Johnson, Leader Thune are united. Speaker Johnson, we had a very good meeting yesterday with somebody called the Big Six, NEC Director Kevin Hassett, myself, Speaker Johnson, Leader Thune, Committee Chairman Jason Smith, and Senator Crapo. And the tax bill is moving forward. It is going to give permanence to the 2017 Tax Cuts and Job Act, which will, back to the question on certainty, it will give American business certainty, it will give American people certainty. And then President Trump is also adding the things for working Americans that is talked about earlier: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, making auto payments deductible. So that will substantially address the affordability crisis. And the other thing that I would note, and back to data, is that the Vanguard, one of the largest money management firms in America, said that over the past 100 days, 97% of Americans haven't done a trade. And in fact, individual investors have held tight while institutional investors have panicked. So individual investors trust investors trust President Trump.
Megan, in the back.
Thank you. Can you detail for us exactly what we should expect as far as relief on the auto tariffs front? And then further, Mr. Secretary, should we expect other industries to also get relief the way we've now seen for auto and tech as well?
I'm not going to go into the details of the auto tariff relief, but I can tell you that it will go substantially toward reshoring American auto manufacturing. And again, the goal here is to bring back the high quality industrial jobs to the U.S. President Trump is interested in the jobs of the future, not the jobs of the past. We don't need to necessarily have a booming textile industry like where I grew up again, but we do want to have precision manufacturing and bring that back. And another important, very important function of this that does not get talked about enough is national security. President Trump, his overriding the concern and belief is that economic security is national security is economic security. And we saw during COVID that our supply chains got cut off. And we need to bring back a lot of those supply chains, whether it's in semiconductors, medicines, the steel, and we have to onshore those. So it's a combination of making trade free and fair and remedying this gaping national security hole that he was left with.
If I could on China.
I would just add, Megan, the president will sign the executive order on auto tariffs later today, and we will release it as we always do. Go ahead.
Secretary, any updates on the negotiation with the European Union, and is it hard to negotiate with the European Union?
Pardon?
Do you have any updates on the negotiation with the European Union?
I'm more involved in the Asian negotiations. My observation goes all the way back to Henry Kissinger's statement, when I call Europe, who do I call? So we're negotiating with a lot of different interests. Some of the European countries have put on an unfair digital service tax on our big internet provider. France and Italy, other countries, Germany and Poland don't have that. So we want to see that unfair tax of one of America's great industries removed. So it's going to be a give and take. So they have some internal matters to decide before they can engage in an external negotiation.
Edward.
Thanks, Karoline. Mr. Secretary, so contacts I have in the business community say that they're basically frozen for long-term investment because of the uncertainty around tariffs. How long do you think President Trump has to make a deal before there's damage to the economy?
Look, I think that what we're seeing is that business leaders, they've gone into a pause, and I think we're going to give them great certainty on this tax bill. And I think over the next couple of weeks, as I said, we have 18 important trading relationships. We'll put China to the side. 17 they are in motion. And then, as I said yesterday, I think there's a very good chance we're going to get this tax bill done. And the tax bill is going to be very powerful for domestic U.S. investment. So what we are going to do, one of the most powerful parts of President Trump's 2017 tax bill was full expensing of equipment. We are going to make that, as President Trump said in his speech to Congress, that will be retroactive to January 20th. The other thing that we are looking to add is full expensing for factories. So bring your factory back. You can fully expense the equipment and the building. We will couple that with deregulation, cheap energy, and regulatory certainty, and that will continue to make the U.S. the greatest destination for domestic and foreign investment.
And the president, if I can follow, just the president said that world leaders would like to meet with him in Rome and Vatican City. About trade. Other than President Zelensky, who did the president meet with, and about trade, and when could we get some of those deals?
The president met with President Zelensky, as you know, which we talked about, and the president continues to be engaged with his fellow leaders around the world in the European Union. You've seen many of them visit the White House. I want to harp on, in closing, the point the secretary just made. On the campaign trail, the president promised the American public that he was going to make America the best country in the world to do business again. The lowest taxes, lowest regulation, lowest energy costs of anywhere in the world. And if you do business in the United States, you won't pay a tariff, you won't pay a price. That's not just good for companies around the world, but it's good for the American worker. That's what this team is focused so hard on every day. We have work to do. The golden age of America is underway. But as I pointed out in the beginning, there's a lot of reason for the American consumer, the American CEO, the American small business owner to be confident and optimistic about this president and where we're headed. So you will hear more from the president himself later this evening. He is traveling to Michigan, as you all know. He'll make a stop at the Air Force Base with Governor Whitmer, and then we will head to a rally tonight where you'll hear more from him directly. So we'll see you in Michigan. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Karoline.
Heading back to the White House, Mr. Trump pledges to take swift and sweeping action to close the southern border and to deport millions of migrants here illegally.
Donald Trump's political career has been defined by his promise to deal with illegal immigration.
My administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history.
We've seen illegal border crossings drop 98%.
The southern border now, under his leadership, has the lowest number of legal crossings in the history of the United States of America.
We are the face of why there is becoming change.
President Trump, thank you.
He's a man of his word.
He wants to get rid of fentanyl. He wants to make sure that we stop the killing of innocent Americans.
President Trump was able to do in 7 weeks what the Biden administration couldn't or wouldn't do in 4 years. Right now, as you and I are talking, we have the most secure border in the history of this nation.
The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation, but it turned out that all we really needed was a new president. Did you get the hat? That's good. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor to be with this incredible group of champions, great team. And we're thrilled to welcome everyone to the White House, special place, and to celebrate the Super Bowl 59 champion, the Philadelphia Eagles. And it's that was a special day. That was a big one. But the Eagles have turned out to be an incredible team, an incredible group with a fantastic coach and coaches. And having you at the White House is very, very special and important. And we appreciate you being here. And I think what we're going to do is, on occasion, when we have a really great championship team, we bring them over to the Oval Office after we're finished, and they get a chance to look at some incredible real estate. And we have a little present for each and every one of them. And it's a terrific present. So we're going to do that for this team. Okay. And we'll do that. We'll walk down to the Oval Office, and who knows, one of them may soon be sitting in that seat, you know. They become famous, and we sure as hell know they're good athletes. Now they have to have some other ability, and they do. And we'll see what happens. But I especially want to recognize the Eagles owner, chairman, and CEO, Jeffrey Lurie. Where is Jeffrey? Jeffrey, where is Jeffrey? Where is he? Where is he? That's right. He's my neighbor's, right? And he's a good neighbor, as well as your general manager, Howie Roseman. Howie. And your spirited coach, Nick Sirianni. Nick, you are a spirited coach. Thank you, Nick. Well, you know, a lot of people, they doubted. Well, they always doubt championship teams, and then they become championship teams. They never doubt them again. But Nick proved the doubters wrong and brought the Vince Lombardi Trophy back to Philadelphia, and convincingly. We also have to recognize the Eagles' head of security. You know, this is a guy, they say he loves Trump. This is a guy, and I had Saquon give him a big, beautiful hat last night because I've been hearing about this guy. He likes Trump. His name is Dominic DeSandro, Big Dom, and he's sort of a legend. Come here, Dom, come here. Say a few words, Dom. I hear this guy's just, come here.
I'd just like to say thank you. We're honored to be here. Thank you, President Trump, and that's it. Go Birds. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
He's a big part of the team. That's what I hear. But I want to thank also some incredible talent and representatives for our country. Pam Bondi is here. She's doing such a good job on television this morning too, Pam. She's incredible. Lori Chavez Derima, Secretary of Labor. Scott Turner, HUD. Hello, Scott. You're doing good. I want to thank you all for being here. Senator Dave McCormick. David, thank you. Good. Come on up here, David. Come on. Representatives Rob Bresnahan, Brian Fitzpatrick, Ryan McKenzie, Dan Muser, Burgess Owens, Lloyd Smucker, G.T. Thompson, and Jeff Van Drew. And we have a lot of other congressmen here, but I have no idea who they are because I can't see you and all these people. But I apologize. See, they'll never speak to me again now. They'll be angry, but I just don't know who you might be right now. As well as Pennsylvania Attorney General Dave Sunday. Thank you, Dave. Good job, Dave. And Treasurer Stacey Garrity. Thank you very much. Thank you, Stacey. Have a lot of great politicians out there. For Eagles fans, the road to this day has been long, but the journey has been well worth it. I would say, Jeffrey, that was a great journey for you, huh? It was great for you and for everybody else. And look at the size of this guy. These guys. You know, when we walked up, I said, you just stay here a little bit. I'll walk up in front of you because I didn't want to get anywhere near the size of you. and the greatness as a player, too, that I can tell you. 2 years ago, the Eagles came incredibly close to football immortality in Super Bowl 57. You remember that game. But after a hard-fought game, you suffered a really heartbreaking loss to the Kansas City Chiefs by just 3 points. It looked like you had the game. This past year, the Eagles were determined to get it back, and get it back they did. The season started off slow, but you soon caught fire with your great coach inspiring you, and you got the ball to your superstar running back who I met yesterday, and I want to tell you he's a handsome guy, but I wouldn't want to tackle him. Saquon Barkley. Where's Saquon? He's great. I got to know him a little bit. I offered him a ride on Air Force One because I was coming down. And usually they say, no, I don't think so. He said, I'll take it, sir. And he loved it. We loved being together. He's a great young guy and an incredible football player. Saquon had a season for the ages, running behind the most powerful offensive line in the NFL, featuring. That's true, huh? That's pretty. That's what this. It's a big group. We're going to introduce him. Jordan Melata. Thank you, Jordan. These are big people. Landon Dickerson. Six-time Pro Bowler right tackle Lane Johnson. That's Lane. 6-time. Wow. That's pretty good. How is he? Is he better than you guys? I don't know. Oh, yeah. 6-time Pro Bowl. That's pretty good. In Week 9 against Jacksonville, Saquon performed football magic while racking up a total 119 yards, 99 yards, almost 200 yards, 2 touchdowns. In the second quarter, he caught the ball, dodged 2 tacklers, and then hurtled backward over another diving defender, sending him flying through Saquon's legs. You remember that one? I said, oh, that's a dangerous play, but he doesn't care about danger on the football field. And by the way, I have to tell you something. I was with the Giants and the head coach and some people, and I said, do anything you have to, but don't lose Saquon. They lost Saquon. That was not good. I called that one. That was an easy one to call because he played damn well for the Giants. I can tell you that. But he made the right decision because it is a team sport and he has great people in this team. This unforgettable display of athleticism will soon be seen in highlight reels, and you've seen a lot of it. I've seen that game numerous times. They play it over and over. It was an amazing game, the final game, and a little bit surprising that either team would have won by so much. But ultimately, Saquon rushed for more than 2,500 yards in the regular season and playoffs combined, an NFL record. Think of that, all those years. And he was named NFL Offensive Player of the Year. That's pretty good, Secretary. His golf isn't quite as good. So I want to congratulate him. What a guy. Complimenting Saquon's historic season was an incredible year from star quarterback Jalen Hurts, and he had a great season and a great game. Finished with 32 touchdowns on the year, turning in one stellar performance after another. Terrific guy and a terrific player. On defense, the Eagles finished the regular season with the fewest yards allowed per game, thanks in large part to talented young stars like safety Reed Blankenship. Where's Reed? Come on up here. You want to say something? Come on, say something. Look at this guy.
I don't have a lot to say, but go Birds, even in DC. So,
Congratulations. Congratulations. And on defense, the Eagles finished is really legendary because I think probably it's been one of the greatest finishes in football history. In Week 11 against Washington, Reed had 10 tackles overall and an interception in the fourth quarter to seal the win. That was a big one. That was a rough game for the opposing team. That's one of those that you don't sleep very well, but you guys came back and you did an incredible job just to get through. The Eagles ended the regular season at 14-3 with only 3 playoff games standing in the way of the Super Bowl in New Orleans. After beating the Green Bay Packers in the first game, the Eagles won a close one against the Los Angeles Rams, all good games. Then in the NFC Championship game against Washington, Saquon took his very first handoff for a 60-yard touchdown and then added another touchdown minutes later. And you know, Saquon's a good golfer, but he's a much better football player, in case you had any thoughts of doing something else, Saquon. Soon, thanks to 55 points on the day, the Eagles punched their ticket to a Super Bowl rematch with the Kansas City Chiefs. And you know what happened? It was an incredible game, a little surprising, but right from the beginning, in the first quarter of the big game, which I was there, I watched in person. I was there along with Taylor Swift. How did that work out? How did that one work out? The Eagles scored a touchdown on their signature play, the tush push. You know what that is? Or is some, I hope they keep that play, Coach. I don't know. What? You know, they're talking about getting rid of that play. I understand they should keep it. What do you think, Saquon? I like it. If you have guys like this pushing you around a little bit. I like it. It's sort of exciting and different. I would like to see something done. I'd like to go back to the regular kickoff. However, we don't like that kickoff where nobody's moving. The ball's in the air, nobody's moving. But I won't ask the coach or Lane or any of the people about that. But as a fan, I don't know. I'm not sure, Jeffrey. Or some of the people, they call it the brotherly shove, you know, the other. Meanwhile, the ferocious Eagles defense pressured the Chiefs offense on almost every snap, causing 6 sacks, and 3 turnovers, including a phenomenal interception return for the touchdown by a spectacular rookie, Cooper DeJean. Where's Cooper? Come on up here, Cooper. Good job. Cooper made the play of his life, and he did it on his 22nd birthday. Wow, you're a young guy, huh? A short time later, a touchdown pass right before halftime and another one in the third quarter helped put the game on ice. And at the final whistle, the green and white confetti rained down on the scoreboard. It was 40-22. And I think maybe the Eagles themselves were surprised, but boy, they played great. They looked unbeatable. It was a great moment for an incredible group of people. Throughout their extraordinary season, the amazing group of warriors, and that's what they are. They're really modern-day warriors, inspired the world with incredible spirit, athletic dominance, and exceptional teamwork. And you made the Eagles fans everywhere really very proud. Whether you're an Eagle fan or not, they were proud to watch a team of such great power and dominance. And you really have a whole life to lead, and you can say you've done it. You've done something that very few people are able to do. We've seen a lot of great teams, Lane and Coach. We've seen a lot of great teams, but they don't ever get to where you've already gotten. And you're a young guy to be coach. Oh, I'd like to be his manager right now. I'd like to pick up my little 10% for doing nothing. So I want to congratulate once again, and let me just say, fly, Eagles, fly, right? And with that, I want to bring up one of the great offensive linemen, really of all time. When you're a 6-time All-Pro, that's really something. And Lane Johnson, come up and say a few words. Congratulations. You're really something special. Thank you.
Move this up a little bit. Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing us to be here, sending us the invitation. What an incredible year it was for us, really having the chance to play the team that we lost to a couple years before and come through. But I want to thank Mr. Lurie just for creating a championship organization and culture. Howie Roseman putting the time in, everybody on the coaching staff. Just what a wonderful season it was. And we're not done. We're ready for another round. So thank y'all. And go Birds.
Coach, would you like to say something?
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you, Mr. President, for having us here. We also appreciate the endorsement for the tush push. We really appreciate that. And go Birds.
Jeffrey, maybe you could say a few words. You've done an amazing job in putting this team together. Come on up. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. President. It's truly an honor to be here. I remember as a little boy, the championship teams that came to the White House, and I'd never dreamed we'd be able to, have a team and be as good as this. And this was a dominant team with incredible culture, everything we all believe in as the best human values: selflessness, humility, teamwork, talent, discipline, everything that we all strive for. This team incorporated. So thank you for the hospitality today, and go Birds.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. Wow. Whoa. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Thank you, Coach. He's going to help.
Illinois Governor Pritzker just called for mass protests and disruption, saying Republicans cannot know peace, while Trump's border crossings are down 95% and ICE is locking up 800 criminals. Is Pritzker inciting insurrection, and will DOJ take action?
Well, what I would say is that his comments, if nothing else, could be construed as inciting violence. So President Trump survived 2 assassination attempts against his life. Of course, there's been many more credible threats against President Trump and his family and associates. We've, of course, seen the spate of left-wing domestic terrorism all across this country. By the way, the destruction of property sits directly adjacent to attacks on humans and physical attacks. In other words, once you tolerate and once you allow for attacks on property, you're just a step away from people throwing Molotov cocktails into people's homes. And you've even seen some, I think one example of a formerly prominent Washington Post journalist who seem to be celebrating the murder of a healthcare CEO, right? Health insurance CEO. And that's the point we've reached in this country, where people are engaging in rhetoric and behavior that puts the lives of public servants in danger, puts the lives of conservative Americans in danger. And so that's the first thing I would say. And then, of course, secondly, right, just this war that Democrat governors and mayors are waging against federal law enforcement. I mean, this is nullificationist behavior. This is successionist behavior. Where this thing, they don't recognize the supremacy of federal law enforcement in terms of protecting the lives and livelihoods of American citizens against a foreign invasion. We've never seen anything like it. And of course, the result of their conduct is that they're allowing illegal aliens to go free and rape and murder their own citizens. So I can't imagine having a leader in a city or a state that would privilege the well-being of illegal alien murderers over their own citizens, but that's where we are right now.
Mr. Miller, I'd like to ask you about, it's before Congress right now, the Religious Workforce Protection Act. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but basically Catholic leaders support it because they say it would help keep foreign-born priests at their local ministries in the United States. The problem right now is a 2023 change to U.S. visa rules caused a backlog, and long story short.
I'd have to take a look at that and get you a more complete answer. I'm not in a position to answer that right now. I apologize.
The bottom line is, can the administration do anything right now?
I'd have to take a look at that and give you a fully informed answer.
The lawyer for this woman who had 2 U.S. citizen children who was deported, he said that once she was put on a plane within 24 hours after she was gone. Is this case being rushed to avoid due process, to avoid court hearing?
Were you familiar? Are you familiar with the case in question?
To the extent that yes, I am. I'm sure you are.
So this person has had years of due process. In other words, the case that you're referring to are individuals who have already received all of their due process, including a final adjudication of their claims and an order to be removed from the country. In other words, they've been in the system for years. We've been told for years that individuals who have been freed, so remember, the Biden administration freed illegal aliens at the border, and then instead created a system where they're supposed to go through what's called the non-detained docket. That's when your case is heard for relief while you are living free. We've been told for years and years and years, no, it's not catch and release. It's not catch and release. They're going to show up to get their hearings. They're going to show up to ICE. They're going to go through the process, and when they lose, they're going to go home. Well, we did the go home part. They lost the case. It's been fully adjudicated. They have a lawful removal order, and so they've been sent home. That's literally the process the previous guys told us and Congress, that Mayorkas told Congress was going to happen, that when you lose the case, you go home. If people who lose their cases get to stay, that's not due process. That's just the complete suspension of all of our immigration laws and national sovereignty. And of course, by the way, we're going to respect parental rights. When you're deporting an illegal alien and they want to bring their kids with them when they leave, of course, we're not going to stand in the way of that. Now, I would say as a separate note, it's absurd as a country that we have a policy of declaring the children of illegal aliens to be automatic citizens. That doesn't even come up in this case because it's not relevant to the point that the mother wanted to bring her children with her. And of course, we will honor and respect that.
Yes, sir.
Where does the administration stand on its consideration of travel bans at this point? And then following up on the previous question, can you guarantee that migrants who are held in detention facilities have access to legal counsel as you're enacting these immigration policies?
Well, on the first point, it's still under consideration. We'll have an update when we have an update. And on the second point, illegal aliens will be given access to exactly what they're entitled to under current laws and court rulings, no more and no less. Obviously, it's this administration's view that illegal aliens should be able to be deported swiftly and quickly, and it should be as simple as, are you lawfully in the United States? No. If you are not, then you should go home. Like in a sane country, that would be the system. If you know that a person trespassed illegally in your property, you send them out of your property that quickly. Now, there are a lot of court rulings and other systems that have been put into place that slow things down, but we're going to move as fast as we possibly can to get illegal aliens out of our country.
Mr.
Yes.
Mayor, regarding the raid in Colorado Springs this weekend, do you have the nationalities? Because, I mean, against TDA and MS-13, but do you know if there were Colombians around? They found a really popular drug in Colombia, which is called 2C, the pink cocaine. Do they were Colombians?
It's a great question. I don't have the nationalities available for you right now.
Are you pleased with this?
Is there the number of Africans involved in all of this is a lot, or there is no Africans?
With respect to which question?
The deportation of illegal people.
Well, I mean, it includes everyone who came illegally in the last number of years.
In terms of percentage, is a lot of Africans?
Well, I don't have the exact percentage in terms of the breakdown, but it's certainly true that the flows of illegal immigration that came in the last 4 years included many from not only Central America, not only Mexico, but all of Latin America, and of course Africa, Asia, Middle East, basically everywhere but Antarctica.
Negotiations with Iran.
I don't have any update on that for you right now.
Can you give us an update on how the president's meeting with Speaker Johnson went? On the two judges that, or the media outrage of these judges that were arrested, some of the outrage from Democrat lawmakers.
Yes, this is. I mean, if you commit a federal obstruction crime, you will go to jail. There are explicit. It's amazing to me how the left defines democracy as that Congress passes a law and then local officials should religiously violate those laws with no consequences. Congress passed a series of laws over the years, making it a crime to harbor, to smuggle, to evade, to obstruct, particularly and specifically in the context of immigration enforcement. So when you have a federal judge who engages in plain, direct, overt, intentional, and willful violation of those federal laws, of course they'll be arrested and of course they belong in jail.
Do you know how guys ran on targeting violent criminals, worst of the worst? I'm not disputing any of the facts around the cases of these women who were deported, removed with their kids, but given you're looking for more money from Congress, ICE says they need more beds, they need more money. Is it the best use of the administration's resources to be going after moms of young kids, basically?
Do you yourself have an opinion on the subject?
I'm more interested in yours.
Well, what percentage of the, let's just pick an even number of, say, 10 million illegal aliens. Let's say that Biden released, I think it's closer to 20 million. Let's say he released 10 million illegal aliens into the country over the last 4 years. What percentage do you think we should let stay here of those 10 million?
I'm not trying to do a game show.
No, but I'm saying, no, but.
You think that's the best use of.
Well, hold on, but is it your view that if a Democrat president releases 10, 15, 20 million illegals into the country, they all then should get to stay forever and for all of life?
Stephen, I don't have a view about what Democratic presidents do. I'm asking what the Republican president
Yeah, so, okay, so you don't want to answer the question because you know the answer is obvious. Everyone that Biden let in has to go home. Of course. I mean, it's a crazy thing to even ask. You think we should give administrative amnesty to some subset of the illegals that Biden, here's how we're prioritizing it. ICE is going to continue to focus on raids against high-threat criminal aliens. We're going to use the entire force and power of the federal government to get them all home. Many will choose also to leave voluntarily and take advantage of the CBP Home app. But we are not going to ask taxpayers to subsidize the presence of a single illegal alien in this country. Here's another thing. Do you think that we have some sort of magic 8-ball to see which particular illegal aliens who skip their hearings, which particular gotaways are going to go on to commit a rape or murder? How do you explain to a parent in this country if you chose to release an illegal alien and they committed some heinous crime, why you chose to make that release? From a public safety standpoint alone, you cannot justify setting free a removable and deportable alien. Like in these recent cases, these were all illegal aliens who showed up at an ICE facility for a scheduled appointment. We'd be spending extra resources to set them free. They're already inside of the ICE facility. I mean, think about that. Illegal aliens walked, no, it's a very important point. Illegal aliens walked into an ICE facility and were taken into custody. Could you imagine telling ICE officers to release illegal aliens who announce and present themselves at an ICE facility? Would any other law enforcement agency do that? If a wanted fugitive went into an FBI facility and announced themselves, would they be allowed to walk out the door that very afternoon? I mean, the whole thing's preposterous.
People showing up at a nice facility, and all these people who lost their lives at the hands of illegal migrants. And then you also have fentanyl, which is ravaging our communities. Friends of mine have died from fentanyl. So do you blame the Biden administration? Do they have blood on their hands?
Well, of course they do, but not just the Biden administration. Of course the Biden administration does, but also all of their enablers do, right? All of the radical left immigration groups and attorneys and NGOs who aided and abetted and supported the invasion, all the Democrat politicians in Congress, like Hakeem Jeffries, who aided, abetted, and supported the invasion, and Chris Murphy, and everyone in the media who knowingly lied and covered up about that invasion for 4 years. They all share in the atrocity, in the calamity. They all have blood on their hands and on their conscience and on their souls. And nothing they ever say or do will ever earn them forgiveness for that, because of just how severe those violations were and how many people have died and suffered as a result. That's between them and their maker. But they'll be getting no forgiveness from me, I can promise you.
About the judicial resistance to Trump's agenda, and what can the administration do to overcome these challenges?
Well, that is simply put, it's a war on democracy. President Trump is elected on a mandate to secure the border, to stop the invasion, to send illegal aliens home. You cannot have a situation where one district court judge or a cabal of 10 or 15 district court judges who are radical left, sitting in strictly regional courtrooms, can conspire with each other to shut down the operations of the federal law enforcement function. That is not only antithetical to democracy, it is a direct form of tyranny, in which the people of this country are being told that you cannot have the thing that you voted for, even when the thing that you voted for is required by law. All those individuals by law have no right to be here and must be sent home. None of the people that Biden let in have a legitimate asylum claim, have a legitimate claim to relief, have any right or basis to be inside the United States. And now we see a move by the media to say that some subset of the 10, 15, 20 million illegals that Biden let in, who, knowing they're here illegally, choose to stay here, choose to have children, that then we should take the view, oh, you beat the system, you trespass in our country, you failed to leave, you failed to comply with our laws, and now you've had a child, and now what, you get amnesty for life? And what we should ask, what, a laid-off worker in Ohio to now pay for welfare for your entire life? We should ask somebody who lost their job under a factory that closed down under Joe Biden to provide you with free education and free healthcare. You should wait an extra hour or 2 hours when your kid is sick in the emergency room because you have hundreds of illegals getting frontline care at an ER because they don't have health insurance, they don't have a job, they don't have any savings. They're here to live off of us. Right? We should ask struggling Americans to pay for all of that. The whole thing is obscene and it's absurd. I can't even imagine how much time we spend debating how much generosity, how many billions of taxpayer dollars, how much amnesty, how many reprieves we should give to people who chose to come here illegally and take from us and our people. The whole conversation is absurd and offensive.
Stephen, can you give an update on how the president's meeting with Speaker Johnson went today?
Not right now, yes.
How important is it to you to have public opinion on your side? Do you risk losing hearts and
Well,
minds?
even a CBS poll showed overwhelming public support for mass deportation. Support for deporting illegal aliens is overwhelmingly popular, as is shutting down welfare, as is removing criminal threats, as is dismantling foreign criminal gangs. This whole thing is just amazing to me. We have an entire media ecosystem, an entire political party devoted singularly to the defense and protection of illegal aliens in general and illegal alien criminals in particular.
A question about alien deportations. How satisfied are you of how the Mexican government dealt with illegal immigration? Is this what is done enough in your mind?
Thanks to President Trump's leadership, the Mexican government has done more than it's ever done, but it's not even close to what we need and what the president expects. There's much more that we expect from Mexico, particularly in regard to the fentanyl threat.
Stephen, Trump had previously suggested there could be stipends for people who leave the country on their own.
Yes.
Is that still in the works?
Oh, absolutely.
Is there a cost estimate for how much that will cost? Will you need Congress to act on
Well,
that?
it'll actually save us hundreds of billions of dollars. So a single illegal alien family over the course of its lifetime may cost U.S. taxpayers over $1 million. So when you give an illegal immigrant a check for, say, $1,000 or $2,000, whatever it may be, $3,000 to leave the country, you're saving taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars. It also saves money relative to us having to go out and find that illegal alien and physically arrest them and deport them, which of course we will still do. So the plan that President Trump has put into place is very simple. If you choose to stay here unlawfully, you will be fined. And by law, that fine, by the law Congress has passed, is $1,000 each day you've stayed past your removal order. That's the law that Congress passed, the law that we're being told we should ignore. That's democracy. Apparently, as the media says, we should ignore the laws Congress has passed, but Congress is clear on this. You face arrest for illegal work. You face arrest for document theft. You face arrest for failure to register as required by law. You face arrest for evading or obstructing your removal. And you also face deportation at a time and place of our choosing, including the total confiscation and forfeiture of all of your assets and income. Or you can choose to book a free flight and get a check and go home on your own terms, with your possessions, very happily, and live your life in your home country. I have time for 2 more questions. Yes.
Are you frustrated or mad at the Supreme Court for keeping the TDA deportation stay in effect?
Well, the FBI released an assessment, as I'm sure you've seen, that not only is Trinidad acting as an arm of the Maduro regime, but they're actively planning assassination plots on U.S. soil. This is horrifying and it's harrowing. This is a foreign terrorist organization operating at the direction and control of an adversarial foreign regime, and we hope and expect that we'll be allowed to remove these terrorists from our soil as quickly and expeditiously as possible. One last question. Yes.
As a follow to that, you keep talking about your dissatisfaction with federal district court judges. You've been asked about the Supreme Court. At what point will the administration accept a decision of the courts, even if it's not in its favor?
I don't understand what you're asking.
At what
Like
point,
what? No, I mean, what is the...
Would you only accept a decision of a court if it's in the...
Well, but look at the example that was just given. Because of the Supreme Court's ruling, right, the administration, right, is operating under a TRO, a temporary restraining order, on the Alien Enemies Act for illegal alien foreign terrorists who are plotting on U.S. soil, right? So that was a ruling that was issued that's in effect. So I don't understand the question. I'll take one more because that question didn't make sense.
Question: Do you still have a million deportations this year? You only had 139,000 so far.
Okay, I'll take these 2. Yes.
Can you
I'll do you then you.
Planned Parenthood sponsored today's playbook. I'm just curious how you feel about that.
No, I'm not shocked or surprised.
You want to hit a million deportations this year at least. You're at 139,000. Can you still hit a million this year?
Well, the rate of deportation is increasing every single day. Remember, we inherited a system that was completely shut down, that was completely broke. And now President Trump is working with the overwhelming backing and support of the American public to get that system operating at full speed and efficiency. And once we clear away some of these rogue district court injunctions, we'll be able to operate with an even greater degree of force and speed. And so I think we will vastly exceed that number, in addition to all of the self-deportations that are occurring and will continue to occur. And once we're able to begin applying these increasingly significant consequences financially and criminally for illegal aliens who choose to remain, we will see even faster and quicker voluntary departures from the United States. Bottom line is that the president is going to continue and expand and accelerate the effort to remove from our midst people who have no lawful right to be here, and we will do so without apology. Thank you.
Vastly exceed 1 million or 139,000?
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media, but I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup, the sequel to the best-selling War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that and strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots. Let's make it official.
We might have to move our little sign over, huh?
Oh, whoa.
Knock that all down.
Yeah, I got
He's got to do it all, right? He's got to do it all. We put that together really
He's a
purposeful
full
too.
service speaker. That guy's got skills.
Oh,
Need some coffee?
well, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Today marks 100 days of President Trump's second term, and I am honored that he has chosen to celebrate in my home state of Michigan. There's no better place to celebrate 100 days than in Macomb County, Michigan. The first 100 days proves that we are headed in the right direction, the direction in which 77 million people voted for. Just look at the White House lawn today. Pictures of violent, illegal aliens that Biden let into our country. These rapists, murderers, and child molesters have no home here in the United States of America. And guess what? There's room on the White House lawn for a lot more of them. And that's what the American people voted for. And we are going to keep going until every single one of them is removed to make our streets for Americans safer. Thankfully, there's a lot less of those illegals coming in now because apprehensions at the border are down 94%. And Border Patrol averaged the lowest daily nationwide apprehensions in history. President Trump is taking action and Congress is passing border security bills. We've sent a message. The border is closed. Now, on the other hand, Democrats' message is open borders and literally putting violent MS-13 gang members before the American people. That's their message. Look no further than their recent trip to El Salvador, one of which was funded with, yes, taxpayer dollars. Instead of meeting with their constituents, Democrats catered to MS-13 gang members. Not the family of Rachel Warren or the family of Lincoln Riley. No. They would rather have MS-13 gang members who entered our country illegally brought back to the United States. That is the Democratic Party. Own it. On numerous occasions, they have sided with violent illegal aliens and gang members. Democrats are doubling down on their failed agenda. Why? Because they have no plan, no vision, and no leader. Or maybe they do. Maybe their next leader is in MS-13. Meanwhile, House Republicans, we have our leader. And that leader is our president, Donald Trump. He's unleashed American energy, taken out terrorists, and restored common sense by protecting women's sports. And he's achieved all of this in his first 100 days. Now, turning our attention to our business and our work this week, committees have been instructed, and we will begin to pass pieces of that one big, beautiful bill. We will identify savings and investments that will make America secure and competitive. Now, as we continue our committee work, I encourage you to watch the markups very, very closely. You will see Democrats go on the record supporting the largest tax increase in American history. Benefits for illegal immigrants and violent gang members, because that's who they support. And Democrats want the destruction of American energy and the American energy industry and the good paying jobs that come with that industry. And before Democrats begin their fear mongering, which we know they'll do, let me be clear. The only cuts that this bill makes are to the waste, the fraud, and the abuse that are in their bloated bureaucracy. And somehow Democrats will have a problem with those. They ignore the fact of what the American people want. The American people want lower taxes. The American people want good paying jobs. They want a safe and secure and most of all competitive America. That's why House Republicans will continue our work this week to put Americans first and make America safe and secure again. While Democrats who are lost and leaderless fearmonger and fight against the American people's agenda, we will get to work to pass that one great, big, beautiful bill. Now I will turn it over to my freshman colleague, Troy Downing of Montana. Thank you, Troy.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Here, Troy. What's that? Oh,
You probably don't
I'm
need
feeling,
that.
I'm feeling towering over there. Well, first of all, to leadership, Speaker Johnson, Leader Scalise, Whip Emmer, and Chair McLean, thank you for allowing me to speak about this. I'm really excited, and thank you all for being here and listening. I'm very excited about this first 100 days. President Trump, in his first term talked about promises made, promises kept. And I think this time it's on steroids. And I think it's important because this country was at a precipice, was absolutely at a precipice. And I hear some of the critics saying too much, too fast. And I'm saying it couldn't have happened soon enough and it can't happen fast enough because we can't afford falling off that precipice. I mean, as a nation, everything that we talk about, you hear this American dream, that's being squandered, has been squandered. That brass ring is getting farther and farther away. And the policies of this president have started to pull that back in everything that he's doing in helping with the economy, in tax policy, in having trading partners trade fairly with this country, which is something that's overdue. Everything that's happening right now, securing the border, is all going to come back and bring that brass ring back that is that American dream. And I'm really, really excited about that. 140 executive orders. Our job now is to start codifying those so they're not fungible, so that the next administration can't undo that. We need to have policy. We need to have laws passed on that. I'm looking at the investment. Everybody's talking about the trade policies. What has that resulted in? In just this first 100 days, we got $5 trillion being expected to be reinvested in this country, 451,000 jobs. I mean, talk about giving you an ability to rebuild that American dream. I mean, we are on that path. We're looking at gas prices down 6.3%. Earnings on all private sector employees grew 1.4%. Doge. I mean, so many of us are shocked at what they were uncovering. $160 billion, and that comes to about $1,000 per taxpayer in waste, fraud, and abuse that's being crawled back. And it can't happen soon enough. And the other thing that affects my district, affects this entire country, is that invasion at the southern border. And we have seen a stop to that almost instantly. Only 9 illegal aliens were released in the United States since the president was sworn in. That's a 99.99% decrease. I mean, as I said, this couldn't happen fast enough. I believe this country was at a precipice. I think the president is delivering on his promises, and this conference is ready, willing, and able to start codifying this into law so that it continues to claw back everything that is the American dream, everything that's great about this country, and I'm happy to be part of that team. Thank you.
Great job. Oh, oops.
President Trump's first 100 days in office can be described in 4 words: promises made, promises kept. Thanks to President Trump, the border is more secure than it's ever been, and criminal, illegal aliens are off our streets and out of our country. Under President Trump, American energy is being unleashed. Domestic production empowered and historic investments have been secured. We've seen waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government exposed and rooted out like never before. And common sense has replaced the woke nonsense that had saturated our government and way of life. President Trump has moved at a record pace to bring America back from the pit the Biden administration left us in. With Joe Biden in office, our nation endured the influx of millions of unvetted illegal aliens, criminal aliens, from all over the world into our communities. American businesses were held back by an expansive regulatory state, and policies that lacked truth and disregarded reality put our children and families in jeopardy. But no more. The American dream is being renewed, and the American people can once again be prosperous, safe, and free. But to keep this train going, Congress must act. Our members are hard at work crafting a reconciliation bill that will deliver President Trump's America First agenda for our great nation. And we won't rest until we get it done, because failure is simply not an option. And I yield to our leader, Steve Scalise.
Thank you, Whip. Well, anybody who's been following since the day President Trump took the oath of office for this second term knows that President Donald Trump has been working nonstop at a feverish pace to deliver results for the American people. I don't think we've seen a president in 100 days get more things accomplished, follow through on more promises to get this country back on track. And we're only 100 days in. Obviously, the things that we've been working with this president on are really going to be starting off in a much bigger way with this one big beautiful bill. The budget reconciliation process formally starts today with the reconciliation bill. 7 committees go to work this week. Next week, another 4 committees will continue doing that important work. And this has been about a year in the making. This is not something that happened overnight. All of our committees have been meeting both individually. We've been meeting with the president for about a year to get to this moment and start delivering on those things that we all ran on. These are not just campaign promises that Donald Trump talked about on a campaign trail. This is also something that House Republicans said we would do. We said we would prevent a massive tax increase on American families. If Congress takes no action, there would be a $4.5 trillion tax hike on families. And if you listen to Democrats who are all going to vote no on this package, let's make no mistake about it. They've been clear from the beginning. They just want to obstruct everything. You saw it at the State of the Union when President Trump said, look, this 13-year-old boy beat cancer. And they all just sat there on their hands, angry because President Trump was highlighting somebody else's success. And I think the American people got disgusted when they realized a whole major party in America is just going to oppose anything President Trump does because they hate him as an individual, even when it's good for America. And believe me, preventing a tax increase on over 90% of American families is good for America. But every Democrat will vote no because they want a tax increase on American families. Every Democrat will vote no on a bill that's going to secure America's border. You've seen President Trump deliver through executive action on things he can do. And it's resulted in amazing results, over 95% reduction in border crossings illegally, deportation of hardened criminals, violent gang members, murderers, rapists, finally sent back to prisons in their country where they belong, where many of them came from. And what are Democrats doing? Democrats aren't celebrating that. They're flying to other countries to try to get hardened gang members in prisons released back into the United States. It's lunacy. But that's where their party is because they are void of any ideas. They are a leaderless party. The Democrat Party literally has no leader except AOC and Crockett and Bernie Sanders. And that's what their party's become. They're just opposed to everything. They don't want to produce more American energy. But the good news is we do. That's also going to be in this bill that we start debating, to allow America to produce more energy so that we and our friends don't have to be dependent on foreign nations like Russia or Iran for oil and natural gas. We can do more of it. We can lower costs for families. We can create more jobs at home. We can ensure that more manufacturing can be done in America. That's all going to be part of this bill. We're also going to make our military more competitive. Everybody knows China's been incredibly aggressive at not just their naval fleet, developing hypersonic weapons. And America had fallen behind under Joe Biden. And Donald Trump said, we are going to address these inadequacies. And if you look at what's in this bill, again, addressing major problems to make our country competitive again militarily, and every Democrat will vote no on that as well. And the good news is Republicans said, well, if Democrats are just going to block everything, if Democrats want a tax hike, if Democrats do not want secure borders, if Democrats want to make our country more dependent on foreign nations for our energy, that's why they lost the election. Those days are gone. We can actually fix all of these problems without any Democrat support. We'd welcome their votes. We'd welcome their input. But they've chosen to just go the other way because their far left radical base won't let them work with Donald Trump on anything that's good for America. But that hasn't deterred President Trump. President Trump is resolute in fighting for those hardworking families who have been struggling. Again, the tax increase, when they talk about millionaires and billionaires, it's over 90% of Americans who would see a tax increase if no action was taken. That's families making $50,000, $60,000 a year. That's not the rich. That's the people who are just barely getting by, who have been struggling under the weight of the failures of Joe Biden's economy. The waitress who's maybe working 2 jobs, barely getting by, and President Trump and this Republican Congress are going to deliver on no tax on tips so that that single mom who's maybe working 2 jobs can have a little bit more money in her pocket and be able to take her kids on a vacation or invest in our kids' college. That's what we're doing this week as we watch the Democrats oppose everything just because they've become a party derelict of any ideas. This is a Congress of leadership and action, working with a president who's probably done more in 100 days than any other president we've ever seen, and the best is yet to come. And our leader in this fight, who's been marshaling us through the whole way, is the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Thank you, Leader. Thanks to all of you. Welcome back. Hope you all had a blessed Passover and Easter. We did. Our members are excited. It's a great day in our country. Thanks to the Republican Party, America is back, and we're excited about it. I talked to the president twice this morning already. He's having a big celebration for the first 100 days in Michigan, as Chairwoman McClain noted, and he's excited about all of that and everything that we're all doing together. We had a big meeting of the Republican conference this morning, and they're all excited. They were all home for the 2-week district work period, and they were moving around their districts and talking with their constituents and getting lots of pats on the back. It's a great time for the country, and you can sense our optimism about all that. It's been noted a couple times here, but 100 days ago, not far from where we're standing right now, President Trump made his historic return to the presidency. He made a lot of promises, and as Whip Emmer noted, the 4 words that best describe this administration so far is promises made, promises kept. We've recounted among this group many times, 77 million Americans delivered President Trump a landslide victory. We had our highest popular vote total ever as House Republicans, 74.8 million. And we got a mandate to do exactly what we're doing right now. We have not wasted a moment. President Trump has accomplished more in the first 100 days than most presidents do in their entire careers, their entire tenures. The Atlantic, right? I don't know if there's an Atlantic reporter here this morning, but that's not President Trump's, they're not a fan of him, right? Yesterday, they described him this way, quote, he is the most consequential American leader of the 21st century. And that's an understatement. President Trump has, here's a list, removed men from women's sports, ended DEI in the federal government and the U.S. military, expanded oil and gas extraction to lower prices, taken steps to end unfair trade practices, secured trillions of dollars in new investments in American manufacturing, deported criminal illegal aliens, stood up for religious liberty and rooted out anti-Christian bias, combated virulent anti-Semitism on college campuses. The list goes on and on and on. That's just barely scratching the surface. That's in 100 days. We're just getting started. And that's one of the reasons that we're so excited. Nearly every public opinion survey found that voters in the last election were most concerned about 2 things. This is just one metric for consideration: inflation and the wide open border and the crisis that created. Look at this. On just these 2 issues in 100 days, Illegal crossings are at an all-time low, as Congressman Downing noted, and inflation is falling rapidly. President Biden often said that he had exhausted his executive authority. He told me that we needed new laws. He told me this many times himself. We had to stop the border crisis, but Congress has to act. I pleaded with President Biden, do your job, use your executive authority. He claimed he didn't have it. But as President Trump has just demonstrated, all we needed was a new president. We needed real leadership. We didn't need new laws. The Trump administration has stopped illegal border crossings. Congressman Downing said it well, 99.9% success rate. The border crisis is solved. More than 100,000 illegal aliens and gang members have been deported, and that makes Americans safer. They feel more secure again. Groups of migrants are actually stopping their journeys, and they are turning around. You know why? Because we got a new sheriff in town. Due to President Trump's border policies, we now know again that deterrence works. On inflation, President Trump promised to rapidly drive down prices and make American goods affordable again. The Consumer Price Index beat expectations, actually dropped 0.1% in March. That is the first time that has happened since COVID, okay? Inflation is cooling. Energy prices are down, as we all know. Trillions of dollars in U.S. investments have been secured by the Trump administration. And again, we're just getting started. President Trump built the greatest economy in the history of the world in the first Trump administration. And we know that he can do it again, and we're going to help. And that's what we're engaged in. People are excited all around this country. We set fundraising records in the first quarter. We gave all the numbers out to the members this morning. I raised $32.2 million in the first quarter. It's an all-time record for a Republican speaker in a midterm. I'm not taking personal credit for that. I'm saying this is an all-team effort. Every House Republican is out working. Their sleeves are rolled up. They're working around the clock. We're setting fundraising records. The vulnerable Republicans from the swing districts and the vulnerable Democrat swing districts, it's the Patriots and the frontliners, okay? The Patriots outraised Democrats 2-1. They almost doubled what Democrats raised, and they have almost double the amount of cash on hand right now. That's an indication of where the American people's sentiment is. They see that Republicans are delivering and Democrats are in disarray. While we're working to build on President Trump's successes and codify his agenda into law, the Democrats just still don't get it. I mean, they just keep demonstrating they don't get it. More than 100 days into the 119th Congress, and the contrast could not be clearer. Everybody said, recounted some of this today, but they don't have any message. They don't have a clear leader. They don't have a clear vision. They don't know what to do. Their platform has been repudiated, and they're turning on themselves. You know, the vice chair of the DNC is going to spend tens of millions to take down his own incumbents. That shows you where they are. They've resorted to cursing and shouting and outrageous political stunts. Their approval ratings are in the low 20s. Their most vulnerable members got outraised 2-1, as I mentioned. And it just goes on and on. I two polls I just want to highlight, and then we'll go to your questions. There was a poll that came out I think a little over a month ago. It's Quinnipiac. And I think it's the most telling poll of the first 100 days of this Congress. But I got the graphic in front of me. It was Politico published it. Lots of people talked about it. The headline says Democrats face historic discontent with the base. Now, what they did was they polled Democrats and their approval of their own party and Republicans' approval of their own party. I mentioned this before, but Democrats are underwater 9%. They have a net negative 9% approval rating in their party, whereas Republicans in Congress are enjoying a 69% approval rating. Okay, so that chart is stark. It's the largest chasm between the two parties in history. It's the highest marks we've ever gotten and the lowest they've ever gotten. It tells you where they are. This morning, CNN has a new poll, getting you a nod right there on the front row, right? Republicans' view of GOP leadership, 78% approve. Thank you, CNN. 21% disapprove, all right? Democrats' view of Democrat leadership, 42% approve, 57% disapprove. Stark contrast between the two. And one of the most baffling political displays that we've ever seen, congressional Democrats use their district work period to fly to El Salvador and provide comfort to a wife-beating MS-13 gang member who entered the U.S. illegally. I mean, it was a shameful performance, and I hope their constituents do not forget it. We won't. And we reflect on the first 100 days of the Trump administration. It's very clear which party is fighting for the American people, for a stronger and safer and more prosperous America, as Leader Scalise just said. We're happy to be here, and we're happy today. You can probably tell. Take your questions. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the subject of polls about the first 100 days of President Trump's administration were released a few days ago, and he has the lowest approval rating of any president in the last 80 years, according to the Washington Post, ABC News, and Ipsos, I believe. Other polls suggest similarly low numbers. How do you interpret those numbers, and is that not a sign that your conference, your party, your leader need to be changing course, given those low record ratings?
No, look, there's always in any new administration, it's a roller coaster, right? When you come in and you make dramatic change, which is what he did, he's delivering on the promises made. There's some bumps along the road. We're changing everything. As we said, when President Trump was running, I told him, and we told our own voters, he could be the most consequential president of the modern era. Now the media all of you are acknowledging that is true. By extension, we can be the most consequential Congress as well, because we quite literally have to fix every area of public policy. The last 4 years was an absolute unmitigated disaster, and we got to fix it all. So when you're doing that, it's disruptive in a way, and the early initial people, they have an emotional reaction sometimes for the big changes. But what they're seeing and what the real polling is showing is that they understand that we're headed somewhere. This is out of the gates, all these big achievements that we just recounted. And I said, we're just getting started. The reconciliation bill is the big chunk of this. The vehicle through which we will deliver the America First agenda is this big, beautiful bill, which is why we call it that. The president's approval rating is better than it was in 2017 when he got started, right? Because people trust him. The thing about President Trump is he's had an administration. This is not a new thing. People remember. It's hard to remember. It seems like it was 20 years ago. But right before COVID, we had the greatest economy in the history of the world. There's been a little question and concern about, the rocky start, some of the stock market, some of the tariff policy and all that. But right now, even today, people are beginning to see the dust settle on that. They understand there was a master strategy behind this, and they're seeing the results. We're going to have 100 countries, by some accounts, and maybe higher, renegotiate their trade policies with America because of what President Trump did. He's the only leader bold enough to have done that. And that's going to be a net positive, of course, for all the American people. It's going to be more fair for us. We trust the executive to do that. We trust this executive to do that. President Trump has had some great achievements. So look, polling goes up and down. We all talk about it, pros and cons. But at the end of the day, we're going to deliver on these results. The American people are going to reward us for it. Yeah.
Two of your members, at least Stefanik and Michael, are both considering runs for governor of New York. Those one seat in particular, Congressman Lawler's seat, may be one of the most competitive in the country. They can't do both. They can't run for governor and Congress. Will you have conversations with them about what works best for your conference? And have you started having those conversations yet?
I have lots of conversations. I love them both. They're two of my favorite people and my most trusted colleagues, and they're both super talented, which is why they get talked about for doing other things. We have lots of look. We've got a very talented group here. We have lots of House Republicans who are being courted to run for Senate or governor or do something big. I mean, my preference is that they all stay here with me. Right? We get the job done. But I don't begrudge anybody for having other opportunities, and we ultimately support them in whatever they do. But are we having conversations? We are, yeah, and that's all I'm going to say about it. But I ultimately, look, I support my friends and colleagues. These are more than colleagues; they're friends, and I want all of my friends to do well and go as high as they can, be of their highest and best use for the country. So we'll see how it shakes out.
Mr. Speaker Johnson, do you plan on meeting with governors to advise them on how they might restructure their budgets if you're reforming SNAP and Medicaid? Kathy Hochul is working on the New York budget.
I'm not sure Kathy Hochul and I are going to sit down and talk about New York's budget. But I will just say this. We're going to be good stewards of the taxpayers' resources, okay? Do not believe the hype. Do not believe the lies the Democrat Party has said. We had their ads taken down, okay? They were running ads around the country and in swing districts trying to convince people that Republicans were going to gut Medicaid. It's just simply not true, and that's why their ads and billboards had to come down. We sent them a cease and desist letter because we pointed out they were lying. By the way, the Democrat leaders in Washington have zero credibility with the American people. Remember, they tried to tell us for the last 4 years that Joe Biden was an exceptionally talented, brilliant, on-point leader. Okay, they don't have any credibility on any of this. We're going to prove the opposite. The committee markups, as Leader Scalise noted, we have 7 committees marking up components of the big, beautiful bill this week. We have 4 others next week. That third week that we return, the Budget Committee will merge all that together into the one big, beautiful bill, and you will see the results. We are going to preserve the programs. We're not gutting Medicaid. We're going to reduce fraud, waste, and abuse, which every single American should be applauding. The Democrats should as well, but they're not allowing themselves to do it. And we're going to make sure it works better. We're going to preserve the program, not cut it. It's exactly the opposite of what the Democrats are saying. So the states will adjust to all these things, and we will make sure that the people who need these benefits and rely upon them are protected. Okay, that's the whole thing. Yeah.
Apologies for a wonky tax question. One of the big concerns for some of our investors and Bloomberg readers is that tax treatment of carried interest. The president wants to change that. What are your views on that?
I've listened to the discussion, a very thoughtful discussion back and forth amongst interested parties, and I'm not going to forecast where that comes. I mean, I know. Look, I'll say this about our Ways and Means Republicans: they have put in, I mean, literally scores of hours down in the basement with the whiteboards, gaming out the very ideas and making sure that we make the right choices. You'll see a lot. That markup will be very telling on that. But they've come to a consensus. I'm not going to get out in front of them before that's discussed and released in committee. But we've heard from interest groups around the country, and we want to do right by them. I think. At the end of the day, I think what's going to be great about this legislation, the reason it's going to be so consequential, the reason it's going to be the biggest legislation, I think, in many decades that Congress has passed, is because not only are we going to give everybody a tax break, right? They're not going to have the largest tax increase in U.S. history at the end of this year. It's going to help hardworking families. It's going to be turbo boost to the economy, because I think this will send a message of stability to the markets, the bond market, the stock market, investors, job creators, entrepreneurs, that they have their tax rates permanent and solidified. They know they can plan accordingly, and that people have more money in their pocket to spend on their own families and their own needs and obligations. That's going to be good for everybody. And I think when it comes to this, I think all boats are going to rise again. That was the net result in the first Trump administration, the greatest economy in the history of the world, because we did thoughtful tax policy and we did real regulatory reform. Right now, as Congressman Downing said, both those things are on steroids. And you're going to see this result in spades, and people are going to see it and feel it. And by the way, they're going to feel it before the midterm election in 2026. So that's another big thing. Last one.
You inserted a provision in a rule to block efforts to target Trump on tariffs. And now you've done the same to prevent resolutions of inquiry, including this probe into Pete Hegseth, his use of Signal. Why are you using the rules of the House to effectively protect Trump rather than let the House work its will?
No, we're using the rules of the House to prevent political hijinks and political stunts. And that's what the Democrats have. As I mentioned, no leader, no vision, no platform. All they have is obstruction. They're trying to target. They showed us over the last 8 years. They used lawfare. They used, conspiracy theories, all these political weapons to just go after the president and make his life miserable. That's not what the American people voted for. That's not what they deserve. We can do better. So we're preventing this nonsensical waste of our time. We don't have time to waste. We got to, as I mentioned, we got to fix every. But as we've discussed many times in this room, the executive branch has the constitutional and appropriate legal authority to address unfair trade practices with other countries. That's exactly what President has been doing and is doing. And the results, I think, are going to be obvious at the end of this. We have to give them the runway. This is not a separation of powers concern at all. Congress has a role to play, but so does the executive. And I think everything they've done thus far has been entirely lawful and appropriate. And that's what our policies reflect. So we're going to continue to do that. And I think the American people are going to see the result at the end, and they're going to be quite satisfied by all this. So we got to think.
Can you give a quick timeline on reconciliation?
Yeah, I'll just say this. We're sticking to our plan. We had a big 6 meeting yesterday with Secretary Bessent and Kevin Hassett at NEC, Senator Crapo, who's the finance chair over there, Leader Thune, I, and Jason Smith, Ways and Means chair. And we had White House folks there as well. And what we discussed was the timeline. As the Treasury Secretary Bessent has said a few times, he gave us, credit for moving this so aggressively on this calendar. I'm really glad that we did, because we got to deliver this in economic relief for the American people quickly. We've got to codify all this. We are on track to pass the bill out of the House, as we've said from the very beginning, and get it over to the next stage by Memorial Day. Now, I don't know how long the Senate's going to take to do their piece, but I was very encouraged after the meeting yesterday, frankly. Leader Thune and Senator Crapo are on point. The Senate Republicans have been working very hard together. We got almost a year head start on them on this process, so that explains the sequence of events. But we're going to get it done by Memorial Day. Senate over there, they take a few weeks to work through that. We merge this together. We get it to the president's desk quickly for signature. The Secretary Bessent said yesterday, a big celebration by July 4th. I hope it happens much sooner than that. And we're going to keep pressing aggressively in the House to make sure that happens. Thank you.
And a debt limit included in that?
Yes.
Now's the perfect time to secure your home and your loved ones. Get a free ADT Smart Home Security System valued at $1,200 from ADT authorized provider Safe Streets. Plus, get a Google Nest doorbell camera at no cost and a $200 Visa gift card from Safe Streets, the most trusted name in home security with more than 106,000 4.9-star Trustpilot reviews. Visit getsafestreets.com/Badlands or call 925-529-6541. That's 925-529-6541 to speak to a representative today. $99 customer installation charge and purchase of new monitoring service required for the termination fee apply.
Assuming interstatutory conflict, the text, informed by familiar canons of construction and this court's precedent, demonstrates that Congress gave the proviso's waiver of sovereign immunity the last word. The proviso is the clearest statement of liability in the entire FTCA. So the government's argument in this case and the 11th Circuit's holding below invite a simple question. If even proviso claims Congress amended the statute to affirmatively guarantee are barred by sovereign immunity, what is left of the Federal Tort Claims Act? I welcome the court's questions.
How broadly does the proviso extend?
Well, if this court reads the proviso in harmony with the discretionary function exception, it doesn't expand any more broadly than it needs to make sure that those two don't come into conflict. But if the court presumes that there is conflict, Your Honor, then it would supersede the other exceptions.
So in this case, how would it apply?
In this case, it would apply because the court would simply say the discretionary function exception doesn't apply to this category of claims. The law enforcement proviso does, and that's the end of the analysis for the second question presented.
So how do we know in statutory interpretation how far a proviso like this applies?
Well, Your Honor, there are a number of statutory canons of construction, and I think the answer to this specific question here is we know that it extends beyond simply subsection H because Congress stated it as an affirmative freestanding rule as opposed to somehow being parasitic to the language before it in subsection H.
Well, wouldn't you expect it to be placed someplace other than in one subsection after a colon?
So I would say as a general rule, Your Honor, the answer would probably be yes, but the reason the answer is no here is because when Congress enacted the law enforcement proviso, it understood that the only barrier to liability for the United States was the intentional torts exception, meaning Congress's understanding of the discretionary function exception is the same as the one I'm articulating here today.
And you get that from what? The legislative history?
No, Your Honor, we get it directly from the language of the law enforcement proviso, but the legislative history, or at least the context in which this amendment was made, make very clear that our interpretation is the correct one.
But I guess I don't understand why in absolutely every case you say the two are mutually exclusive. I mean, isn't there a possibility? I mean, I completely understand your view that on the facts of this case, given the origins of how the law enforcement proviso came into being, it was a wrong house raid scenario, just like the one that you are addressing here. I understand how you say that this should not be a situation in which the claims are barred. But does reaching that conclusion require us to say that there can never be a situation in which the discretionary function exception applies in the law enforcement context? That seems to be what you're saying. Those two are just totally separate. And I wonder whether the kinds of policy determinations that I thought the discretionary function was about could arise in some law enforcement circumstances, albeit perhaps not here.
So let me say a few things, and then maybe we can have a dialogue about how this would operate. But to answer your question, no, certainly the petitioners in this case do not need this broader rule to be articulated for us to win this case. This is the quintessential proviso case. This is the type of case that motivated Congress, as we know from all the news coverage and the language of the statute, to enact the proviso. But of course, we're offering this answer in response to the second question that the court granted here, which is asking categorically how these two things interact. But to get then to that question, it's simply the case that, as we can see from this court's precedent addressing the discretionary function exception and the broader intentional torts exception since 1946, there's been no overlap even between those categories. And so now we're moving into the space with intentional torts committed by law enforcement officers, where there simply can't be a situation where you're exercising the type of discretionary function that the exception in 2680A covers, where you're also somehow committing an intentional tort, because those intentional torts will all hinge on some portion of the elements or defenses being there's a lack of legal justification, there's no probable cause, or something along those lines.
Counsel, I don't think it was quite fair to say that everybody agrees on the first question. Amici doesn't agree on the first question. But putting that aside, because Amici could address Wynn, and I understand your argument on that first question, I believe it's that Wynn, which was the basis of this circuit's decision, was a case involving state law conflict with federal law. There's no conflict here because federal law is what makes the officers liable, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So there can't be a sovereign immunity preemption of federal law itself.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Now, going to the second point, there are 12 exceptions besides the law enforcement exception at issue here. I don't think you quarrel with the proposition that if a police officer assaults someone in a foreign land, which is another proviso among those 12, that the intentional tort provision would not control, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
What you're asking us to do is to say 11 of the 12 other exceptions are still operative against the law enforcement proviso, but only this one, the discretionary one, is not. Is that your position?
Not quite, Your Honor.
Well, but that's what it sounds like to me, because if the other 12 are applicable, because the text itself of the law enforcement provision says that the provisions of this chapter, and the chapter includes all 12 of the other exceptions, shall apply to any claim for a police officer's assault and battery.
Yes, so if I could clarify what I mean, Your Honor. As we articulate in the briefs, we have two separate paths and two different interpretive methods for how the court could address QP2. On the first path, which is the harmony approach, there is not any overlap between provision A and subprovision H. And so you don't need to get into what to do if there's a conflict. If the court, as the government asks, assumes that there's a conflict here, even though none was found below in the 11th Circuit, then our analysis would extend beyond the reach of subsection H. And to address your specific textual question about the language of Chapter 171, the government actually agrees with us at footnote 3 of its brief, where it says the appropriate natural reading of that means that the Chapter 171 other than Section 2680. And the reason why that's the case is because that same language appears in the preamble of Section 2680, and it also appears in subsection C and subsection H. And so to take the position that subsection 2680 would cancel itself out would require the court to read that language differently in the preamble than how it would read it in subsection C and H.
It does seem to me that what you're asking us to do is to answer the question we didn't grant cert on.
So
you're asking us to say that an intentional tort is never discretionary. As Justice Ketanji Jackson mentioned, I'm not quite sure that's true. The case involving the Secret Service agent who arrested someone who appeared to be threatening a protectee. Under state law, if that person was not engaged in conduct that directly appeared to be threatening, that might not be an intentional tort, a false arrest. And yet, I think there's enough measure of discretion of deciding when someone could be a threat to the president or to some other protectee that would fall within the discretionary.
So let me respond in a few ways, Your Honor. First was your note about the scope of the second question presented. So I would say that our arguments here fall squarely within that scope because, as we explained, to understand whether there's a categorical application of one provision to the other, of course, we need to know what the categories are to see if they overlap at all. And that's not some sort of word games from us. If you read the government's bio at pages 21 and 22, where they propose the language for what this court ultimately adopted as QP2, they follow on with the next sentence explaining that what's wrong with our position is that it mischaracterizes the scope of the discretionary function exception. And so that question is not only explicitly in the language of question presented.
I'm not sure because there's a huge circuit split and a lot of judges talking about how to define that as the discretionary exception. Judge Bibas has a wonderful concurrence in which he says it's been read too broadly.
Yes.
I might be sympathetic to that argument, okay? But I don't know whether we should be answering it.
So I agree that the court shouldn't be answering that broader question. And to clarify, in our cert petition, we relied on Judge Bibas's articulation of there being 3 separate circuit splits. We offered a 4th as well. And the one articulated in section 2A of our cert petition is the one we're talking about here, this question of whether the law enforcement proviso and the discretionary function exception interact, and if so, what happens? And this court, of course, granted on that narrower question, which now asks the court only to consider what to do with intentional torts and torts that are committed by law enforcement officers, as opposed to the entire sphere of negligent torts that would also potentially come into play.
So why wouldn't a perfectly sensible approach be to say you might lose on whether the proviso applies outside of H, and send it back for further consideration of the discretionary function arguments that you've made before us, that Judge Bibas has raised, and that are the subject of I don't know how many circuit splits. Wouldn't that be a sensible course?
So the reason I would suggest that the court doesn't take that approach, Your Honor, is that that would effectively be the court overruling the Nguyen decision, but leaving in place all the other bad decisions like Shivers.
We would leave in place everything as we found it, to be sure. And I don't doubt that there's an interesting circuit split that might merit our attention sometime soon. But this is an awkward vehicle to address it, given that it really wasn't teed up for us that way because of the peculiar nature of circuit law below.
So I would say, Your Honor, as the government argued in its bio for asking this separately phrased question to be taken, it said this is actually the threshold question, not for QP2.
I understand that, but I think it thought a different version of it was the threshold question, and that is how far does the proviso extend? Does it extend beyond H?
Well, Your Honor,
I can understand how you'd read it differently, but I think that's what the government was asking us to decide.
Well, Your Honor, I would just point out again, at the bio at 21 and 22, they articulate this point, and they say that resolving this question of QP2 is threshold to QP1 because the 11th Circuit's articulation of the Supremacy Clause bar is effectively just an importation of what it understands the discretionary function exception to be. And so if this court were to only address QP1, it would essentially be resolving the question only for the 11th Circuit, but leaving all the other circuits.
Well, I would answer both QPs, I think, but I'm wondering whether saying the proviso doesn't extend beyond H, but leaving you to argue below that the discretionary function exception doesn't include unconstitutional acts, intentional torts. And that would be something you could argue below. Now, if I can just, you can respond to that, but before I let you go.
Okay.
Like
I'll be up here.
Well, I got a lot of friends who want to have their chance too. I'd also like you to address the government's suggestion that we shouldn't address the Supremacy Clause question because we don't need to in this case.
Okay,
your thoughts about that?
Sure. So the first question on why the court shouldn't simply say the answer is that there isn't a categorical situation for QP2 and send it back is that then we go back to the 11th Circuit, where the case law is such that there is no constitutional exception even. And so you're sending the petitioners back down into the 11th Circuit, where even the government agrees that the 11th Circuit precedent, which will say it doesn't matter if the Constitution's been violated, you can still act with discretion, is wrong. And we'll be stuck there with the hope of perhaps getting en banc review of the 11th Circuit. And the government will have then short-circuited the Nguyen decision without having to confront the way that the discretionary function exception actually overlaps with the law enforcement proviso. Now, to answer the second question about why or whether this court should address QP1, of course it should address QP1. But the point that the government is trying to get the court to decide QP2 on its preferred new text of QP2, which is whether it extends to the other 12 subcategories, that just goes to show that these two things are basically the same. The Supremacy Clause bar of the 11th Circuit is just a dressed up version of the discretionary function exception as the 11th Circuit and many of the other circuits have too broadly understood. And so this court can simply address by citing to Gaubert, here's where we know the line comes for the edge of the discretionary function exception without getting into every nook and cranny to still say, even with that line, maybe the further line not fully defined, we know that intentional torts committed by law enforcement officers are not going to touch that form of discretion as Congress articulated in subsection A.
So would it be helpful to you that if we were to send it back on Justice Gorsuch's suggestion that we just address the categorical separation between the two, would it be helpful to say something about whether or not we are speaking to the scope or extent of the discretionary function exception? I mean, I understood your response to Justice Gorsuch to be that if you just say no categorical exclusion of discretionary function, it goes back and the 11th Circuit is going to say, fine, discretionary function applies, barred. And that your point is that even if there's no categorical preclusion, we still have to have a debate about the extent to which the discretionary function actually covers these situations, or the one that you've presented in this case.
That's correct. And I would even go a little bit further, Your Honor, and say, if the ultimate result is this court takes the government's selected approach and just does answer basically each QP with a one-word answer and send the case back down, then it will also implicitly be saying that the exact sort of case that Congress amended this act to allow is going to be doomed by the 11th Circuit's precedent, which inverts the Gaubert standard and says, unless something specifically tells you in federal law you can't do anything, you have open discretion to do it.
No, we wouldn't be saying that. All we would be saying is that we're deciding this particular case. I know you would like us to go quite far, but all we would be saying is that the proviso applies only to H, and the 11th Circuit's Supremacy Clause cases appear to be a workaround based on them trying to work around their prior determination that the proviso applies across the board. Now, that may not be good for you. I understand that, and that's why you're arguing what you're arguing. But as far as the development of our case law is concerned, why should we go further than that and get into this enormously complicated question about the scope of the discretionary function exception?
So, Your Honor, I wouldn't ask the court to get into the more enormously complicated aspects of the discretionary function exception. Again, we're simply saying there's a line where it's obviously not going to touch things like the law enforcement proviso. And the reason that this court should get into that question here is because, as you explained, the 11th Circuit's workaround for what to do with this is its Supremacy Clause bar. But many of the other circuits have created workarounds. They're just messier and built into a factual analysis of each case, where, for instance, all of the other cases except for Linder have held, well, of course, the discretionary function exception can't reach the sort of heartland law enforcement things, but maybe in this case, because it's an INS arrest or because it's something outside of what we perceive to be normal law enforcement, things are different. And so the line is being drawn right now by all the circuits. They're just confused about where to draw it. And because of that confusion, the line varies from circuit to circuit. And so if this court is going to take this issue up and provide any clarity, it should provide clarity to all of the circuits instead of just the 11th Circuit. And I think that's doubly important here because, again, Congress went out of its way in 1974 to go through all the steps it needed to go through to specifically amend the FTCA to say this very affirmative freestanding thing. If you're a federal law enforcement who commits an intentional tort, we, the United States, not you, the officer, will pay for it to make sure that there's a remedy for the innocent victims of your mistake or wrongdoing. And so it's more important than simply just answering a categorical question. There needs to be some guidance on this so that this statutory provision actually has effect. Because going back to Justice Jackson's discussion with me, the result in this case of the Martin family having no remedy here is that that provision has no effect. It's a complete nullity if that is the outcome of this case.
It does seem to me that we need to address the supremacy clause question, because if we were to send this case back on the narrow grounds we've been discussing with you and that you're resisting so well, it's possible that the 11th Circuit could wind up agreeing with you that the discretionary function exception doesn't reach your case. Perhaps that requires the en banc court's intervention, but it might do so. And then it would still have its supremacy clause jurisprudence that would bar your case. So at the very least, it seems to me that we need to address that. Do you see it differently? And what are your thoughts about that?
No, Your Honor. I think the court it should definitely address the supremacy clause bar as the 11th Circuit articulated it, because that bar, of course, as it's phrased as any actions that are within the nexus of federal officials' acts and within the furthest reaches of the Constitution are going to be provided supremacy clause protection, basically takes away most of, if not all of, the thrust of the FTCA, which of course is why my friend Amicus on the other side has said, well, maybe we can just go back to private bills, which is, I think, the main mischief that Congress was intending to remedy with the FTCA, in the same way that the mischief that they were trying to remedy with the proviso are the very sort of intentional torts committed by the FBI agents in this case.
Justice Thomas, anything further? Justice Alito? Justice Kagan? Justice Kavanaugh? Justice Jackson? Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Liu?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. This court granted cert on two questions, one about the reach of the proviso in subsection H, and the other about the supremacy clause. To resolve this case, this court need only decide the question about the proviso, namely, whether the proviso in subsection H modifies the discretionary function exception in subsection A. The answer is no. Congress placed the proviso in subsection H, and given that choice, the proviso modifies only subsection H. It does not modify the discretionary function exception in A. That exception, therefore, bars petitioner's claims. And because it does, this court need not reach the other question presented, which asks whether the supremacy clause bars those claims. The 11th Circuit resorted to the supremacy clause only because, under circuit precedent, the proviso in H modifies the discretionary function exception in A and renders that exception inapplicable. But if this court rejects that interpretation of the proviso, it should simply affirm on the ground that the discretionary function exception bars petitioner's claims without reaching the supremacy clause issue. Now, petitioners have injected a third issue into the case, whether their claims satisfy the discretionary function exception in the first place. In other words, whether they satisfy the two-part test this court articulated in United States versus Gobert. But that issue isn't fairly encompassed by the questions presented, and it's not independently cert-worthy. In any event, if this court does reach the issue, all they would need to do is reaffirm Gobert, because petitioner's claims clearly satisfy Gobert's test. I welcome the court's questions.
Can a proviso such as this extend more broadly than this case?
So the presumption is a proviso applies only to the thing that it's attached to, but there are cases where the court has found that presumption rebutted and has thus read a proviso to state a general freestanding rule. We don't think there's any indication here, any basis for finding the presumption that the proviso applies only to the thing it's attached to be rebutted. And so we think the general principle that a proviso applies only to the thing it's attached survives and applies here.
Well, I mean,
I'm
your approach puts a lot of weight on strict adherence by draftsmen in Congress to organization along that lines. It's certainly plausible that H was the main thing that the proviso was addressed to, but not necessarily the only thing.
Yeah, I don't really think that's plausible. I mean, put yourself in the shoes of the 1974 Congress. It had before it all of Section 2680, the lead-in language, plus 13 exceptions, starting with A, ending with N. And if Congress had wanted to create a universally applicable proviso, i.e. one that applied to all 13 exceptions, I don't think they would have put it in the middle, in H.
No, that's the most logical place to put it, but heroic assumption to think back to 1974 and put myself in Congress's shoes. But it's also, you know, they got a lot of things going on. They're very busy. And if it applies logically more generally, I don't know why we wouldn't at least entertain that.
Well, I don't think it applies logically more generally. All the textual and structural indications indicate that Congress put it in H because it wanted to apply in H. And so it's not just that it's in H, it's also that Congress used the phrase provided that, which is words Congress uses when it wants to introduce a proviso, which then triggers this presumption that it applies only to the thing it's attached. It's the fact that Congress, before the provided that, used the colon, which suggests that a connection between the proviso and the thing that immediately precedes it. It's the fact that Congress put a period after the proviso, which then separates the proviso from every other exception in the statute. It's the fact that even my friend concedes that it would be implausible for Congress to have wanted the proviso to apply to certain exceptions, especially subsection K, which is the foreign country exception. No one thought Congress wanted to open the door to the application of substantive foreign law in cases involving police conduct. It's the idea that there's a similar parallel proviso or exception in subsection C, and no one thinks that exception applies to all the other exceptions. I think everyone agrees that that exception applies only to subsection C. And so I think you have all the relevant
Counsel, what was Congress doing? It passed this proviso because of the Collinsville raids. Their officers, without a warrant, broke into a home. They tied up people. They were as threatening as in the current situation. Why bother if we accept that they had the discretion to think there was danger? With or without a warrant, the emergency doctrine exception would let them break down a door. So what was Congress thinking?
So I don't think that the conduct in the Collinsville raids falls within the discretionary function exception.
But why? Only because there was no warrant?
Because their conduct was well beyond the discretion conferred on them because it violated clearly established First Amendment
That's
rights.
interesting because in Garbert we said, if an official drove an automobile on a mission connected with his official duties and negligently collided with another car, the exception, discretionary exception, would not apply. That was because, and I'm quoting, although driving requires the constant exercise of discretion, the official's decision in exercising that discretion negligently, I'm putting in that word, can hardly be said to be grounded in regulatory policy. I mean, I don't see the difference between that and saying that an officer's action in using a GPS to break into the wrong house has any policy related to it. It's like driving negligently. You got to that house by mistake. You drove negligently and hit someone. So I don't understand how the act of going into a wrong house can be discretionary.
Well, we understand the discretion here to be the discretion as to how to identify the target of a search warrant.
Oh, he had it identified. He got the right target. He just had the wrong house. It's not a question of, did he make a mistake in his warrant application about this individual being a drug dealer? All right, there I might agree with you. Okay, I'm talking about a wrong house raid. He has the right target, the right house, but breaks into the wrong one.
Right, and it's because, as the courts below found, of a reasonable mistake that the officer
That's
made.
the issue. Is that consistent with Gobert? And I'm asking you to explain to me how that formulation is consistent with Gobert.
Well, I would just run the conduct here through Gobert's two-part test. So step one of the test asks whether there is a federal law or statute or regulation that specifically prescribes a course of action that the employee needs to follow.
There is. Go get a search warrant for a drug dealer's house. Now, what policy says, now go search a house that's not the drug dealer?
Well, no policy says that.
And that is negligent driving.
No policy says don't break down the wrong house, the door of a house.
No, excuse me. Of course, it's
don't traumatize its occupants. Really?
Of course, it's the United States policy to execute the warrants at the right house.
I should hope so.
But stating the policy at that high level of generality doesn't foreclose or prescribe any particular course of action and how an officer goes about in identifying the right house. And as the district court found at 52A, the sort of discretion left to the officers here to determine the right house is filled with policy considerations. The officers here were weighing public safety considerations, efficiency considerations, operational security, the idea that they didn't want to delay the start of the execution of the warrants because they wanted to execute all the warrants simultaneously. Those are precisely the sorts of policy trade-offs that an officer makes in determining, well, should I take one more extra precaution to make sure I'm at the right house? Here, petitioners suggest, for example, that the officer should have checked the house number.
Yeah, you might
on the
look at the
mailbox.
address of the house before you knock down the door.
Yes, and as the district court found at 52A, that sort of decision is filled with policy trade-offs because checking the house number at the end of the driveway means exposing the agents to potential lines of fire.
How about making sure you're on the right street? Is that?
And how does that?
Just the right street.
No, I mean, I was just going to
Checking the
say.
street sign, is that asking too much?
What I would say is exactly what the courts below found, which is that the officers here made a reasonable mistake as to where they were. The allegation from petitioners' claims is that they should have done more. They should have stopped and got out of the caravan of vehicles and checked the streets.
But I guess, Mr. Liu, the question is, how does that really differ from Colesville? I mean, the problem that I think is sort of what is happening in your analysis is that you say that the Colesville conduct does not fall within the discretionary function exception, which seems to me to be a concession that even if we agree with you that these aren't in two separate categories, law enforcement and discretionary function, we still have to figure out how broad the discretionary function exception is, which is the question you say we're not allowed to answer.
The conduct in Collinsville flunks the first step of the Gobert two-part test.
Is that the discretionary function test?
Yes.
All right. Well, so then we are having to assess the scope of the discretionary function in this conduct and in this context.
I don't think so.
I don't see how you can say we have separated that out of the question presented. We can't look at it, and you're still answering these questions in this way.
No, because I think this case comes to the court on the assumption, as the courts below found at 17 to 18A and at 58A, that the conduct here did satisfy Gaubert's two-part test. Now, the only out that petitioners have left then is to say that the proviso nevertheless removes those claims from the scope of A. That's what I took to be the threshold statutory question that this court granted cert to decide. If I may just address one point that my friend
I'm
raised.
sorry, counsel. You're doing exactly what the other side is doing. You are begging the question, which is how far is the discretionary exception goes. The other side wants an absolute rule that all intentional torts are not covered. You want the opposite, which is if there's any discretion in the activity, then no negligences or intentional actions are covered.
No, I don't.
The two of you are going into separate corners.
I'm not asking for an absolute rule. I'm asking for the court to just stick with its test in Galbert.
Yes, because you got a great decision below, but is that fair?
Sometimes that test will result in the United States being exposed to liability. Sometimes it won't. It's not an absolute test. If I may just address my friend's suggestion that the proviso did nothing when Congress enacted it, we don't view that to be the case. Before the proviso was enacted, officers like Guerra had two layers of protection from liability. They had the discretionary function exception, and then they had an extra special layer of protection provided by subsection H, which gave the United States blanket immunity for any claim based on a particular type of tort. What the proviso did was remove that special layer of protection, but it left in place.
That is so ridiculous. Congress is looking at the Collinsville raid and providing a remedy to people who have been wrongfully raided. And you're now saying, no, they really didn't want to protect them fully. They were just going to take them out of that exception, but leave in the discretionary exception. I gave you discretion in Collinsville. The officers are permitted to break into a home if they think an emergency existed. That's why those officers did that.
Yeah,
they may have been wrong about the emergency existing. They may have been wrong about the warrant law, but under your test, it's their discretion to arrest when they think there's an emergency.
No, what we understand the proviso to do is to remove that blanket special layer of protection in H. That requires the U.S. in these types of cases to battle it out under the discretionary function exception. And that's quite significant because there's a large set of cases that are going to flunk this court's two-part test in Galbert, chief among them the raids in Collinsville. And so by removing the proviso.
That's right, flunk it. All right, thank you.
So by removing the proviso, it requires the United States to hash it out under the discretionary function exception. As I say, there are plenty of cases that are going to fall outside that discretionary function exception.
Thank you, counsel. Is there anything else you wanted to add to that point?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Justice Thomas? Justice Alito? No? Kagan?
Just so I'm clear, we can say the supremacy clause is not a bar. I know you don't want us to reach that, but we can say that. We can say the proviso does not apply beyond H, and we can stop there and leave questions about how to apply the discretionary function exception to the facts of this case for remand, correct?
That's right. I would say that the courts below already did that analysis, and so a remand.
But if so, they can say that.
They can say that again on remand.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Justice Barrett? Justice Jackson?
Can I just, before you leave the podium, can I just ask you about your point that we should not reach the supremacy clause question? I guess I have a concern about our jurisdiction in this particular set of situation, because I'm looking at 28 U.S.C. 1254, which outlines our certiorari jurisdiction. It allows us to hear appeals from lower courts by writ of certiorari granted upon the petition of any party. And the only question that we're looking at now that was put to us by petition is the supremacy clause question. The government, in this case, asked us in the bio to add what we now call the second question. Mm-hmm. And so I guess I don't understand that, I appreciate that we could also hear that question, but I'm a little worried about suggesting that we can exercise jurisdiction to resolve a question that never appeared, only a question that never appeared in any cert petition before us.
Yeah, I don't think that's quite right. I understand the granting of the petition to be necessary for this court to exercise its power, but that once it's granted the petition,
then we can totally change it and add questions that don't exist.
I do
that weren't
think
there.
I do think it's within this court's discretion at that point to decide, for reasons of prudence or otherwise, exactly what questions it wishes to decide in reviewing the judgment below, because that's ultimately what's being reviewed as the judgment.
Okay.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Mills?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. The FTCA does not make the United States liable for lawful acts of its agents. That is true for three reasons. First, Section 2674 makes the government liable only to the same extent as a private person in like circumstances under state law, and a private person cannot face state liability that conflicts with federal law. Second, Section 2674 reserves any other defenses, including those only available to government agents. Government agents are not liable for acts within their federal duties. Third, a federal court in an FTCA case stands in state court shoes, which means it must consider applicable federal law. Otherwise, the United States would be liable where a private person and a government agent would not, contradicting the statute. Thus, the United States can have a supremacy clause defense in FTCA cases. I welcome the court's questions.
I don't quite understand your argument. I think you suggest that you can raise sovereign immunity as a defense, a private individual.
No, Your Honor. My argument is that a private individual can raise the supremacy clause as a defense to state tort liability.
Okay.
And they have in this court's case law. So Hunter versus Wood involves the government, this court giving a supremacy clause defense to a private railroad ticket agent who was following federal law.
Do you think that a private individual can enforce federal law?
Yes, Your Honor. So I think Hunter is a perfect example of that. There, the railroad agent was following a federal court order. Here you have something similar with the agents following the warrant. You also have that sort of flavor in other cases. For example, when an airline denies boarding to someone who under FAA regulations doesn't show the proper ID, that's another example of a federal law duty.
Why do you think the 11th Circuit took this tack of sovereign immunity?
So I don't dispute the party's contention that there seems to be a concern based on the 11th Circuit precedent and its interpretation of the intentional tort proviso. But more importantly, I think the 11th Circuit was right. I think their position follows from Section 2674.
But I guess, Mr. Mills, I mean, you're quite right, of course, that private parties can raise preemption arguments and that the United States could raise the same sort of preemption arguments. But I guess the question that I have is, how is that really relevant to this case? Because that's not the nature of the immunity defense that the 11th Circuit applied here. It wasn't a statutory preemption sort of argument. It was a, basic sovereign immunity kind of argument.
I disagree, Your Honor. I think it was a standard preemption analysis, just like this court's decision in Neagle. And so I think Neagle is a prong of this court's statutory preemption analysis that obviously comes up more rarely than the typical preemption cases, but it involves the exact same conflict between federal law says you must do this and state law says you can't take this action reasonably necessary to do that. So I think that you do have the same implied conflict that you would in other statutory preemption cases. And I think the private person, the key there is that it's in like circumstances. So, as an example, I would point the court to 28 U.S.C. 530B, which says federal government attorneys are subject to state rules of professional conduct, quote, to the same extent as other attorneys in that state. And the lower courts and the federal government have read that language. Look at their bio in 161323 to mean that a preemption defense is available, even though the federal statute references or incorporates the state rules. The government says no attorney can be subject to a state rule that conflicts with federal law, and because government attorneys are subject to them only to the same extent, therefore neither can the government attorneys. And that's the exact same point I'm making here. No private person can face state liability that conflicts with and thus is preempted by federal law. And so within the scope of 2674, neither can the United States. But even if you set aside the private individual aspect, you still have the third paragraph in section 2674, which provides any other defenses, including defenses available to government agents. On the petitioner's theory, Neagle, in the famous case where he protected Justice Field, escapes liability because he had a federal duty. But on the petitioner's theory, today he could turn Mrs. Terry, the wife of the assailant, could turn around and sue the United States for damages, and the United States would be civilly liable, even though Neagle was performing his federal duties. Same thing in this case. If the agents had gone to the right house under their theory, and state tort liability would have applied under whatever the state law happens to be, the United States would be civilly liable for money damages for going to the right house. So I think that underscores that there has to be a supremacy clause defense available when the federal agent was acting within their federal duties. And then the last aspect I would point to is this court's decision in Richards and Hess, where the court said you have to consider applicable federal law. Again, the court said that's the only way to make sure that the statute doesn't extend more liability to the United States than that faced by private individuals or the government agents. Here, applicable federal law includes superseding federal duties, and that follows directly from this court's decision in Neagle and the rest of the Supremacy Clause defense cases we cite.
Mr. Mills, to be clear, the 11th Circuit is the only circuit that has adopted this particular line of thinking with respect to these kinds of cases. Is that right?
That's right. No other court has considered it one way or the other.
And how long? Do you know how long this has been the precedent in the 11th Circuit, the application of the Supremacy Clause in this way?
Since 2009.
Thank you.
And in that 15 years, there have only been 3 cases before the 11th Circuit. The Supremacy Clause defense more broadly, the Cobb article we cite in the brief says that since 1787, there have only been 59 cases involving a Supremacy Clause defense. So contrary to the petitioner's argument, this is not a defense that would swamp the FTCA. It simply means that when the federal agents are performing their federal duties, the United States can't be liable in money damages.
Anything further? Justice Alito? Justice Sotomayor? Thank you, counsel. Rebuttal?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to respond to a few of the questions that came up when my friend from the government was discussing things with the court. The first thing I'd like to point out along the lines of what Justice Sotomayor was asking is that the government's position in this case and the 11th Circuit's decision below, their understanding of the discretionary function exception would do 2 things. 1, it would eat up almost all of the entire FTCA, but 2, more importantly, it would certainly eat up all the claims that the proviso was enacted to provide liability for. And here, the language of the proviso itself is very direct, but the Senate report backs that language up. And there, the Senate talked about the fact that what they were doing was removing a barrier to liability, not just a barrier so the rest of the FTCA could then still get in the way, even though the officers had violated the proviso. And so to say that subsection A still applies to bar almost all of, unless you take the government's qualified immunity application, the claims that the proviso raises would mean that Congress has enacted a completely useless law in 1974. That simply can't be the case. Even addressing it to the circumstances of Collinsville, as Justice Jackson asked questions about, or this case, Gaubert doesn't apply. The government gets around this by taking the position that the 11th Circuit has taken, which is to say, unless there is something telling you you can't do this, and the something either has to be a statute or clearly established law, you have discretion. That's not what Gaubert says. There's a whole step 2 to the analysis, which none of the courts in the 11th Circuit or elsewhere that take a broader approach consider. Of course, there's discretion in the colloquial sense when police are raiding a house, but that discretion is not legislative or administrative decision-making grounded in social or economic policy. It's the same discretion we see with driving a car or flying a plane or seizing horses in the Hadley case. And so it simply can't be the case that what Congress did when it enacted the proviso was to say, even though the officers in this case had a warrant commanding them to go to one address, there was discretion for them to go to another. So they should lose on step one. If we get to step two, there's no question that there was no policy here. As my friend said, the government's policy is to raid the right house. They didn't do that. The preparation is kind of immaterial to the ultimate result here. If you really, really meant to drop the pizza off at the right address, it doesn't matter. You still need to give a refund if you drop it off at the wrong address. Even then, if we look just to the concept of the conflict of the language, we assume that there's a conflict, which again, we do not think the court should do and the court does not need to do. The decision in Alaska is on point with this case. We talk about colons and periods and indentations and the preamble, all of that stuff was available in Alaska. The government was on the wrong side of that case and it made the arguments we're now making, and those arguments prevailed. And in fact, even the dissenting justices cited things that now support us here. Unlike in Alaska, where the proviso was limited to such claims, here we have an affirmative freestanding rule as Justice Scalia requested. And unlike in Alaska, here it doesn't matter that this was in the middle of the set of exceptions, because Alaska was the same way. The submerged lands provision was M, this other provision was E, none of that mattered. What's very clear here from the language Congress enacted and from the fact that it took the time to add this amendment was that they wanted the claims, if they satisfied the proviso, to move forward. And it's crucial to keep in mind that if petitioners win on this issue, they don't win this case. We're fighting to get a day in court where then we can duke it out over the elements of torts and defenses under the Georgia element standard. So it's not as if this case being decided by this court will even render the government liable. We still have more steps to take. But we want to be able to take those steps, and through the law enforcement proviso, Congress said that we should be able to take those steps. Now, on the question about the second question presented in jurisdiction, I can't say whether there's a jurisdictional problem, but what I can tell you is that when we wrote RQP and then saw the government's suggested language for narrowing it, we understood that to mean RQP but narrowed. If it was a completely separate issue that assumed the scope, covered our claims, we would have objected that that was an inappropriate conditional cross petition. But we didn't. And we rightly understood then that when this court did that, it was narrowing our question to the specifics that the government offered, as the government says at page 22 of its bio. That narrowing still requires the court to consider, to some extent, the scope of the discretionary function exception. And if it doesn't, the government's theory, which has prevailed across most of the circuits, that anything that has any element of judgment or choice is good enough to get you into that exception, means that the FTCA will become largely a nullity. This covers cases like the law enforcement proviso cases, but it also covers the more run-of-the-mill cases like VA malpractice, where obviously a doctor has as much discretion to decide which artery to close off than a police officer does which door to go to.
Thank
or
you,
it will
counsel.
cover.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mills, this court appointed you to brief and argue this case as an amicus curiae in support of the judgment below. You have ably discharged that responsibility, for which we are grateful. The case is submitted.
Experience the miracle of a God-given first responder for your health and an ally in your body that fights everything from minor ailments to major health threats. That ally is your immune system. At Pet Club 24/7, we harness the ancient wisdom of nature with our exclusive potent strain of medicinal mushroom, revered for thousands of years for their immune-supporting properties that are extremely safe with no addictions or overdoses, no side effects, and no interactions with medications. Transform how you manage your health with our all-natural products that help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our natural, time-tested solution, and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Transform how you manage health with our all-natural products and help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our all-natural, time-tested solution and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Visit badlandsmedia.tv/petclub now. That's badlandsmedia.tv/petclub, treating pets and their parents better.
119A, providing for reconciliation pursuant to instructions to the Committee on Homeland Security, and H. Con Res 14, the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2025. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, any requests for recorded votes may be postponed. I'd like to take a moment and ask the members to remember Madeline Kleinschmidt, who unexpectedly passed away a few weeks ago. Maddie was a remarkable individual who made a lasting impression on our team. Maddie joined the committee as a Congressional Hispanic Caucus Institute Public Policy Fellow on the committee in August of 22, working under Ranking Member John Katko. She continued her service with the Border Security Subcommittee until completing her fellowship in July of 23. Maddie was a Fulbright scholar in Spain and was about to return to the United States. She was a bright light during her time on CHS. She was incredibly smart, kind, a team player, and was deeply respected by everyone who had the privilege to work alongside her. Her warmth and dedication to the homeland left a mark on our team. Please keep Maddie and her family in your thoughts and prayers during this difficult time. If we could take a moment of silence. Thank you. I now recognize myself to make an opening statement. On January 20th, 2021, President Joe Biden launched a relentless four-year campaign to obliterate America's sovereign borders. On his very first day in office, he ordered a halt to construction of new border wall system that American taxpayers had already paid for. He imposed a pause on deportations, and he sent Congress a radical proposal to grant mass amnesty to millions of illegal aliens. That was just the beginning. Behind closed doors, Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris worked with DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas to orchestrate a systematic breakdown of our immigration enforcement system. The Biden-Harris administrations implemented a nationwide policy of mass catch and release at our borders, allowing millions of illegal aliens to flood across the border, only to be promptly released into American communities. Then came the illegal mass parole programs, which enabled millions more aliens to bypass U.S. immigration laws altogether. The world quickly learned that under the Biden administration, America's borders were wide open. The consequences were staggering. During his administration, the number of inadmissible encounters at our border nationwide, combined with the number of gotaways recorded by Customs and Border Protection, was roughly 13 million, around quadruple the number during President Trump's first term. Any semblance of border security was eliminated, despite the best efforts of our dedicated Border Patrol agents to control the chaos. These agents were forced to process and mass release tens of thousands of illegal aliens each month into American communities, diverting them from their core border security mission and devastating morale at the same time. Subsequently, illicit fentanyl poured across our open southwest border at historic levels. Just as alarming, the number of individuals on the terrorist watch list apprehended at the border between points of entry increased from just 11 between fiscal years 17 and 20 to a staggering 385 from 21 to 24. Interior enforcement was also gutted, with ICE personnel effectively barred from removing the vast majority of those here illegally. Deportations plummeted to record lows, even as illegal crossings surged to record highs. One former ICE field director put it plainly, quote, "I was being forced to release people that should not have been allowed on the streets. They continued to release people from custody like it was a revolving door," end quote. Last Congress, Republicans took decisive action to hold the Biden administration accountable for its blatant dereliction of duty. We impeached Secretary Mayorkas for his willful refusal to follow the law and his breach of the public trust. We also passed H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act, a landmark bill that would re-secure our border in the crisis and prevent another one in the future. Unfortunately, the White House and Democrats in the Senate refused to take action, and they paid the price last November. There's new light shining now. President Trump was resoundingly elected in large part because he promised to clean up Biden-Harris administration's border catastrophe. And he's kept that promise. Catch and release is over. Border Patrol agents are returning to the front lines, empowered to enforce the law. Additionally, scores of criminal aliens are being detained and deported in growing numbers from our communities daily. Law and order are returning to our communities. Apprehensions at our border have plummeted to never before seen levels. To put things into perspective, in December of 2023, CBP recorded more than 301,000 encounters at the southwest border, the highest monthly total in history. By March of 2025, the number of apprehensions fell 96% to a mere 11,000, a 96% decrease. Remember the nonsense from Biden-Harris administration, Democrats, about the so-called root causes of the Biden border crisis? Climate change, poverty, gang violence? Give me a break. These numbers expose those excuses as politically motivated BS. I'm pretty sure the weather hasn't changed that much under President Trump. And unfortunately, much of the world still lives in abject poverty, and gangs like Tren de Agua are still very active in the hemisphere. No, what changed was the White House fulfilling its constitutional responsibility to enforce and execute the laws passed by Congress. That's why the budget recommendations we are marking up today are so important. As Joe Biden proved, effective executive action to secure the border can be done away with subsequent presidents. It's critical that the Republican majority do what the people elected us to do: approve funds for effective border security and enforcement measures. And that's what these recommendations do. First, they empower us to finish construction of new, strategically placed border barrier system. This system includes not just the steel and concrete bollards, but a full suite of technology and infrastructure such as lights, sensors, cameras, and access to roads, giving agents the tools they need to secure the border and do their job safely and effectively. Today, you'll no doubt hear our friends on the other side of the dais who have never served as a Border Patrol agent criticize the wall. Yet, according to a survey by the National Border Patrol Council, 89% of agents believe a wall system, quote, "a wall system is strategic locations is necessary to securing the border," end quote. Former San Diego Sector Chief Patrol Agent Aaron Heitke told our committee that the border wall system, quote, "slows down the people as they come across, and so we have more time to respond and actually make an apprehension," end quote. Who do you trust? Politicians opining from air-conditioned offices, or the men and women on the ground? We're also spending money on new Border Patrol checkpoints and facilities. Several chief border agents told us in 23 how important these checkpoints are, as they help agents intercept drugs that make it across the border. Under Biden-Harris, some of these were shut down as agents were pulled away from their jobs. Under President Trump, Not only will these increases in funds put more agents back on the line, but we're going to increase their ability to catch these drugs. We're also investing in hiring more Border Patrol agents, customs officers, and air and marine agents. Right now, the CBP force is not the size it needs to be. Republicans have heard their concerns and are stepping up to change that. We're also investing in cutting-edge technology to help agents and officers interdict illicit drugs like fentanyl being smuggled through ports of entry. We're modernizing and enhancing our border security and surveillance technologies. Technologies such as drones and surveillance towers are used as a force multiplier, giving Border Patrol agents greater visibility, faster response times, and enhanced coverage across vast, hard-to-patrol areas of the southwest border. This bill will invest in Operation Stone Garden, a grant program designed to help states and local communities enhance their own border security. And while the Biden-Harris administration spent your money bailing out sanctuary cities and states that help them execute their open border scheme, Republicans are going to ensure that those states who spent the past 4 years trying to mitigate the crisis obtain some financial relief. So while Democrats will most likely spend this markup complaining about Elon Musk or Doge or defending deported gang members and wife beaters like Kilmar Abrega Garcia, Republicans will focus on what actually matters, providing proper funding so that CBP officers and agents can protect our country and secure the homeland. We have a historic opportunity to make the country we love safer and more secure. I now recognize the ranking member to make an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we're here today because President Trump has one goal: to pass massive tax cuts and giveaways for billionaires on the backs of hardworking Americans. Unfortunately, congressional Republicans are hell-bent on helping him do it. The extreme Trump legislative agenda provides $7 trillion in giveaways to billionaires and big corporations while cutting $880 billion from Medicaid, hurting tens of millions of Americans and taking food from veterans, seniors, and kids. It would also blow a $14 trillion hole in the national debt. Americans know the president's scheme don't benefit anyone but himself and his cronies. Trump's reconciliation bill is a big, beautiful bill for his billionaire buddies like Elon Musk, but a terrible deal for everyone else. This disastrous Republican plan puts Americans' health care in jeopardy. Mr. Chairman, in your congressional district alone, nearly 140,000 of your constituents receiving Medicaid are at risk of losing their health care, including over 82,000 children and 14,000 seniors. That's why so many Republican members spent the recent congressional recess telling their constituents they'd fight to defend against cuts to the very programs their party's budget resolution would decimate. Fortunately, the American people aren't buying these Republican lies. 3 polls released this past Sunday showed Trump's approval rating at a 70-year low for any president in its first 100 days in office. These pitiful approval ratings are of the president's own making. Americans witnessed Trump's crash our economy in real time. They watched him break promises about lowering prices. And now Republicans want to take health care and food from kids and seniors to help the likes of Elon Musk. Democrats refuse to be complicit in this Republican scheme. The president's plummeting poll numbers and the tanking economy make supporting this reconciliation package more complicated for my friends on the other side of the aisle. That's why House Republican leadership is putting lipstick on a pig of reconciliation package by pretending it's about border security. But the border measure we are considering today is nothing more than window dressing designed to help moderate Republicans' cruel cuts to Medicaid and distract Americans from the fact that Trump is taking a chainsaw to federal services they rely on. This reconciliation package isn't about securing the border. It is and has never been. If Republicans were serious about border security, they would have taken up the bipartisan border package last year. But they were too busy doing Trump's bidding then, and they are too busy doing Trump's bidding now. If they are serious about border security, they'd have had the Secretary of Homeland Security testify before this committee to make the case for more funding for the department. But while Secretary Nome travels the world for countless photo ops, she's appeared before the department's Committee of Jurisdiction despite repeated requests from committee Democrats. And yet Republicans are ready to turn over tens of billions of dollars in taxpayer money to her. At the end of the day, reconciliation is about lining billionaires' pockets on the backs of ordinary Americans. I know it's hard to defend the indefensible, but at some point, my colleagues on the other side will have to face the music. The fact is, most Republicans voted to start this reconciliation process when all they knew about it was a concept of a plan. As their constituents have learned more about it and watched every Trump administration priority implode, publicity defending reconciliation or anything associated with the president has become very uncomfortable. But reconciliation won't distract Americans from the fact that their grocery bills are higher, their bank account balances are lower, and there isn't a Republican Congress or anyone in the White House who cares. I urge my colleagues to oppose this Republican reconciliation scheme. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. Pursuant to notice, I now call up Committee Print 119A. The text was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the committee print.
Committee Print 119A, providing for reconciliation pursuant to H. Con Res 14, the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2025.
Without objection, the first reading of the committee print is dispensed with and it's considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment in the nature of the substitute.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print by the Committee on Homeland Security offered by Mr. Green of Tennessee.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. I now recognize myself to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This amendment in the nature of a substitute provides technical section number edits, essentially just numbering the paragraphs, etc. Is there any further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Correa, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to start out by saying that all of us in this committee concur. We are all supportive of Homeland Security, defense of our nation from those that would bring us harm, to all taxpayers in this country. A few years ago, when I first got on this committee, Secretary of Homeland Security was General Kelly under Trump 1. And he would usually say that Homeland Security, border security, does not end or begin at the border. It starts way before that. And I remember having discussions with him, talking about working with our allies around the world to make sure that the homeland was safe. For example, in those days, we would discuss the fact that the way we would know there was a terrorist or known terrorist, a real terrorist coming to this Western Hemisphere was by sharing information with other allies anytime somebody would fly into this hemisphere. That's the kind of work we would do, and we do with Brazil, Colombia, and other countries in this hemisphere, that they alert us when in fact dangers are coming our way. Same time, recently took a tour of the Mexican border, the north side and the southern side, to look at the threats, how we're dealing with them. As all of you know today, Mexico has 10,000 troops on their northern border, south of our border. In total, Mexico today has about 35,000 troops around Mexican territory to address the issue of refugees, asylum seekers as they come north. They're also working on industrial centers to make sure that when there are refugees looking north, that they can find jobs in Mexico before they reach our border. Same could be said on my travels to Central America, where I met with Guatemalan, Salvadorian, and Honduran government officials, that they also look to work with us for mutual security in this hemisphere. So as we move this package forward, and we talk about security of America, we have to remember that this is something that we just don't do by ourselves, but rather we work with our neighbors across not only the Americas, but across the Pacific and the Atlantic to make sure that not only are we safe, but other peoples around the world. You know, Secretary Kelly was head of Homeland. Secretary Kelly was also chief of staff to Trump 1. And Secretary Kelly spent a long time heading up our national security operations south of the border in the Americas. I look at him as an expert, an individual that speaks with authority or spoke with authority and knowledge as to what is going on around the world and how we can keep America safe. This package talks about border security. This package needs to talk a whole lot more about effective border security that works, soft power leverage, where we can encourage our neighbors to continue to work with us. Not forget our northern border, Canada, our relationship with them today. And let's not forget that today, Canada still houses NORAD, which provides a very critical strategic defense to our nation when it comes to a possible missile attack, heaven forbid, from other parts of the world. Yet again, this package needs to be light on talking about the relationships that we have with strategic neighbors around the world. Since 9/11, we've done a pretty good job of keeping this country safe, based on a formula of cooperation and mutual intelligence sharing around the world. If it's worked, why are we now turning to piss off our neighbors and our allies around the world? Is that going to work any better? Nobody has scored on us since 9/11. Why are we changing the game plan? Mr. Chairman, we need to focus on what's worked to keep our citizens and taxpayers safe, not try to reinvent the wheel. Again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Ramirez for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member. A few weeks ago, right from this dais, I talked about the hypocrisy of these Republican policies. We're talking about gutting services that working people rely on while writing blank checks for ultra-wealthy bosses. Well, here we are again. We're back from recess, and Republicans are looking to cut $1.5 trillion in funding for our communities. But today, we're considering also a $69 billion infusion into an agency that is violating our rights, undermining due process, and blaming administrative errors for their criminal behavior. And this gift to Trump and Noam comes without oversight, which Republicans on this committee have proven either unwilling or incapable of. Case in point, my request to conduct an oversight visit in El Salvador was publicly denied in the press, despite evidence that Noam spent $6 million of taxpayer dollars to disappear immigrants to a foreign prison without due process. The committee is considering this massive infusion of capital into the department without holding a single hearing with Secretary Noam, a request that I have made and others several times to this body, and I'm making again today. Secretary Noam has to come before this body and answer our questions about the department's unconstitutional, illegal, and inhumane activities. Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a letter requesting Noam come before the committee to testify. In case, I can keep going, if I can do it at the end if you like.
We can do it now. So ordered.
Thank you. In case there's any question about what those unconstitutional, illegal, inhumane activities are, let's revisit some of them for the record. Republicans are seeking to fund the wasteful spending of this administration after Trump and Noem already wasted $300 million in 6 weeks to militarize the border. The administration says they're committed to legal immigration, while they are cruelly canceling the appointments of thousands of immigrants who legally sought asylum in our country. Trump and Noem have even denied children, 2-year-old children, their basic right to face immigration proceedings with a lawyer, including children going through cancer treatment. Since January, Trump and Noem have used ICE to terrorize our communities, profiling Latinos and arresting U.S. citizens, like the man who was detained in Chicago after buying a slice of pizza, despite of the fact the guy was carrying his ID and his Social Security card, and the Puerto Rican veteran in New Jersey. Folks, these are the same people who launched a $200 million anti-immigrant ad propaganda campaign with your constituent taxpayer dollars. And then last month, in violation of court orders, Secretary Noem acted on the fascist dreams of her leader and sent immigrants to offshore detention centers. Noem wasted millions to fly immigrants without criminal records to Guantanamo. And then she decided to enter into a $6 million deal with El Salvador government to disappear and mistakenly deport a legal resident, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. In addition, a hairdresser, soccer players, 8 women to a men's prison, and a long list of immigrants with no criminal records. The list includes a young man from Chicago whose family had no idea how to reach him after recognizing him in an authoritarian propaganda video of Noem touring the prison. All while Trump, Noem, and Rubio weaponize immigration enforcement against activists and dissenting voices like legal permanent resident Mahmoud Khalil, international student Ramisa Ostork, and labor rights organizer Alfredo Lelo Juarez. In 3 months, Trump and Noem have abused the power of the Department of Homeland Security to pursue a campaign of persecution, of mass incarceration, and deportation. Day after day, Noem disregards the authority of Congress, the laws of the land, the constitutional rights of residents, the courts, due process, and every check and balance that protects us from fascist authoritarians. There is no way in hell that I'm giving this administration $1 more to violate our rights and criminalize our communities. And further, Noem must resign from her position as Secretary of Homeland Security. Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a letter demanding Noem's resignation as the Secretary of Homeland Security.
So ordered. And I believe the gentlelady's time has expired.
It is now. Thank you. With that, I yield back.
Okay, she yields. Just to let everybody know, I think Secretary Noem's coming in May the 14th. But anyway, who's next? Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. In just 100 days, President Trump has managed to deport children with cancer, illegally detain U.S. citizens, and completely abandon due process in this country. It is outrageous to me that Republicans in Congress and in the Senate are tolerating the complete abdication and violation of due process as outlined in the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution. And let me just read that for a refresher if people need to be reminded. The Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution. Now, let me remind everyone, the Fifth Amendment was passed at the same time the First Amendment was passed for freedom of religion, freedom of the press. It was also passed at the same time the Second Amendment was passed for the right to bear arms. These amendments are the holy grail of talking points on the Republican Party. But where is the talking point for the fifth? Due process. The Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution prohibits the federal government from depriving any, A-N-Y, any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. This means that the government must follow fair procedures before taking away a person's freedom or property. And what we have going on right now is a swoop and steal campaign by ICE to swoop into communities, snatch people by masked agents who won't even have the courage to identify themselves, haul people off the streets, thrown onto a plane, and flown away from their community, their family, and their right of access to a court hearing. That is the foundational tenet that this country is founded on. What is going on? Where is the soul of this Congress to not stand up and defend the rights of due process, a foundational tenet of the formation of this country? And silence. When a 2-year-old child is removed without parental consent, without a process, without anything in this country, it's outrageous. When you have the administration has terminated the contracts of all of the legal aid counselors, when you have a 6-year-old with headphones on at a hearing unaccompanied by any legal representative for their deportation, that is outrageous and should be a moral affront to everyone in this room, everyone in this building, and everyone in this government. And the fact that it is not is unconscionable in and of itself. And what we have here is a gross misuse of funds. I live in Texas. I've been to the border. So much of our border is geographically not possible to build a wall. And many of you may not know this, but it is a mockery of what's happening at the wall. Do you know there's an app by like rock climber people that joke about how they can get over this wall in 6 seconds or less? But yet we want to quadruple our budget to it, $46 billion. That is such a wasteful use of resources at a time when we are focused on waste, fraud, and abuse. That $46 billion could pay for the funding of cybersecurity education, a bill we had in this committee not too long ago. That $46 billion could give much needed pay increases to Border Patrol. It could fund timely processing so that people could come into this country, get a hearing, and not be released without an opportunity to have a hearing for 6 years. But we're not doing that. We're just ignoring the rule of law, and we're throwing money out of a pet project for a president who campaigned that another country was going to pay for it, and it was complete BS. It's time for responsibility to act and to prevail in this room, in this building, and in this Congress, because this is outrageous, this complete annihilation of due process. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter for the record the Fox News article that federal charges have been filed against an illegal immigrant who allegedly stole our Secretary of Homeland's purse while she was eating with her family.
So ordered. I now recognize Ms. Poe for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to our ranking member, Thompson. First of all, let me just say that as a member of this committee, and I've said this before, I take very seriously my responsibility to support and advance policies that keeps our homeland safe. I am supportive of comprehensive border security. Our sovereignty as a nation depends on it. That is why just a few weeks ago, I visited San Diego to see firsthand how our brave Customs and Border Patrol agents keep our country safe and secure. In order to truly fix our broken immigration system, we have to work in a bipartisan manner to advance real solutions. Last year, Democrats and Republicans in the Senate came together to craft the strongest border security bill in years. We should build off of this momentum, but unfortunately, That is not what we are doing today. This markup is not about border security. This markup is not, is actually a part of a bigger effort to support President Trump in giving tax breaks for billionaires at the expense of my constituents and your constituents. As we expect to see in the coming weeks, Republicans will pay for these tax breaks and spending increases by cutting over $800 billion for Medicaid. If the Republican budget is enacted, crucial health care services would be ripped away from New Jerseyans. In my district alone, I have over 200,000 constituents who rely on Medicaid. This includes nearly 100,000 children and 23,000 seniors. At a time when inflation is squeezing the budgets of families all across New Jersey, the Republican plan would add over $14 trillion to the national debt. Today, our committee should be exercising our oversight responsibilities. We should be hearing directly from Secretary Kristi Noem. Did we forget that Congress is the Article I branch? The Department of Homeland Security is not working for my constituents. The chaos of mass firing and closures are having real-world consequences on public safety in my home state. Why are fire departments in New Jersey waiting months longer than they should be for reimbursements? How could cutting the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency make hospitals, water systems, and power infrastructures any safer? What would be dismantling of FEMA mean for the ability of New Jersey to prepare for the next flood or hurricane? If we are writing a $69 billion check, we should be hearing directly from the Department of the Homeland Security about what is working and what is not. Let us hear, let me show, and let's make sure that we show and that I show our constituents that we are making the Department of Homeland Security work for them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. I now recognize Mr. Carter for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's be very clear about what's happening here today. Despite the name of this committee and despite the claims from across the aisle, today's markup is not about securing our border. It's about cutting taxes for the wealthy and gutting programs like Medicaid and SNAP, plain and simple. In my district in South Louisiana, nearly 300,000 people are on Medicaid, are now at risk of losing their health care under Republican budget plans. This figure includes nearly 130,000 children under the age of 19 and 33,000 seniors over the age of 65 in my district alone in Louisiana. At a time when American families are struggling with rising costs and access to health care, my Republican colleagues have decided to prioritize giveaways to billionaires and special interests over the needs of everyday people. And let's talk about how we got here. Congressional Republicans have utterly failed in their most basic oversight duties. They're focusing through a massive bill with a single appearance from Secretary Noem, without one hearing, without one word of testimony on DHS's actual budget needs and priorities. That is legislative malpractice. Worse yet, this bill would supercharge the administration's extreme mass deportation agenda. We're seeing dangerous rise in forced disappearances of immigrants without due process. many of whom have done nothing more than exercise their First Amendment right and have not been convicted of any crime by any of our justice systems. Speaking out in this country should never be a deportable offense, even if we don't like what we hear. We're not obligated to agree with or like what we hear to be protected by free speech. It's un-American and it's unconstitutional. Just last week, I had the opportunity to visit several individuals detained by ICE in 2 facilities in Louisiana. People whose only crime was daring to speak out against what they felt were injustices. I met with Mahmoud Khalil, a lawful permanent resident and Colombian grad student detained after peaceful pro-Palestinian advocacy, someone who has said publicly that he is against terrorism, against Hamas, merely concerned about his homeland and the devastation happening in Gaza. As he sat in jail, the government denied his request to attend his son's recent birth. His story is heartbreaking, but now no longer unique. Mahmoud exercised his First Amendment rights to criticize the government. For that, he now sits behind bars facing deportation. Mahmoud's case is one of many. Across the country, individuals are being detained and deported, not for violating immigration laws, but for raising their voices and for attending protests, for posting social media, for seeking a better life. This is not hypothetical. Advocacy organizations, legal experts, and watchdog groups have all documented an alarming pattern of retaliation against immigrants and visa holders who dare to speak out. When government uses immigration enforcement as a weapon to silence dissident, it violates the most basic principles of our democracy. The First Amendment does not have an asterisk next to it. It does not say freedom of speech just for citizens. It protects everyone on our soil, no matter their immigration status. When we allow political expression to become deportable offenses, we not only betray the constitutional values, we send a chilling message to all communities that their rights are conditional and precarious. The United States should be a beacon for freedom, not a cautionary tale. Mahmoud Khalil and so many others like him deserve better from us. And now the cruelty of this administration deportation agenda has reached a horrifying new low. Deporting American citizen children. Recently in my hometown, the District of New Orleans, U.S.-born citizens, children, removed from this country, ripped from their communities, their schools, and in one heartbreaking case from across, access to life-saving medical care. One of those children, a 4-year-old battling with a rare form of cancer, instead of receiving the care and stability they need, this child and their family were targeted for deportation and hurriedly put on a plane and sent to Honduras. This is not border security. This is state-sanctioned trauma, and it's unconstitutional. The American people are watching, and as a recent poll shows, they do not support ripping families apart. They do not support criminalizing speech. They believe in the rule of law and due process. This bill is not about safety. It's about security. It's about power. It's about politics in the expense of our most fundamental values. I urge you to dig deep into your hearts. Do the right thing. Don't follow the political talking points. Do what's right for the American people. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I'd like to state that as I have been as fair as possible on the letting people go past the 5 minutes, today is going to be a long day if we do that. So we will fairly, on both sides of the aisle, restrict to 5 minutes today. So please keep your, you didn't know, you went a little over, about 1:20. Oh, I was trying, but you're my age, so you probably didn't hear that. It's all good. I should have started today with that comment, but yeah, let's do our best today to keep it within the 5 minutes, everybody. I now recognize Mr. Garcia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's pretty clear that Republicans have called us in today to oversee one of the biggest ripoffs in American history. We already know what this plan actually means. It's trillions in deficit finance tax cuts for the wealthiest in this country. $880 billion in cuts that will decimate Medicaid. Medicaid covers 80 million Americans, low-income people, the disabled, long-term care for the elderly, substance abuse treatment, and 41% of all births in this country. That's what's being threatened today and is part of this budget proposal. And that's not all, of course, with an additional $230 billion in cuts that also threaten food assistance. Now, this is one of the biggest wealth transfers from the poor to the rich in American history. And it comes at the same time that Donald Trump is destroying our economy with a crazy and erratic tariff agenda. It's a complete ripoff for the American people. Now, we should believe in a country where we take care of each other, where billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share, where everyone deserves food, healthcare, and an affordable place to live. Now, in our Homeland Security Committee today, truly disturbing things are happening. Now, even though border crossings are at an all-time low, which I remind the committee actually began under President Biden, we want to give Donald Trump a giant slush fund for his extreme, toxic, and lawless deportation agenda. Now, Secretary Noem currently spends much of her time dressing up as an ICE agent and doing propaganda tours of foreign prisons. Now, this bill would give her a huge budget increase with absolutely no accountability. And we know the administration is already trampling on the rule of law, and we shouldn't be voting to empower them today. I want to begin by also, under unanimous consent, introduce into the record a poll from Fox News showing that Donald Trump actually now has a negative approval rating on immigration. Mr. Chair?
So ordered.
And why is the American public turning on the president on immigration? It's because the president is now destroying our due process system in this country. In the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, there's a 9-0 Supreme Court ruling that's demanding his facilitation back to the U.S., and the Donald Trump administration is flouting the Supreme Court. Of course, they've admitted they made a mistake, and yet they still refuse to bring him back. In the case of Andrew Romero, who came to the border seeking asylum because he was fleeing persecution for being gay, he came to his appointment at the border that we gave him as a government, and then was taken to a foreign prison with no due process. This is not the country that we should be proud of in this system of immigration. We now have evidence that Donald Trump is deporting people with no due process. He's willfully denying and ignoring the Supreme Court. We cannot continue to afford to continue to spend more and more resources on a toxic, extreme, and unconstitutional agenda. Everyone here supports border security. If you're convicted of a serious crime, I think we can all agree that you shouldn't be here. But this does nothing to bring down the cost of living for working class and middle class families.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. This is our second official influencer briefing here at the White House in the beautiful South Court Auditorium. And as you can tell, in the White House, we are fully embracing new media. Trust in the mass media has fallen to record lows. Tens of millions of Americans are turning elsewhere to get their news and their information. That's why we've welcomed in openly independent journalists, podcasters, social media influencers, content creators, and we will continue to do so. President Trump and our White House also believe strongly in the First Amendment, which is why our team has restored the press passes of hundreds of journalists whose passes were wrongly revoked by the Biden administration. So thank you all so much for coming today, for your interest in covering the historic achievements of President Trump's first 100 days. And today officially marks 100 days of promises made and kept by President Trump. Our primary focus is how President Trump is in the process of rebuilding the world's greatest economy, just like he did in his first term. President Trump has created 345,000 jobs since taking office in January. Last month's job report, we saw 100,000 more jobs than economists predicted. It was the fourth highest month for private payroll growth in the past 2 years. 9,000 manufacturing jobs have been created and added to the economy already since January. And that's in comparison to the 6,000 manufacturing jobs that were lost per month in the final 2 years of the Biden administration. So each month we were losing 6,000 manufacturing jobs under President Trump. In just 100 days, we've added 9,000. The U.S. unemployment rate remains at historic lows. The labor force participation rate for those without a high school diploma is up. Good news for working class American families. And the veteran unemployment rate is down as well to 3.8% in March. When we came into office, it was 4.2%. Remote work among federal employees has fallen over 16 percentage points from March last year to March this year, showcasing the success of President Trump's initiative to bring federal workers back to the office. We know middle-class Americans, hardworking people, they have to show up to the office every day. We expect bureaucrats and government workers to do the same, especially when they are living off of the taxpayer's dime. If you want to work on behalf of the American taxpayer, you should show up to work in person. Thanks to President Trump, Americans are seeing the first price relief in years. The last inflation report showed the first consumer price decline in years, a decrease in energy prices, and real average hourly wage growth. President Trump is delivering on his promises to lower costs for American families and businesses. Prescription drug prices are down. Last month's drop in prescription drugs prices was the largest ever recorded. And thanks to President Trump ending Joe Biden's reckless war on American energy, gasoline prices and energy prices are down as well. The cost of wholesale eggs has decreased more than 50%. The President Trump inherited a complete mess from the Biden administration, who totally botched their response to the bird flu. They were killing chickens. They were killing our chicken supply in this country, which led to an increase in egg prices. And the president and Secretary Rollins did an incredible job attacking that on day one. On the deregulation front, President Trump is launching the largest deregulation campaign in American history. He has blocked all of the unfinalized Biden-era rules, which has saved us more than $180 billion already. He's launched a bold multi-agency effort to roll back existing federal regulations that drive up the cost of living on hardworking families. That has yielded more than $755 billion in total savings as well. And as you all know, investments from companies around the world continue to pour into this country. Every morning we wake up to a new headline with a new company from a different country announcing major investments in our country. What does that mean for people in your communities across the nation? It means jobs. It means Americans going to work. It means Americans providing for their families, for their children, living the American dream. And that's what those investments will do. It's truly the golden age of America. And that's why the president is working so hard to leverage good trade deals around the world. He knows America is the best place in the world to do business. He is using our leverage to negotiate good deals with countries around the world, to onshore manufacturing jobs here, to revitalize our middle class and our manufacturing industry, and also to protect our national security. I don't think any American agrees it's good that China currently supplies and produces our chips, our pharmaceuticals, and our critical industries. We want those things built in the United States of America. And President Trump is the first president in modern times to actually do something about that. So with that said, today is 100 days. There have been so many achievements, not just on the economic front, and the president continues to work very hard on tax cuts as well. And on negotiating those trade deals. But look at the success at the southern border, which we talked a lot about yesterday with our border czar, Tom Homan, Secretary Kristi Noem, Stephen Miller here at the White House, all of whom are doing a tremendous job and have created, at the president's direction, the most secure border in American history. We have a mass deportation campaign of illegal aliens underway. We are removing heinous criminals from your communities across the country. Every single day, we are making America safe again. And if you look abroad on the world stage, the president is really using his peace through strength foreign policy approach once again to the rest of the world knows that America is back. I know Joe Biden used to say that, but we're stealing it from him because it's actually true now. With President Trump in the Oval Office, the world is a safer place and will continue to be. So thanks for coming to the Influencer Briefing. I look forward to taking your questions. And Deborah, why don't you kick us off?
Congratulations on 100 incredible days. And over the first 100 days, the majority of policies that we've seen from the Trump administration have been either targeted at foreign affairs, such as bringing the American hostages home or attempting to end the war between Ukraine and Russia, or on long-term goals such as cutting government spending with DOGE. What policies can we expect to see rolled out over the next few months that Americans will directly feel the effects of in order to secure the 2026 midterms for the Republican Party and keep his approval rating historically high?
Yeah, the first answer that comes to mind, Deborah, is definitely tax cuts. The president is working closely with Congress as we speak. He met with leadership from both chambers. The administration met with leadership from both chambers yesterday to talk about how we can quickly pass the largest tax cuts in American history. And the president promised on the campaign trail, he wanted no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security for our hardworking seniors, no tax on overtime pay. He intends to keep those promises, and he needs Congress's help to do so. That's why he's working closely with them. But you look at, again, I talked about the leverage the president uses to negotiate good trade deals around the world, but he uses that leverage right here in Washington as well on Capitol Hill. He has great relationships with leaders on both chambers, and we are confident that we can pass a massive tax bill, which will directly lead to more money in people's pockets right away. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so the president has really wanted to end the war in Ukraine for a long time now and has been working on that in the first 100 days. We've seen President Zelensky come here, as well as the president meeting with President Zelensky just in the last couple of days. I'm wondering where those talks stand and if the president is optimistic that that conflict is going to wrap up shortly.
The president is optimistic yet realistic about the incredibly complicated and unfortunate situation happening with Ukraine and Russia. First of all, this is Biden's war. It would have never started if President Trump were in office. There is a reason that Putin did not invade Ukraine when President Trump was in the Oval Office, and it's because, again, President Trump leveraged the power of the United States to warn Putin not to do it. And the president has spoken about that in those direct warnings to the Kremlin that he gave in his first term. And then we had a mentally incompetent president in Joe Biden who didn't even know what day it is, never mind knew how to prevent war. And the entire world took advantage of that and took advantage of America's lackluster leadership abroad. And so we've had this terrible war. The president talks about it all the time. He's briefed on it constantly. There are men dying on the front lines of this. An entire generation is being wiped out, and enough is enough. The president has made it very clear he wants to see this end at the negotiating table, not on the battlefield. He has spoken directly to both sides of this war. He most recently met with President Zelensky at the Vatican when he attended the funeral of Pope Francis, and he remains optimistic that both sides will come together to negotiate peace. There are a lot of complexities on both sides of this war, but so he's realistic about that, but he is optimistic that we are moving in the right direction. And if you just take a step back and look at where we are now, where you have concessions from both sides publicly, where you have ceasefire proposals from both sides, president's made it clear he wants a permanent ceasefire first, but you actually have the United States talking to Russia, you have the United States talking to the Ukrainians on a daily basis, communicating with both sides. Look at that compared to where we were when we came into office, where neither side was talking. There was just one approach to ending this war. No one was really talking about a peace deal. We were just talking about continuing to send blank checks to continue funding the fighting and the killing. This war has been a meat grinder. Young men are dying. Women and children are dying as a collateral result of the military conflict, and the president wants to see it end as quickly and soon as possible. And I can tell you, watching firsthand, he has exuded a tremendous amount of effort into this war. He's getting frustrated with the amount of effort this has taken, and he's made that clear to both sides. But he remains optimistic that we can get this done. Brendan.
I was wondering if you'd indulge me in a quick round of Trump trolling or Trump truthing.
Sure, let's do it.
Okay, good.
Love it.
Rapid fire. Greenland joining America.
Definitely Trump truthing.
Becoming a 51st state.
Trump truthing all the way. And the Canadians would benefit greatly, let me tell you that.
Eliminating the IRS.
I think that is an optimistic goal, and the president, so I would say we're on the side of truthing there for sure. And the president, again, wants to see tax cuts, and he wants to see this massive revenue that we can gain from tariffs as well, which will create the external revenue service. So that's a definitive goal for sure.
And most importantly, Trump 2028.
Trump trolling, although the hats are flying off the shelves. Yes. Link, go ahead.
So one thing I've noticed in the first 100 days is that the White House is crawling with kids. You have a young, beautiful baby boy. There are babies everywhere. There's so many young folks on staff who have kids. But the last 4 years under Joe Biden, parents were really stressed and ravaged. They had to take on 2 or 3 extra jobs. Depression rates were up. Suicide rates were up. You're a very high-profile young mother who seems to juggle and balance it all beautifully. What advice do you have to young parents out there who are starting their careers, having kids, building families, and trying to find that balance so desperately?
Yeah, well, it's a great question. And first, to the heart of your premise, it's true. The president has empowered not just me as a young mother in this role, but there are so many new moms and dads on our senior staff in the West Wing, but also across the entire administration. There are working moms and dads who are owing our country public service for President Trump while raising young families. And the president really empowers us to do that. And I commend him for that. He doesn't get enough credit for it. But as for the president is implementing policies every day to uplift young families and young people. He talked so much about young people and talked directly to young people so much on the campaign trail. It really, I think, inspires him when he is around young people and a young audience. And he wants to restore the American dream for the next generation. Not just our generation of young folks, but our children and our grandchildren. What does that look like? Home ownership, the ability to afford a home, to live, to have a good paying job. That's part of this effort to onshore jobs, because you have an entire generation going to these incredibly expensive and liberal higher education universities coming out saddled with debt and then unable to get a good paying job. The president wants to put an end to that, and so that young people can provide for their families and truly live the American dream. So to young people around the country, the president hears you, he sees you, he loves you, and he wants to uplift you. And all of the policies he's implementing every day are to provide a more prosperous and safe and free America for future generations. You're welcome. Sure. Hi,
Karoline.
you
Thank
too.
so much for the time.
Sure.
Tagging off of Link's question about young people, one of the most pressing challenges for Gen Z right now is the lack of home ownership. As of 2025, I believe the median age is 38 years old of first-time home buyers, which is, a hindrance to starting families for a lot of people. How does the Trump administration plan on tackling this in the next 4 years?
It's a major issue. As you mentioned, that's directly impacting young people and young families. And the president is, I think, tackling it head on already. The reason that homes have become so unaffordable is because of the massive inflation crisis caused by the previous administration. Not just the cost of a home, but everything that goes into building a new home went up and through the roof, right? We also saw mortgage rates reach incredible highs under the previous administration. So a few things. The president wants to bring down the cost of living, which he is already doing, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, which will increase our supply of homes across the country. But he also wants to bring down mortgage rates and interest rates to make it easier for young people and all people to borrow money, to take out those loans, to buy your first home. And so we got to increase the supply, bring down costs, and bring down interest rates and mortgage rates. And by the way, those are all things the president successfully did in his first term. When he left office, inflation was a record low, 1.4%. Interest rates, mortgage rates also hit record lows in his first term. So this is a proven economic formula that works. It takes time to get there. We are in the process of the golden age. The president and the admin are slashing regulation every day, cutting red tape, cutting costs. And we need, again, Congress to pass those tax cuts to put more money back in people's pockets so they have greater purchasing power as well. You're welcome. Sure.
Teresa Nwuka with Independent Women and WMAL.
Oh, great.
We love working with the administration to really tout policies that work for families and work for small businesses in this country. Next week is Small Business Week, and I know that the SBA will be, championing all the small businesses, the millions in this country, almost half of which are women-owned. But I'd love to find out what the president feels about independent contractors who are not typical W-2 employees, not 9-to-5 workers, but who hang their own shingle. They're 1099 workers. We saw the Biden administration really try to crack down on that small business entrepreneurial spirit. And we're hopeful that the administration would overturn what the Biden administration did and maybe even work with Congress to pass some lasting changes, codify some lasting changes that would protect, your ability to be self-employed, your ability to be a small business owner.
Well, the president is a businessman at heart himself, right? He's a real estate developer. And I think that's a large reason the American people elected him the first time and the second time, because they trusted him. And small businesses are the backbone of our American economy. I come from a small business family myself, and the president knows what small business families need and independent contractors need, entrepreneurs need. You need less government in the way. You need less regulation. You need low energy costs, low taxes, a low cost of living, a low cost of goods. And that's exactly what the president is focused on doing, while simultaneously effectively leveraging tariffs to protect our middle class and our working class and our manufacturing base. You look at our auto industry, think about Michigan. It used to be the heartland of the auto industry of the world. It was the auto capital of the world. And unfortunately, so many of those jobs have gone overseas. And so the president wants to protect good paying jobs here at home and unleash the might of our economy for small business owners. And that includes removing red tape and cutting taxes. And as for independent contractors and what the president would hope to do with Congress, we'll definitely check back in on that and get you an answer, because it's an important question. You're welcome. Sure.
Hi, Will to the National Pulse. You kind of gave us an overview of negotiations between Ukraine and Russia 100 days in. What would the next steps look like, though, if we don't reach an agreement by, say, this summer? And also, can you give us an update on the rare earth minerals deal with Ukraine? And is there any kind of response from the administration to Greenlandic Foreign Minister Vivian Motzfeldt, some of her comments about maybe seeking aid with China?
Sure. To your first question about the critical minerals deal, the president is confident that will be signed. Ukraine needs to sign it. They should sign it. It's not just good for the United States to recoup the billions of tax dollars we've spent and onshore some of those critical minerals, but certainly it's good for the Ukrainian people when this war is over to rebuild their country. It's an economic partnership between the United States and Ukraine. That's what the president envisions, and he wants Ukraine to sign that deal. He's confident that they will. As for what it would look like later down the road, I don't want to get ahead of the president, obviously, but again, I will reiterate, he's increasingly grown frustrated in the amount of time our Secretary of State recently said, there's not much more time or effort the United States has to give to this effort. And so we need both sides to come to the table to negotiate. As for Greenland, I hadn't seen those comments. If true, I'm sure they are. Certainly an interesting strategy to cozy up to communist China. Greenland needs the United States of America. We subsidize their national security and their defense. And the president has rightfully pointed out the great strategic importance that Greenland serves for not just our national security and economic interests, but for our country and for the world as a whole. And we can't allow Chinese or Russian influence to continue to infiltrate places like Greenland or the Panama Canal, I may add. Into the back.
Can you talk about the importance of a stock market all-time high, specifically in relation to the midterms? And it seems like a lot of folks, when Trump was elected, they thought that stock market goes up. He really cares about that. He uses it as a measurement of the economy. It's gone down, but it's still up, over the last 12 months or so. So how much of that is playing into some of the economic policy decisions?
I think the president has spoken on this. He said the stock market gets yippee, but he doesn't get yippee. He trusts in his economic agenda and formula, obviously. And, Wall Street made out very well in President Trump's first term. President Trump also wants to look out for Main Street and do what's best for both. So I think the president right now, his main focus, what drives him to make decisions is what's best for the working class Americans, for the American worker, for the small business owner, for American families. And he's trying to correct the wrongs of the last several decades, not just the last 4 years with the economic and inflation nightmare caused by the Biden administration, but of the unfair trade practices that have ripped off our country for a very long time. So look, the stock market goes up, it goes down, but President Trump has a goal, he has a vision, and he's remaining very much committed to that. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining today. We're heading off to Michigan tonight for a big rally. So I am sure we'll see all of your amazing creative content on social media later. It's going to be a great speech, and maybe you'll get a Trump dance too. So thank you so much for coming today. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you.
The last 4 years have put so much stress on American family finances. Help end the stress now and celebrate the golden age with President Trump by diversifying with gold and silver. Remember President Trump's first term? Gold increased by 55%. Don't wait. Diversify your hard-earned assets and buy your gold from Goldco. Now, with no purchase minimums. Goldco has been established as a top-rated precious metals company and a leader in the gold industry, providing white glove treatment for over 10 years. Their buyback guarantee assures you that if your situation changes, they will repurchase your metals at the best price, providing you with peace of mind. You may even qualify for up to 10% back on bonus silver. Visit badlandsgold.com to claim your free information and instantsilver.com/badlands to see how much free silver you can get. Find out the relationship between gold, silver, Trump, and you with the free report focused on Trump and your financial future. That's badlandsgold.com and instantsilver.com/badlands to take control of your financial destiny.
We're empowering an administration that is attacking our Constitution, our safety, and our middle class, and we should vote no on these budget increases today. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Magaziner for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. We need more funding for Homeland Security and border security. I was supportive last Congress of the bipartisan plan from the Senate to increase funding for border security, and I support more funding now. But what I cannot and will not support is the Trump administration locking up people with no due process, including people who are charged with no crimes, separating parents from children, sending people to foreign prisons, deporting children who need cancer treatment. It doesn't have to be this way. Our government can be effective without being cruel. And Donald Trump's disregard for due process puts the freedoms of all Americans at risk. Here's what I'm talking about. Andrew Hernandez Romero. And I'd ask my colleagues, do me the courtesy, put down the phones for just a minute and listen to this one story. He is a gay makeup artist who worked for a television station in Venezuela. He fled Venezuela because he was being persecuted by gangs linked to the dictator, Maduro, for his political beliefs and his sexual orientation. He made the grueling trip north to our border and presented himself at a port of entry to ask for asylum. If you remember nothing else about his story, remember this. He did not enter our country illegally. He did not enter our country at all. He didn't cross the border. He didn't sneak across. He did the right thing. He presented himself at a port of entry and asked for asylum. He did it the legal way. And when he was interviewed at the border, officers found that he had a credible asylum case that was likely to be approved at a full hearing. But he never got a full hearing. Why? Because instead, the Trump administration shipped him to the torture prison in El Salvador. He was never accused of a crime, has never been linked to any gang, and never entered the country illegally. The only rationale that the administration has ever provided for why he was sent is that he has 2 tattoos, one that says mom and one that says dad. He is still there in that prison in El Salvador today and has never received his hearing. I'll give you another, Fabian Schmidt, a German-American green card holder living legally in New Hampshire with permanent U.S. resident status. He was returning home after visiting his father in Europe and was taken to a prison in Rhode Island and has been held there for nearly 2 months. When he was detained, he was stripped naked, placed in a cold shower, and was denied his medications, leading to his hospitalization. He has not been charged with any crime. We still don't know why he's in jail. The Department of Homeland Security has provided no justification for his imprisonment at all. His only record, simple possession of marijuana and a DUI in 2015 and 2016. That's it. That's it. He has an 8-year-old daughter whose father has been locked up in prison for the last 2 months, and nobody knows why. During the course of this markup, you will hear many stories like this of children with cancer deported and unable to receive treatment, families separated, and people thrown in jail with no criminal charges and no explanation. None of this is necessary. Andre Romero could be at his asylum hearing, and Fabian Schmidt could be home with his daughter, and this country would be no less safe. What should scare all of us is that the Trump administration seems to think that they are above the law and can lock people up and send people to foreign jails with no charges and no evidence. Look, we need to fund border security. Of course we do. But as a Congress, we have a responsibility to ensure that the administration uses its enormous power responsibly, that innocent people are not locked up and tortured. That is our job. If Congress doesn't hold this administration responsible, who will? And I'll tell my Republican colleagues right now, look, I'll support more funding for border security if you work with us to include language to make sure that the administration uses its awesome power responsibly, that we do our duty as a Congress to prevent executive overreach and ensure that innocent people are not locked up without due process. So let's withdraw this bill. Let's work together on a better one that combines funding with accountability. We can do both. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the ranking member.
Very much, Mr. Chairman. I think you can tell from the Democratic side of committee, we're in absolute opposition to this package. Mr. Chairman, this amendment, in the nature of a substitute, is about throwing enormous amounts of taxpayer money at the border to buy the votes of Republicans who are reluctant to support massive tax cuts and giveaways for billionaires. As you heard from my Democratic colleagues, we are appalled at how the Trump administration is mismanaging and dismantling DHS and ignoring due process and the rule of law. The Republican reconciliation bill steals money from American taxpayers and gives it to the Trump administration to decimate DHS and attack the Constitution. It funds deporting kids with cancer by cutting health care coverage for other kids with cancer. Trump and Nome are unconstitutionally dismantling DHS, firing hundreds of civil servants, freezing grants, eliminating the watchdogs who protect Americans, and failing to respond to Hurricane Helene's devastation in North Carolina. Under Trump and Secretary Nome, DHS is detaining and deporting children with terminal cancer, punishing students for engaging in protected First Amendment activity, and denying due process to individuals, including those in the country legally. As already has been said, all those are fundamental to anyone who's charged in this country, that you have to have a right to face your accuser.
Look,
and you have
this
a
is a
right
process. This is
to
a
have
process.
counsel, and you also have a right to understand what you're being charged with. Congressman Carter talked about individuals we visited last week in Louisiana, both who haven't been formally charged, but unfortunately, access to counsel and other things are being denied, but they are also over 1,000 miles from home. And so there's nothing American or humane about that. Trump and Nome are flagrantly ignoring lawful court orders, including those from the Supreme Court.
Enough.
A U.S. lawful permanent resident rots in an El Salvadorian maximum security prison while being denied due process in direct violation of a federal judge's order and a unanimous Supreme Court order. When the Trump administration spends its resources harassing, rounding up, and deporting American citizens, legal permanent residents, and international students in the name of border security, it is ignoring real threats from terrorism, domestic violence, extremism, and gun violence. When the Trump administration dismantles FEMA, every American is more vulnerable to natural disasters and their devastating aftermath. We're about to head into another hurricane season. Every member of this committee, if something happens, you're going to ask, where is FEMA? Well, if the administration gets its way, FEMA will not be here anymore. There won't be a cavalry available to come to your rescue. When the Trump administration gut CISA is putting critical systems, cybersecurity, power infrastructure, water system, hospital, and ambulance services at risk of attack. The Trump administration has spent its first 100 days causing incredible harm to DHS and American people. Homeland Security Republicans have failed at their most basic oversight duties and are now trying to ram through a $69 billion bill without any testimony from our MIA Secretary of Homeland Security. This bill spends 10 times the amount on the border wall as it does for Customs and Border Protection. And I remind my colleagues, this is the border wall that our current president said Mexico was going to pay for. This entire effort is just a partisan exercise for Republican members to demonstrate their loyalty to Trump and their billionaire donors. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Kennedy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bill we take up today is a shameful reminder that the priorities of our Republican colleagues are putting Americans at risk, gutting Medicaid, threatening Social Security, and running roughshod over the Constitution, ignoring due process and deporting American citizens. It's misguided, it's wrong, hateful, cruel, and illegal. Democrats understand the importance of doing our duty as elected officials to secure the homeland and undertook efforts to do so through bipartisan efforts just last year. These priorities included supporting hardworking border personnel, combating drug trafficking, and ensuring people are processed properly, securely, and efficiently at ports of entry all along our borders. Throughout these negotiations, House Republicans had their chance to address border challenges and fix our broken immigration system effectively. Instead, they chose politics over people, and we're seeing that play out once more again today. Today's committee print doles out $46.5 billion in funding to pay for President Trump's pet project without doing anything to improve emergency management or protect FEMA from this administration's plans to dismantle the agency entirely, and while cutting vital services to Americans. More broadly, this reconciliation package executes tax breaks for billionaires and the ultra-wealthy and leaves communities stricken by disaster high and dry. Not to mention the fact that it's funded by catastrophic cuts to Medicaid that'll take away health insurance and nutrition assistance for children and families that need it most across the United States. The underlying proposal we're discussing today spends exorbitant amounts of money to do what's best for Donald Trump, not the American people who live and work in communities stricken by disasters or who depend upon federal programs just to put food on the table. I cannot in good faith support such a misguided partisan bill that does nothing to meaningfully promote emergency management or stop Trump's targeted dismantling of the Department of Homeland Security. It makes wrongful and devastating cuts to vital services that will inevitably hurt the most vulnerable in my district and all across America. Doles out billions of dollars to a department with leadership that's proving under this administration that there is no regard for due process, morality, humanity, or democratic principles. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Goldman for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're here today ostensibly to fund the Department of Homeland Security through a partisan reconciliation bill that intentionally and very clearly bypasses any cooperation with Democrats. I want to talk for a minute about what is actually in this bill, which is pretty remarkable. First of all, 2/3 of the funding in this bill goes to the border wall. Now, you can make arguments about the border wall all you want. Obviously, we know it's a pet project of the president. Would it be better if we had a border wall to keep the border safe? Probably. But is it really the most effective use of $46 billion? Of course not. Because not included in here is any funding for the actual effective methods of keeping the border secure. We live in a technological world right now where building a wall, where we've seen people scale it very easily, where we've seen it fall down because of the wind, is a relic from the 1950s that should not be what our government is spending $46 billion on. But worse, let's talk about what is not in this bill. There is no money for emergency management for FEMA. Now, this is not a partisan issue. Red districts suffer from natural disasters certainly as much or more as blue districts. And I can assure you, to my Republican colleagues, that when your district gets a flood or a tornado or a hurricane, you are going to be coming to FEMA begging for money. And I don't want to hear a single word from any of my Republican colleagues about where is FEMA when they need emergency management support. Because you are voting for a bill that includes nothing for money that you will need, and you will need it. You are being short-sighted. But do not worry, there is money for FEMA. There is money for FEMA, $300 billion. You know what that's for? For Donald Trump to play golf. $300 million to reimburse local law enforcement for presidential protection related to activities by the president. $300 million. Donald Trump has played golf 24 out of his first 99 days. That is a quarter of the days. So you are funding a bill that does not give any money for natural disasters, that does not repay towns, cities, states for the tremendous amount of money that they have paid out for our immigration system to operate? No. And that's red districts too. But we are going to make sure Donald Trump can play golf, because that's where our $300 million of FEMA money should go to. It's a disgrace. And it's a disgrace that none of my Republican colleagues will speak up against this money for golf, against the obvious and egregious due process violations. I know you. I know you are good people. I know you care about due process. You care about the rule of law. And I know in your private moments, when you think about Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and you see that the administration admitted that he was wrongly deported and sent to a prison in El Salvador, that you know that the president should simply correct the mistake, bring him back home so he can go through the proper court system. When are you going to speak publicly? When are you going to speak out for simple due process, which is the bedrock of our country? Because now it's going from Kilmar Abrego to American citizens, and who knows when it will be next. Donald Trump's not listening to me, but he will listen to you all. And I urge you to speak up for the good of our
The
Constitution
gentleman's
and our
time has
country.
expired. I now recognize Mr. Swalwell for 5 minutes.
We're 100 days in to this administration, and the president promised he would lower prices on day one. Donald Trump is 0 for 100. He's 0 for 100. Prices are not going down, they're going up. The Trump tariff tax is raising prices on the 4 out of 5 items in every American's Walmart shopping cart. Your 401ks, they're 201ks. That's the Trump slump. Americans were anxious about the economy when they voted last November. They wanted their costs to go down. They didn't want the chaos to go up. So what are we doing here? What are we doing here? What in this hearing achieves lowering costs for the American people? You know how far you have deviated from lowering the costs for American people? This is where you are. Today, you will make it easier to deport more American citizen children with cancer. Think about that. Today's vote will make it easier for the president to deport more American children with cancer. That makes me sick. I have a 7-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 3-year-old. You don't have to be a parent to understand how cruel this is. That in the last 2 weeks, a 4-year-old was separated from his father, a US citizen, and deported with his mother while he was suffering stage 4 cancer and undergoing cancer treatment. That's where we're at right now. One of our colleagues, to expedite the deportation of kids with cancer, said we should arrest 100 more judges. Arrogant, elitist black robes have been raping our core principles for decades. If the DOJ needs a list, I have it. That was Mr. Higgins on this committee. If he were here, I would yield to him to tell us who are those 100 judges and what have they done. This committee is charged with making us safer. Instead, the geniuses in charge of the Department of Defense have invited uncleared individuals into classified Signal group chats. The president is getting rid of the cybersecurity force that protects small and medium-sized businesses across America. We are so far away from lowering the costs for hardworking Americans. At the end of the day, I'll catch up with the very precocious 7-year-old. I'll ask him, what did you do today at school? He never gives me a satisfying answer. But he's gotten smart enough to also ask me, what did you do today at work? And do you know what I'm not going to tell him? I didn't make it easier to deport American children with cancer. What will you say? Yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman.
Recognize.
I ask unanimous consent to enter this article into the record from USA Today. U.S. child deported to Mexico with parents after brain surgery.
So ordered. Would anyone else like to make a comment on the amendment in the nature of a...
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, just briefly, unanimous consent request. An April
You
10
recognize.
letter that I sent to Acting Director Miss Bridget Bean at CISA, formalizing my requests around their workforce reorganization.
So ordered. Would anyone else like to make comments on the amendment in the nature of the substitute? Hearing none, we will now move to amendments to the amendment in the nature of the substitute. Are there Any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Ranking member, you're recognized.
Well, clerk needs to, hold on a second.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a
You're
point of
recognized.
order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment.
This is 6.
Yes,
not 4.
that's right.
Pause. Every day, we are witnessing an assault by this administration against the Constitution and our nation's values. Just last week, the Trump administration deported 3 U.S. children to Honduras. Let me repeat that. The Trump administration deported 3 U.S. citizen children to Honduras. One of the children is a 4-year-old American with stage 4 cancer. This child was sent away by our government without any medication. His family had no opportunity to consult a doctor before his illegal and unconstitutional removal at the hands of a cruel administration. Another child is a 2-year-old American. She was sent to a country that she's never known against the wishes and the constitutional rights of her father, who remains here and whose pleadings were ignored by ICE. The Trump administration tried to argue after the child's deportation that it's okay to remove the 2-year-old girl from her country because they got the mother's consent without proving it in court. In fact, the Trump administration wouldn't even answer the phone when the judge called to verify the mother's wishes. I shouldn't have to remind my colleagues that it's illegal and patently unconstitutional to deport a U.S. citizen. Even the Trump-appointed judge overseeing the case had a, quote, strong suspicion that the government just deported a U.S. citizen with no meaningful process, unquote. For example, ICE denied multiple requests by the family to release the 2-year-old girl from the custody and did not offer the child's mother any alternative. Right now, the committee has the obligation to make sure the Trump administration does not continue to remove Americans from their homeland. We already know that the administration's long-term goal. The administration is piloting a $6 million deportation pipeline to Salvadorian prisons meant for terrorists and violent gang members to soon hold Americans. Don't believe me? Then listen to President Trump's own words to the president of El Salvador from earlier this month, and I quote, "Homegrowns are next, the homegrowns. You got a bill about 5 more places. The presidents want 5 more prisons to hold Americans in a foreign country, presumably forever. The American people, and especially our children, should not be kicked out of their own country. Spending any DHS funds for this illegal agenda does absolutely nothing to secure the border or strengthen our national security. It's just a betrayal of the Constitution. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Would anyone wish to comment or on the amendment to the
Mr.
amendment?
Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, you're recognized.
I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Are there any other comments on the amendment to the amendment? There being no further discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Swalwell, you recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I wanted to give Mr. Higgins the opportunity because I mentioned him earlier and he wasn't here. He tweeted yesterday that we should arrest 100 more judges. Arrogant, elitist, black robes have been raping our core principles for decades. If the DOJ needs a list, I have it. I'm willing to yield to Mr. Higgins if he could tell us who those 100 judges are and why they should be arrested.
Yeah, we're here, Mr. Swalwell, to address this amendment and this bill. We're not going to have a back and forth colloquy today, so I'm not going to allow that question. You have 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Well, I welcome Mr. Higgins in his time if he really has a list of 100 judges and why they should be arrested to tell us, because the chilling threats on our judges, whether it was Brett Kavanaugh and the sick individual who wanted to assassinate him, or the recent threats against judges who have made orders against Donald Trump's immigration policies, they have no business in our country or our dialogue. And so if Mr. Higgins does have names and does have reasons, I think the American people deserve to know, and the judges, for their own sake, should hear. And with that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields. Would anyone else wish to comment on the amendment to the amendment? Mr. Goldman, you're recognized.
This amendment is almost impossible to be controversial. If my Republican colleagues cannot agree that United States citizens should not be removed from this country by the Department of Homeland Security, what are we as a country? Where are we? It's a very simple amendment. It is an absolute travesty that this amendment is germane because this has happened. And we hear explanations that American citizen children with cancer are only removed at the request of their mother who's being removed. And how do we know that? Because the Department of Homeland Security says so. That mother was not allowed to speak to a lawyer. They were not allowed to speak to the father of the children. They were not allowed to speak to the doctors treating a child with stage 4 cancer. Obviously, that treatment would be a lot better in the United States than in the country to which they're sent. So we're just supposed to take the word from the Department of Homeland Security that, oh, the mother wanted the child to stay with her and not get the excellent medical treatment that this country provides, and instead go to who knows where with the mother. Well, we have information now today because finally, after the mother was deported, she was able to speak to her lawyer. And in fact, her lawyer reports, no, she was not asked whether she wanted to bring her United States citizen child with her. She was not, in fact, informed of all of her rights and what the situation was and what the rights of her child are. And so we now have to address an amendment that says no funds shall be used by the Department of Homeland Security to deport American citizens. This is simple. How can you not support an amendment that says we should not deport American citizens? I know you will vote against this. I know you will, because I'm sure you will vote against every single one of the amendments that we put forward today, because as one of your colleagues has said, this is your bill, And God forbid you would work in a bipartisan way to include, unfortunately, necessary amendments. But at some point, and I'm going to say this over and over and over again, are you going to let this administration continue to do things that you know are wrong because you're scared that the president will attack you and support a primary opponent? Will you stand up for what you know is right? Or will you continue to stay silent because you don't want to upset a bully mob boss in the White House? There is no reason why anyone should vote against this, and I hope you all think hard about it before you do. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Do any other members wish to speak on this amendment? All those opposed say no, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute is not adopted.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
on that, I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings of this question are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Carter is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk number 15.
For
Mr. Chairman,
what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print by the Committee on Homeland Security, offered by Mr. Carter of Louisiana, number 015.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman, the clerk will distribute the amendment, please.
The state of Louisiana were unconstitutionally detained by ICE, then unconstitutionally trafficked out of this country to Honduras. One of those little children is a 4-year-old boy with a rare form of cancer. It's stage 4, and that little boy is going to die if he doesn't get back to the United States where he belongs. I'm shocked, and it takes a lot to shock me these days, that I even have to propose this amendment to prohibit funds from being used to deport minor children who are citizens of this country. But unfortunately, we're here. Look, it's already illegal to deport citizens. As federal courts have said, quote, any ICE officer would know it is illegal and unconstitutional to deport, detain, for deportation or recommended deportation a U.S. citizen, end quote. Moreover, to quote federal courts, an ICE officer who actively participates in the detention and or removal of a person who he knows to be a U.S. citizen or upon minimal investigation would discover is a U.S. citizen, would be deemed to know that such conduct clearly denies that person's liberty without due process, end quote. So the ICE field office director in New Orleans and every ICE officer who aided or effectuated the removal of these little citizen children from the state of Louisiana to Honduras were trampling on the Constitution. They said, to hell with it. Can't say that about our Constitution. Congress cannot allow taxpayer dollars to be spent for unconstitutional actions that harm little children who happen to be U.S. citizens. I've seen people on the internet and some of my Republican colleagues say that children's mothers somehow consented to the deportation of their children. Let me dispel this myth. First of all, as a Trump-appointed judge in Louisiana said, quote, the court doesn't know that, end quote, because the Trump administration refused to pick up the phone when the judge called to speak to one of the mothers about her so-called consent. Second, a mother cannot give meaningful consent to the deportation of her citizen children while she is under duress and held by ICE with no access to her lawyer, while her lawyer is pleading with ICE to get into the room, and while she cannot get into contact with the children's father. What is a mother to do if she doesn't know whether ICE will let her kids go on the side of the road or just house them in a different cell to suffer alone? There's no lawful consent that could be given under those circumstances. Third and finally, the father of these children did not consent to their children's unconstitutional deportation to Honduras. To quote the Supreme Court in Troxel v. Granville, quote, the liberty interest of parents in the care, custody, and control of their children is perhaps the oldest of the fundamental liberties interest recognized by this court, end quote. Yet again, ICE and DHS ignored the Constitution and deported children citizens. What is fascist hell has this country become in just the first 3 months of the Donald Trump presidency? Let me repeat that. What in fascist hell has this country become in just the first 3 months of Donald Trump's presidency? We cannot sit back and let ICE deport citizens, especially children. My tiny constituents may die in a foreign country because of the ICE field office in New Orleans and the actions of the Trump administration, which Republicans apparently want to spend more money on. Where is the human decency? Let's get these citizen children back. Congress has planes. We should go get them, bring them home from Honduras, get these children back home to their fathers.
Gentleman's
Instead,
time
we're
has
trying to
expired.
risk and get
Does the
them
gentleman
into the
insist
hands
upon his point of order?
Hospitals.
Gentleman's time has
live.
expired. Does Mr. Guest
Mr. Chairman,
insist upon
I
his point of
yield.
order?
I withdraw my point of
His
order.
point of order is withdrawn. Do any other members wish to speak on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Magaziner is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I speak in support of Mr. Carter's bill. It is outrageous that the Trump administration is deporting children who are U.S. citizens and pose no threat to the United States. What world are we living in where my Republican colleagues are willing to accept this? And I just want to add some context here. As far as I'm aware, in none of the cases where U.S. citizen children have been deported were their parents accused of any crime in the United States, pose any threat to public safety, and it seems that they were denied the opportunity to even consult with a lawyer before they and their children were deported. April 24th in New Orleans, U.S. citizens aged 4 and 7. The 4-year-old has a rare form of late-stage cancer. The mother was not able to speak with family members or any lawyers before she and the children, including the U.S. citizen child with cancer, were deported. Not even allowed to talk to a lawyer. That U.S. citizen's rights were denied. Family number 2, April 22nd, a 2-year-old U.S. citizen deported to Honduras with his mother and sister. Now picture that you are the father of this 2-year-old. The father, and we know this from legal filings, the father received a call from an ICE officer who said that the mother was there and that they did not have much time to speak, but they were going to be deported. The father was able to speak with the mother for only a minute. He heard his daughters crying in the background. He told the officer that their daughter was a U.S. citizen and could not be deported. The officer said that the daughter would not be deported. The father began to give the mother the phone number of their attorneys, but before he could, he heard the officer take the phone from her and hang up the call, and they were all deported, including the 2-year-old U.S. citizen. No opportunity to speak with a lawyer. Barely any opportunity at all to speak with family. Why? What was the urgent threat posed by this 2-year-old? None. And this is the slippery slope. They start with people who are undocumented. Then if they keep trampling on rights, pretty soon, everyone's rights are going to be under threat. This is how it happens. We have to draw the line. So if nothing else, can we at least come together as a committee and as a Congress and say no to deporting children who are U.S. citizens, especially when no access to legal counsel has been afforded? Can we at least do that? And I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Do any other members wish to speak on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Thompson is recognized.
Thank you very much. It must be really tough for my colleagues on the other side to vote against this. I mean, I'm a father, I'm a grandfather, I'm a godfather, I'm an uncle, I'm a cousin to children, and who are all American citizens. And all we're saying is, say, look, don't do children this way. Through no fault of their own, we're going to deport them. And I would hate if somebody did a relative of Benny Thompson's like that, or a relative of anyone else's like that. We are a better country than what's being exhibited in this bill. Just being mean to children is not the way to go. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. It makes sense. Children didn't ask to be born in this country, but if they are, they should be afforded every right that an American citizen is provided. And it can't be just based on innuendo or what somebody said. We talked about the said mother said. Well, we don't have proof other than what the other person said. There's no video, there's nothing. And so I think what we have to do is err on the side of what makes sense. We're a nation of laws. Children are here. It's a blessing to have them if you're fortunate. But you also have other children that you help with. And so I implore my Republican colleagues, do a little soul searching before you vote against this bill, because it's absolutely tough, I think, to vote against children. Most elected officials will say that children are some of the people we have to support. This is an amendment that supports children. We should not be about punishing children who have not broken the law. Being an American citizen is not illegal. Therefore, you should not be deported. So I ask my colleagues to support the amendment made by the gentleman from Louisiana. Yield back.
The gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no, no. In the opinion of those have it, and the amendment to the amendment in the
Mr.
nature of a
Chairman.
substitute is not adopted. Mr. Thompson is recognized.
On that, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to be further considered? Mr. Magaziner,
Mr. Chairman.
you have an amendment at the
Yes,
desk?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Guest? Gentleman reserves a point of order. The clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print by the Committee on Homeland Security offered by Mr. Magaziner, number 023.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman, Mr. Magaziner, is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is a simple one. It aims to prevent President Trump from sending United States citizens to foreign prisons like the prison in El Salvador. As United States citizens, we have inalienable rights: the right to due process, the right to free speech, and the right not to have our own elected leaders send us to foreign prisons and then claim that those rights no longer apply. If it can happen to someone else, it can happen to you. And I would just urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. I know we don't agree on everything, but if we can agree on nothing else, can we at least agree on not sending U.S. citizens to rot in foreign prisons? And this is not an idle possibility. President Trump has repeatedly stated that he wants to send U.S. citizens to prisons in El Salvador. He said to the president of El Salvador, quote, "I said the homegrown's next, the homegrowns." Elon Musk said, "Great idea." And Trump said, "I'd do it in a heartbeat." Donald Trump has instructed the Attorney General to look into deporting U.S. citizens to other countries. During a White House press briefing, the White House spokesperson said that the president has been discussing this idea quite a few times. Can we just cut this off now? Let's not send U.S. citizens to foreign prisons. This is insane. It is outrageous. And every American should be terrified by this prospect. What we have right now is an out-of-control president who believes that the law does not apply to him, who believes that he is above the Constitution. But no, we are a country of laws. We are a country where every U.S. citizen is protected under the Constitution, and U.S. citizens should not be sent to foreign jails. So I'm just going to stop there because this is simple, it is cut and dry, and I would just urge all my colleagues, you're going to have to vote on this. And think about how that vote is going to age over time. If U.S. citizens are sent to be tortured and possibly die in a foreign jail because we allow it to happen, how is that vote going to age? Let's just cut this off right now. It has nothing to do with making the border more secure. It has nothing to do with making our country safer. This is about protecting the fundamental rights of American citizens. It's about protecting the Constitution that we all swore an oath to uphold. Let's do the right thing here. And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman yields. Mr. Guest, you recognized.
I'd like to withdraw my point of order.
The gentleman withdraws his point of order.
Mr. Chairman, may I be recognized?
Mr. Goldman, you wish to speak on this amendment?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Goldman is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're dealing with an amendment that at its core relates to using U.S. funding, U.S. resources to pay for people who are in this country to be housed at one of the most brutal, cruel prisons in the world. This prison would violate the Eighth Amendment if it were in the United States. Of course, it's not in the United States, so there is no Eighth Amendment in El Salvador. And I bring this up because even though Mr. Abrego Garcia is not a citizen, and so this amendment itself does not directly relate to him, the idea that the President of the United States would say, I have no ability to bring him back from an El Salvador prison when we are paying for him to be there. And you don't have to take my word for it. The Vice President of El Salvador said to Senator Van Hollen when he went down there, well, why are you keeping him? Because we're being paid to keep him here. And if we weren't being paid, then we would happily turn him back over. So let's call a spade here. We all know that it is entirely false and bogus to claim that he cannot be returned to the United States from El Salvador. Let's just agree, can we all, that that is not actually the reason why the President of the United States has defied a 9-0 Supreme Court order. And I think we should also be able to agree that the word facilitate means, as very conservative appellate judge Harvey Wilkinson said, to actually do something. How about doing something by stopping payment for Mr. Abrego Garcia's incarceration? That would certainly be facilitating. That is sufficiently easy enough. And that is at the power of President Donald Trump to do. So let's get rid of this fiction that he can't be brought back. He can easily be returned by President Trump. At a Judiciary Committee hearing a couple of weeks ago, even former Speaker Newt Gingrich acknowledged that given the admitted mistake, quote unquote, of deporting Mr. Abrego Garcia to a country where there was an order that he should not go to, he said he should be brought back. Why can we not all agree that he should be returned to this country to go through due process? I don't know whether he's a member of MS-13 or not, but neither does the president, and he doesn't get to decide that. In our country, a court gets to decide that based on evidence presented to the court. So I urge, once again, my Republican colleagues to speak up, to urge the president. You could even do it privately. You don't even have to do it in public. But I urge you to call over to the White House and to encourage the president to correct his own admitted mistake and return someone so they can get the due process that they deserve, that the Supreme Court has said unanimously. Such far left activist judges as Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Alito, Justice Thomas, Justice Gorsuch, Justice Coney Barrett, 3 of whom Donald Trump nominated, they all say he needs to be brought back because of due process. And you all sit silently while he defies the Supreme Court order. Come on. You're better than this. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Would anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Ms. Ramirez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I just, for the record, want to actually read the amendment that the gentleman from Rhode Island has entered for a vote. It's very simple, and let me read it into the record. None of the funds made available by this title may be used by the Department of Homeland Security, its employees or contractors to aid, promote, or effectuate the detention or incarceration in a foreign prisoner of any citizen of the United States, except in compliance with treaty obligations and federal extradition laws and policies. I just need to make sure, as our constituents are listening, what my colleagues are about to vote on. I don't know how many of you, when you were campaigning, you said, listen, and I'm going to make sure I'm also going to be using your taxpayer dollars to deport you if you're not in agreement with the President of the United States. I don't think any of you said that. But the idea that you would actually go on record to vote to deport US citizens to a prison like Sika, it's unconscionable to me. You have said that you have signed an oath to protect the Constitution, and you would actually go as far as saying, in a time that you're saying at town halls, well, listen, we have a deficit, we are broke, that you're going to use taxpayer dollars to deport United States citizens. It just seems unimaginable. So what I'm asking of you is to affirm the idea that your constituents are smart and they're watching and they read. And what this amendment says, pretty simple. It shouldn't even have to be an amendment because it's constitutional. The Department of Homeland Security cannot use the taxpayer money, the money that has been appropriated for Social Security, for Medicaid, to deport United States citizens. You said that you had a problem with people coming here the illegal way, but now you're willing to deport United States citizens to a prison, which, by the way, its own government officials have said on record, you cannot leave. And if you leave, you're leaving in a body bag. So just for the record, you're about to vote to authorize the Department of Homeland Security to deport United States citizens to foreign prisons in which the government itself of these countries have said you cannot leave that prison, and if you do, you're leaving in a body bag. I just want to make sure that I put that on the record as you're thinking about why you ran for office, who you represent, and representing and upholding the Constitution. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. I now recognize the ranking member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is a common sense amendment. It's unfortunate that we have to offer it because it's already in law. But if we have to try to prevent monies being spent in support of an illegal act, then so be it. As a child in elementary school, we learned the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. A lot of our members wear flags in their lapel, talks about how much they love America, how much this democracy is great. But one of the tenets of this democracy is that not only if you're accused of something, you get to face your accuser, you get to provide an adequate defense. If you can't, we'll help pay for it because we want to give you the benefit of the doubt. What we've done is taken the benefit of the doubt away from American citizens and said, it doesn't matter. If you don't look like somebody, we'll deport you. If you do look like somebody, we'll still deport you. That's not who we are. And it's so unfortunate because I would not question anyone's patriotism on this committee because you signed an oath after being elected to this office to do and follow the law. But clearly, what's the problem with saying you can't deport American citizens? What's the problem with saying we're not going to spend any money deporting American citizens to a foreign country. In some instances, they've never been there, don't know anyone. And being mean doesn't make you legal. So I encourage my colleagues that at some point when we vote, you could have a constituent or someone in this same situation, could be a family member. And you'd want every opportunity for the law to prevail in keeping that person here in America. I encourage you to think about it. And it's really almost an embarrassment that we have to make an amendment that's already the law. And the fact that you're going to vote against it for whatever reason, other than Donald Trump is telling you, you either vote my way or I'm going to primary you come next election. But you know, this is America. We have to stand on principle. One man can't run everything. One man can't have his way in every instance. One man can't be right 100% of the time. And I just can't understand how adults, for whatever reason, won't challenge a president when they know that president is wrong. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Would anyone else care to make a comment on the amendment, to the amendment? Hearing none, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Magaziner. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute is not adopted.
Mr. Chair,
Ranking member, you're recognized.
on that, I ask for the recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested, and pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Are there any additional amendments
Chairman.
to the amendment? Ms. Ramirez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and it's Ramirez 14.
Mr. Chairman, I seek to be recognized.
You're recognized.
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment. Thanks.
No conocido a mi mamá. Mames. Doesn't need anything.
Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print by the Committee on Homeland Security, offered by Mrs. Ramirez of Illinois, number 014.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment, Ramirez 14, prohibits the use of funding to facilitate the removal from the United States of any non-citizen to a third country prison, except in the case of lawful extradition. Now, while the Trump administration and unelected border czar Tom Homeland continue to defy the laws of the United States, we here in Congress make sure that DHS uses its funds appropriately. And we should not be sending people to dangerous foreign prisons where they have no chance at due process or proving their innocence, particularly when they have not had their day in court and have not been subject to an extradition request. Many of the people sent by the Trump administration to be tortured and jailed in El Salvador have not been convicted of a crime anywhere in the world. And Trump is sending them to a foreign prison where they may effectively be held for a lifetime sentence without notice, without due process, or an opportunity to contest the charges. The Supreme Court unanimously said it is against the law to rob people whom the administration seeks to remove to a foreign prison of due process. They must have the chance to challenge the removal in court. But the Trump administration seems incapable of resisting their fascist inclinations. They are effectively giving a co-equal branch of government the middle finger. If Donald Trump and Tom Homan continue to ignore the laws created by Congress, as well as by the Supreme Court of the United States, it's going to be up to us, the first branch, to hold them to account. That is why my amendment prohibits DHS funds from being used to remove from the United States any non-citizen to a third country prison. I, for one, stand up for the rule of law. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be able to enter into the record unanimous consent, the letter I sent to the committee on April 16th requesting a CCAT oversight as immediately as possible.
So ordered.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn.
And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Would anyone else care to speak on the amendment? Hearing none. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment to the amendment in the nature of the substitute
Mr.
is not
Chairman?
adopted.
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Are there other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Ramirez, or Mr. Garcia, you're recognized.
Great. Mr. Chairman,
You recognized?
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Clerk will report the amendment. Or the clerk will distribute the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, may I begin?
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment, the nature of a substitute to the committee print.
To remove people by using outdated laws without due process. Without these safeguards, it doesn't matter if you are a citizen or not. You could be documented or not. You could be an innocent law-abiding person and still face consequences. Now, if someone chooses to decide, or maybe the Trump administration, that you are an alien enemy of the United States,
River announces Bitcoin interest on cash. Now, US dollars in your River account will earn you high-yield interest rate that can be paid in Bitcoin. With the price of groceries, mortgage, and tuition on a steep rise, people are now looking at a retirement age of 80 instead of 60. And that's all because dollars are losing value at a record pace. The challenge is finding a way to hold on to your dollar while still getting ahead. That's where River Bitcoin comes in. River Bitcoin's interest on cash protects your dollars with FDIC insurance while offering you the option to recap the potential gains of Bitcoin. Over the past 2 years, you would have earned 2 times the rate of most high-yield savings accounts and 16 times the rate of national average savings account with Bitcoin interest on cash. Get started at badlandsmedia.tv/river. Move your cash to River today and start earning real interest rate with Bitcoin. That's badlandsmedia.tv/river.
chooses to decide, or maybe the Trump administration, that you are an alien enemy of the United States, there could be serious consequences to follow. Now, maybe someone in government doesn't like your tattoos, or the color of your skin, or your social media presence, or what you're saying on a college campus. If you can't see a judge, no one can protect you, and you have no due process. Not even the Supreme Court can protect you if the President of the United States can ignore it, as he's doing so today. And we should make no mistake, this threat is real. Donald Trump explicitly said in the Oval Office that he wants to send, quote, homegrowns to El Salvador. Now, maybe my friends on the other side of the aisle are fine with everything Donald Trump is doing, but without the rule of law, people should be very afraid for our future, the future of our country, and the future of due process. A future president could come after a different group. And that's why this moment and this amendment is so important. This is about the Constitution. Now, we know that Donald Trump has already sent innocent people to El Salvador with absolutely no due process. The Supreme Court, in a 9-0 decision, has ordered the return of an individual who has had no due process. We also know that many of the folks that have been deported have no criminal records, have not faced or had access to judges or even been able to call their families. He has sent them instead to a brutal foreign prison with no oversight that could happen to anyone. And we also know now that U.S. citizens are being deported with no due process. Now, we heard earlier from my colleague, Representative Magaziner, and others about Andrea Hernandez. Mr. Romero was a gay designer and hairdresser who was falsely accused of gang affiliations because of simple tattoos that he had. He has no criminal record, is from a community that celebrates the King's Festival, which is why he had a crown tattoo. And now he's in danger. And even though he passed a credible fear interview, he's being held in horrific conditions. And let's remember, he actually went to his appointment he was given by our own government, showed up to the appointment, and then was deported with no due process. So he's doing what we've asked him to do, and then being sent to an El Salvador prison, and no one's heard from him now for over a few weeks. We know that Donald Trump has no credible evidence that he was involved in any sort of gang activity, and instead is violating his rights of due process, of which every person in this country has. Now, a lot of us, myself included, weren't born into the protections that all citizens have. I was an immigrant. I came here as a young child. I've had to go through paperwork. I've had to stand in long lines. I've learned English, and I've gone through many of the things that other migrants in this country go through. I've lived a large part of my life not a U.S. citizen. And so for me and for many others, this is also very personal. The Constitution should be protecting all of us and is the backbone of the rule of law. This amendment is for due process, for what I believe are true American values, and I urge everyone to support it, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields.
Mr.
Would
Chairman.
anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. Would anyone else wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Magaziner, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have a video clip that I provided to the clerk that I would like to be played at the outset of my 5 minutes.
Or without objection?
Go ahead. And I would ask that my 5 minutes begin at the
Things
beginning.
are going in a radical direction, and then there's an overcorrection. So the overcorrection is lack of due process. The overcorrection is like round them all up, ship them to jail. Like that's like some things that you say when you're not thinking things through. Like, what do you do about all the criminals? Take them all and send them to El Salvador.
Yeah.
What about due process? No, that. Well, here's the problem with that. What if you are an enemy of, let's not say any current president. Let's pretend we got a new president, totally new guy in 2028. And this is a common practice now of just rounding up gang members with no due process and shipping them to El Salvador. You're a gang member. No, I'm not. Prove it. What? I got to go to court. No,
Yeah.
no due process.
That's
Right?
dangerous, Joe.
That's
dangerous.
dangerous. That's dangerous. That's dangerous. We got to be careful that we don't become monsters while we're fighting monsters. And I think due process exists for a reason. And the reason is it is horrific for someone to be accused of something they didn't do, be imprisoned for crimes they didn't commit, and then live in a cell, live in a cage with a bunch of
people who did commit.
Here it is, Benjamin Franklin. It's better 100 guilty persons should escape than one innocent person should suffer. That wisdom
Yeah.
that has survived hundreds of years. It's incredibly accurate, and it is the foundation of freedom. Like, we have to make sure that these people are actually guilty, otherwise we become monsters. You can't, like, what is that when you fight monsters, be careful that you don't become one?
Become one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's very important. It's very important. You can't do that. It's one of those things where to support one side of this, you have to deny some like basic human values. Either way, like to support just rounding people up and just assuming they're all gang members. I'm not saying they're doing that, but this is the worst case scenario, right?
Yeah.
They get a bunch of people in a room, they rope them all in, and one guy's just someone's cousin picking someone up to give him a ride home. That's possible.
And now you're back on the one innocent person now you're right back.
And what if
with
that dude is not doing anything wrong and he's got some stupid tattoos and they decide that this guy's a gang member, and now you're in a prison in El Salvador and you're not even from El Salvador. And now, you were just a hairdresser or you were a tattoo artist,
Family
or whatever
man.
you are.
Yeah.
You came over here and maybe you got a green card and maybe you don't. Maybe you were just given asylum, because a lot of people from Venezuela were given asylum in America.
Yeah.
And then you get shipped to El Salvador where you're not even from El Salvador. So that the fact that exists scares the shit out of me.
Agree with Joe Rogan on everything, but I think that's very well said. Due process exists for a reason, so that mistakes don't get made and innocent people don't accidentally get shipped to prison, particularly prison in a foreign country. And let's be clear, this administration is capable of making mistakes. They accidentally fired all the people who guard the nuclear stockpile and then had to rehire them. They put war plans in an unsecured signal chat and invited a reporter in by accident. They put up insane tariffs and then the market tanked and they rolled a bunch of them back. The list goes on and on. They said they were going to cancel the Social Security hotline and then realized that was a mistake and walked that back. This administration is capable of making mistakes, just like anyone's capable of making mistakes. The whole reason we have due process, the whole reason we have courts, is so that people don't get sent to jail on a mistake. That is why Mr. Garcia's amendment is so important. Yes, let's deport criminals, but let's have due process to make sure that the people we're deporting actually are criminals and not innocent people who are being shipped to foreign prisons by accident. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Would anyone else wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Ranking Member, you're recognized.
I yield for as much time as he needs, Mr. Garcia.
Oh, no, sir, I was just going to ask for a recorded vote.
Oh, okay. I'll take my time
It's
back.
coming up.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Let me say that, again, we are arguing due process. It is clear that in America, due process is fundamental. We fought wars in this country to abolish slavery. We did a lot of things in this country to make us better. And right now, we're headed in the opposite direction with some of these draconian acts that are being taken up by this administration. We're just trying to reset the table, follow the law. We're not trying to change the law. We're trying to reinforce the current law as it exists. What we are seeing now is not who we are as a country. I implore my Republican colleagues to do soul searching and see whether or not what we are offering is some radical foreign idea called democracy. And if you agree with us, you'll see common sense amendments. Now, if you don't agree with democracy, then you'll oppose it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Would anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing none, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Garcia. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. And the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute is not adopted.
Mr. Chairman,
You recognize.
on that, we ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested and pursuant to Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Are there any other amendments to the
Mr.
amendment in the nature of the substitute? Mr. Swalwell. All
I have
right.
Amendment at the desk.
Swalwell has amendment at desk.
Mr. Chairman, I seek to be recognized.
You're recognized.
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Clerk will distribute the amendment.
Oh, is he next?
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, I jumped my dear friend from Michigan. He's number 5. I'm number 6. Shri, I'm sorry.
No problem.
I'll withdraw and I'll go next. So excited, Mr. Chairman, about this amendment.
The gentleman withdraws his amendment.
Yeah, Shri was next.
Okay. So I think the confusion is that this is the Tanadar amendment that's been distributed, but this is the amendment we're on. Okay, all right. We're on this amendment that just got passed out, so there's no reason to withdraw. Right, yeah, okay. All right. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment to the committee print by the Committee on Homeland Security offered by Mr. Tanadar, number 031.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since the very first day of American experiment with democracy, this nation has functioned under a system of checks and balances that protect the Constitution and the rights of all people within our borders. Within that system, which has kept the people of this nation free for more than 200 years, it is emphatically the province and duty of judicial departments to say what the law is, as Chief Justice John Marshall put it in Marbury versus Madison. Put simply, the Constitution makes the Supreme Court the final word on the constitutional limits of government power, not the president. Nevertheless, the Trump administration has repeatedly engaged in activities that conflict with decisions and orders of the Supreme Court of the United States. For example, the Trump administration wrongfully deported a Maryland man despite an immigration judge having granted him withholding of removal. Trump's own lawyers said that the deportation was an accident, and the Supreme Court ordered that the Trump administration facilitate the man's release from the custody in El Salvador and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador. Nevertheless, the Trump administration has ignored the Supreme Court and done nothing. That poor man is still rotting in a jail in El Salvador, and his family is suffering, having lost a husband, father, and provider. Congress must not enable such lawlessness and fascist fanatism. If we do not stop it now, there will be no democratically elected Congress to stop it later. My amendment would prohibit any of the DHS funds under this reconciliation from being used by the Trump administration to engage in activity that conflicts with the opinion or orders of the Supreme Court. If Congress cannot stand up for the Constitution and laws of the United States, then every person in this country is at risk of being Trump's next target. It is our duty to uphold the oath we took and stand against petty wannabe fascist. The least we can do is stop funding unconstitutional activities that conflict with opinions and orders of the Supreme Court. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and lay back.
Gentlemen yields. Would anyone else wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn, and Mr. Ranking Member, you're recognized.
Again, this is another common sense amendment to reaffirm that the United States of America is a nation of laws. Common sense, it says when the Supreme Court makes a ruling, that's it. Nobody can come in and change it just because they don't like it. A lot of us have been to court on cases. Some we won, some we lost. We didn't try to impeach the judge because we didn't like it, but clearly you can't ignore the edicts of the Supreme Court. So our plea as Democrats to the Republicans on the committee, follow what the Supreme Court says, point blank. That's it. If you don't like it, you can't ignore it because it's still the law. And I compliment the gentleman from Michigan for offering it, but it's also unfortunate that we have to offer something that should be understood by every law-abiding citizen. But it's not.
John Yield, anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing none. The question is now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Thanedar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute is not adopted.
Mr. Chair,
You're recognized.
on that, I ask for recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested pursuant to the committee rule. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of the substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Busy day. Great. Hi, everyone. All right. Thanks for being here. And for everyone watching at home, thank you very much. And for CBAN covering this, always live, which I appreciate. All righty, so obviously a little bit of an announcement. Happy 100 days. I know this was on your calendar, wasn't it? It should be. Happy 100 days, everyone. Just hours after President Trump took the oath of office, Secretary of State Marco Rubio was confirmed in a historic bipartisan vote of 99-0. From day one, he got right to work, and I can certainly attest to that. As I said in my first briefing, Secretary Rubio promised to deliver a foreign policy grounded in President Trump's vision, one that would make America stronger, safer, and more prosperous. 100 days later, that promise is being kept. Secretary Rubio has returned the department to the fundamentals of diplomacy, engaging in the persuasion and power of face-to-face meetings around the globe, reminding our partners that being friends with the United States brings benefits that improve the quality of everyone's lives. Here at the State Department, we are rewarding performance based on merit, demanding accountability for every tax dollar spent, and ensuring every policy serves the interests of the American people. To restore integrity and results-driven foreign assistance, the Department and USAID have saved the American taxpayer billions of dollars by ending outdated and misaligned foreign aid programs. Instead, we are prioritizing core U.S. policies. That includes the life-saving response in Uganda, where more than 75 American experts worked hand in hand with local officials to officially end Uganda's 2025 Ebola outbreak, a tremendous global health achievement. The Secretary has traveled extensively, and don't I know it, to 15 countries, deepening U.S. diplomatic ties and securing major foreign policy wins, from Panama's decision to withdraw from China's Belt and Road initiative, to his leadership in bringing Ukraine and Russia to the table to discuss a path towards peace, leading the nations closer to peace than ever before. His efforts to protect our homeland are having a global impact. We've designated 6 violent Mexican cartels, along with TDA and MS-13, as foreign terrorist organizations to block financial networks and bar their entry into the United States. Our border is more secure than ever, and illegal crossings at our southwest border have dropped by 95% since 2024. This is due to President Trump's leadership and Secretary Rubio's historic action to secure agreements with Guatemala, Panama, and El Salvador to intercept and deport illegal aliens who enter their territories. And to further build regional peace, Secretary Rubio signed a declaration of principles between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda, launching a pathway to stability in the region. In the Middle East, he is actively working with Israel, Arab partners, and the European Union to shape post-war governance in Gaza and lay the groundwork for Arab-led reconstruction efforts, aligning with President Trump's long-term vision for peace in the region. He also has reinforced the United States as the premier strategic partner for Gulf allies, resulting in 2 landmark investment commitments from the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia for technology, defense, and infrastructure. Those deals total $2 trillion in investments. We've also brought Americans home. Through diplomacy, we've helped secure the release of dozens of unjustly detained U.S. citizens, bringing them back to their families where they belong. We've reinstated Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism, sanctioned Iran's shadow oil fleet and Houthi financiers, as well as designated the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization. These steps send a clear message. Under this administration, there will be consequences for supporting terrorism. 100 days in, the results are undeniable. This is American diplomacy, the American people deserve. Decisive, accountable. Morning somewhere in Los Angeles, it's the morning. In Hawaii, it's very early. What can I do for you? Or would you want, should I ask? I will go to Matt Lee first.
I'll start.
Well, no,
Well,
shall we?
Fine.
Finally, I'm asking the questions.
fine with me.
All right, here's what we'll do. We will go with Matt, and then I will come back to you.
I just have 2 very brief.
You set that up as who set this up.
I did not.
All right, sir.
Wait a second.
And now I've missed you. Everyone missed you. It was
Yes, I'm
notably
sorry, I
different
was
here in the
away.
room with you gallivanting around in some reason. But here we are now.
Waiting
We're
for
all
the
together.
Secretary, you never showed up.
Well,
But anyway, so listen, since last week, since I was away last week, and I know this came up last week, but I just want to try and get a fine point, put a fine point on it, which is that tomorrow is the 50th anniversary of the fall of Saigon, and the end of the Vietnam War. There have been reports that the U.S. has instructed or otherwise advised U.S. diplomats in Vietnam not to attend commemoration ceremonies. Is that true? Because the answer that we keep getting is that the U.S. and Vietnam are strong partners, and this, and they invited people, but there's no decision one way or another. So is it correct that they've been told or advised not to attend?
Well, you know, as well as most people here, if not even better, after decades, that I'm not going to discuss conversations that we have with our diplomats here or overseas. But I will, in the event people are curious about the answer you expect, I will provide you an answer, and everyone else as well. The United States and Vietnam have a robust bilateral relationship, and we are committed to deepening and broadening those ties. We look forward to working with the Vietnamese government and the people of Vietnam to address shared challenges and opportunities. And considering, again, half a century ago, when that ended, we now, of course, have a generation, my generation, that it is amazing to be able to say that, to have this relationship with Vietnam as a good relationship, one that's bilateral and robust. So that is a very good example of what can happen over the time of about 50 years.
Okay.
Did you have a second question?
Well, but just on this, I mean, so
Sure.
are U.S. diplomats going to be participating in these?
You know, I'm not going to answer that question. I'm not going to discuss what has been suggested or not suggested or communicated communications with our allies and or our diplomats in foreign countries. Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I have two questions. The first, there's reporting today that 4,000 visas for students with criminal records were revoked in the first 100 days of the administration. That's a number that's higher than we've seen before. So I wanted to see if I could get more fidelity on that. And then I had a different topic.
Well, I know that consular affairs and the State Department do not discuss the details of visas. We do not provide statistics. We do not discuss numbers. And so I would just remind people that certainly I wouldn't comment on a number that has been printed somewhere. What I can tell you is that it's something that we don't provide.
And then separately, there's reporting that Iraq has arrested an ISIS suspect linked to the New Orleans terror attack New Year's. Is the state have any comment on that or any participation?
I spoke with the secretary a little earlier. I did not ask him about that. So let's take that back. And I certainly would hope to speak with him again and can ask him that, and we'll get that back to you certainly. And now, Andrea Mitchell. Yes.
I want to ask about Ukraine.
Okay.
Russia has continuously been bombing Ukraine, Kyiv the other day, more bombing overnight, after calling for a ceremonial ceasefire, a 3-day ceasefire next week to honor, so they can celebrate and honor their World War II victory, but they have still not agreed. I believe almost 50 days since it was first proposed to the ceasefire, the 30-day ceasefire that Ukraine has accepted. And now, as well, Foreign Minister Lavrov in an interview has said that the Russian position includes the demilitarization. He says denazification, which is a false statement, but the demilitarization of Ukraine as part of their agenda, as well as the lifting of sanctions, withdrawing lawsuits, canceling arrest warrants, and the like. First of all, the U.S. reaction to the continual bombing in Ukraine by Russia, and second of all, the Russian demand for demilitarizing. Would the U.S. ever consider requiring the demilitarizing of Ukraine as a condition of a peace plan?
Well, you know, I can't and would not discuss what the options were or what's on the minds of our diplomats. And I understand, and I hear from people outside of this briefing room and certainly from all of you, and it's your job to ask. But that is not something we can do. It's harmful to get ahead of what our experts, what our diplomats, what the Secretary of State, what the President of the United States, the most powerful people in the world meeting to find a resolution to this, and discussing it or speculating does not help. It increases, I think, fear and confusion. So I won't do that. But I do have something I can tell you that the Secretary said to me about the situation just a short time ago, Andrea Mitchell. We are now at a time where concrete proposals need to be delivered by the two parties on how to end this conflict. How we proceed from here is a decision that belongs now to the president. If there is not progress, we will step back as mediators in this process.
Well, he said on Meet the Press that this week was going to be pivotal.
No, sure.
I'm
This sounds like a
paraphrasing.
pivotal statement to me.
Yeah, so is there some sort of a time frame?
Well, he
to what
said
he's
now.
just said?
He said now is the time where concrete proposals need to be delivered by the two parties in the conflict. And if there is not progress, which we leave, of course, I'm not going to speculate on what that timeline means to the president or to the secretary. But that is a very distinct statement from the secretary. Both the secretary and the president are very transparent men. And the American people have been watching this process openly, which itself is kind of a new experience. But that is what he said to me just a little bit ago.
Can you
All right.
speak to his level of frustration with the process? It seems to be
Well,
reflected
no,
in his statement.
I will not channel the secretary. He again is very available. And he has been, again, you saw him this weekend on television, and he's a very clear, transparent man who cares about the nature of what is transpiring on this planet in a very unique position to make a difference. And that is what he wants to do. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tammy. Just to follow up on what the secretary has said, you quoted him as saying concrete proposals need to be delivered by both sides. Proposals on what?
Well, obviously to end the conflict.
So you
I
expect-
mean, we're clearly, it's about what they've been working toward is a ceasefire, a complete, full, durable ceasefire. Right? Not a 3-day moment so you can celebrate something else. A complete and an end to the conflict.
Does this mean that the proposals that the United States had on the table, is it off the table now that you're seeking?
I'm not going to speculate on what the statement that's been made here means about things that have existed or have been discussed before. It's just what he has said today, and I think it's clear.
Fair enough. My second question on North Korea, they acknowledged finally that they apparently have sent their their soldiers to fight for Russia in Ukraine. Does this change your approach, your view to the conflict at all? And any response that you could come up with?
Well, we know this is pretty simple. North Korea is not being helpful. They're not being helpful. There are other nations that also are facilitating this carnage, and their actions make it possible to continue. Third countries, like North Korea, have perpetuated the Russia-Ukraine war, and they bear responsibility for it. We continue, North Korea, I'm speaking about North Korea and other third countries, like North Korea. We continue to be concerned by North Korea's direct involvement in the war, North Korea's deployment to Russia, and any support provided by the Russian Federation to the DPRK in return must end. Russia's training of North Korean soldiers directly violates Security Council resolutions 1718, 1874, and 2270, which collectively impose a broad prohibition on providing or receiving military training or assistance to or from the DPRK. All right. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
On the Middle East, UN Rights Chief Volker Turk today called for concerted efforts to end the Israeli blockade of the Gaza Strip. And Amnesty International accused Israel of committing a live streamed genocide against Palestinians. We heard President Trump on Friday acknowledge the suffering of people in Gaza and the need for aid to go in. What is the department's view of the ongoing blockade, and will the secretary push to lift it? And I have a second question.
President Trump said just a few days ago that there's very big need for medicine and food regarding, of course, Gaza and Gaza aid, and that we are taking care of it. And again, within the framework of the negotiations, the actions, the efforts, as we've discussed, I think every briefing, which is appropriate. I think the President of the United States making that statement, actions being considered and taken, and that the President is working on it.
So we are taking care of it. How will that translate to actual action?
Well, we'll find out. He's not a slow man. Also, the United States, of course, supports the flow of humanitarian aid with safeguards to ensure assistance is not diverted, looted, or misused by terrorist groups such as Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. But for one thing, we certainly, I think I can say generally about the president, is that when he says something, he acts, and he doesn't lollygag. And in this particular case, with both men setting these first 100 days as the hallmark of the nature of where they've both been personally committed, Secretary Rubio and President Trump, it is on peace and ceasefires for both Ukraine and Russia, and certainly in Gaza, and his noting what he wants to accomplish in that. Again, there's a very big need for medicine, food, and we're taking care of it. So it will not be long, I'm sure, to see the results of his work.
There was a second question.
Yes, sir.
Senator Sanders.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Tammy. I wanted to move on to a country which is a neighbor, in fact, Canada. Unless mistaken, I haven't seen any official reaction by the White House or the State Department or officials on the election
I have one.
victory last night of Mark Carney
Yes,
as
indeed.
the Prime Minister. And he pledged today that a united Canada would confront President.
Well, here's what we can say about Canada. The United States extends its congratulations to Prime Minister Mark Carney and his party on their win in Canada's recent federal elections. The U.S.-Canada relationship remains one of the most extensive in the world. We look forward to working with Prime Minister Carney's government particularly on key issues such as trade fairness, combating illegal immigration, halting the flow of fentanyl and other dangerous drugs, and countering the Chinese Communist Party influence in our hemisphere. All right. Yeah, Daphne.
Thank you. On Syria, we're reporting that the Syrian foreign minister is set to meet with senior U.S. State Department officials later today in New York. Who will he meet from state, and what will Washington's message be to him on sanctions relief?
Well, of course, we know that we can confirm that some representatives of the Syrian interim authorities are in New York for various UN meetings, but you knew that. We continue to assess our Syria policy cautiously and will judge the interim authorities by their actions. We are not normalizing diplomatic relations with Syria at this time, and I can preview nothing for you regarding any meetings. I have no meetings at all to be able to describe or to confirm for you.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you? You have
I
one
have
follow-up?
another
One
question on
follow-up.
Cuba, but if there's other questions.
All right, go ahead. Cuba. All
Okay,
right.
Cuba today arrested high-profile dissident Jose Daniel Ferrer for violating the terms of his parole just 3 months after releasing him from jail as part of a Vatican brokered deal with the Biden administration. And Felix Navarro, another high-profile dissident, was also arrested. Does the State Department have any reaction to these arrests?
Yes, we do. We strongly condemn the brutal treatment and unjust detention of Cuban patriots Jose Daniel Ferrer and his wife and young son, as well as Felix Navarro and other pro-democracy activists. We call for immediate release of hundreds of unjustly detained political prisoners and prisoners of conscience that the Cuban regime holds. All right, now who is somebody in the back? We were following up here. Syria? Yes, please. So go ahead.
In the jails in Syria, there are around 9,500 terrorists from ISIS. And I wonder whether the United States is going to ease the sanctions so those terrorists in Syria don't take advantage of the situation there. Also, there was yesterday civil unrest near Damascus. I wonder whether you have any comment on that. Thank you.
I cannot comment on the nature of what's happening inside of Syria or the nature of the reaction of our government or of the State Department. I'm sorry about that. Yes, sir.
Spain and Portugal suffered yesterday a massive blackout. Has the United States provided any support to them, and does it have any information of what were the causes?
Well, yeah, we're all curious about that. It was kind of terrifying to see for all of our friends in Spain and Portugal. One thing I can tell you of interest, of course, also to the State Department, is that there was no impact on the operation of our missions in Spain or Portugal. Electricity was fully restored to our missions as of this morning. And at this point, I could just refer you to the governments of Portugal and Spain for further information about what has happened. I know they're a little too obviously. At this point, I have nothing further. All right. Yes.
I'm following up on your comments from Secretary Rubio on the Ukraine proposals. Our understanding is Ukraine and the Europeans have presented a counter proposal to what was put on the table by the United States. Should we take this as a rejection of their counter proposal?
I think you should take it as what the Secretary meant, which that what is happening now is that what we expect from them are concrete proposals
But if
on how to end this situation. So that's his statement. I would not expand on it as those are the words he used for me. I think it's very, very distinct that now we are at the time where concrete proposals need to be delivered by the two parties on how to end the conflict. How we proceed from here is now a decision of the president's. If there is not progress, we will step back as mediators of the process.
And does he have any follow-on conversations planned with his Ukrainian counterparts?
Nothing that I can report as of this moment, but clearly this is not a closing of the door. This is now a next step, which I hope that we are able to see. Yes, sir.
Do you think that in first 100 days, President Trump was able to make America more great again, make America more rich again, make America more safer again?
Are you setting me up?
No, I'm just asking your opinion. I'm just asking your opinion.
The ultimate freezing moment. I am standing here because of my faith in the President of the United States, to him winning this particular election, knowing from his past what he's accomplished. We, of course, the American people have felt the same way in returning him to this office after 4 years that were not good for the people of this country, economically or otherwise. There are an extraordinary number of accomplishments ranging from the closed border, inflation going down, people at tables to discuss peace and ceasefires that never anyone had imagined or was able to accomplish previously, in addition to the nature of the idea that the State Department, as an example, that we have a responsibility when it comes to the money that is spent, that American taxpayers might have been the forgotten man and woman of the past, but they are now remembered again, and that the money that we spend is theirs, that they have worked for, and a commitment to the values and the nature of what matters to the United States. So we're doing these larger issues, but also, of course, every day we discuss the nature of what's happening in the world based on those values, and these men and women deciding to live their lives, including the men and women who I speak of often in this room, who anonymously have spent lives, decades in many cases, to help make sure that the people leading this country of either party have the information they need to make sure this nation is safe and secure. We now have an administration that is implementing those values and making it clear to the American people. And it's been days, and already we know that tremendous change has happened, and it will continue to happen under the leadership of President Trump, his entire cabinet. But I'm standing at the State Department because of the leadership of Marco Rubio, and it's an exciting and good time for the globe. So the answer is yes.
Yesterday's State Department press statement says that the United States is in touch with the leadership of both Pakistan and India, and
That is correct.
Trying to calm down the situation. Do you have something to say?
Yes, the secretary also gave me a note about that as well, sir. So we are reaching out regarding the Kashmir situation, India and Pakistan, that he said we are reaching out to parties and telling, of course, them to not escalate the situation. The secretary expects to speak with the foreign ministers of Pakistan and India as early as today or tomorrow. He is encouraging other national leaders, other foreign ministers, to also reach out to the countries on this issue. So it is, again, as I've noted, every day action is being taken. In this case, the secretary speaking directly to his counterparts in India and Pakistan, we expect certainly the impact he's usually had with the individuals he's spoken with, and certainly with President Trump, leadership, India and Pakistan, having those conversations. It's very important for them. And yes, sir, yes, I've been.
There were, on Monday, 68 mostly Ethiopian migrants killed in a detention center in Yemen. Are you in a position to confirm now that this was the result of US military action?
I'm not prepared to speak about that. What I can tell you is that Houthi attacks continue to hinder international trade routes in the Red Sea region and have cost the global economy billions. That must stop. And we are aware of various reports in the region, and we are referring questions first to the Department of Defense, but also I will have us take this back to see what more we can have for you later this week regarding that issue. Absolutely.
And just
follow up on Pakistan.
All right, Pakistan, certainly.
A Pakistani minister made a statement about performing dirty work for the United States, but also denying the existence of Lashkar-e-Toiba in Pakistan. What is the State Department's response to that?
Well, as I've noted, the only thing I'm really prepared to discuss here is the fact that the Secretary of State is going to be speaking with the foreign ministers of both countries.
And will that be raised? Will that be
What I
raised?
can tell you, obviously, we're also monitoring the developments across the board in that region. We, as you know, at multiple levels, I have to say, are in touch with the governments of India and Pakistan, not just at the foreign minister level, certainly, but at multiple levels. We, of course, are encouraging all parties to work together for a responsible solution. The world is watching this, but I have no additional details in that regard. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
On whether there has been any further collaboration between the United States and Pakistan since Pakistan facilitated the arrest of an ISIS suspect last month.
Yeah, I recall that we appreciated that arrest when it occurred. I said so here at this podium. But at this point, I think what we should all be looking for is the results of the conversations the Secretary has today with the foreign ministers of both of those countries.
Tammy on Pakistan follow-up, please.
Yes, certainly. Go ahead.
Congratulations on your 100 days completion.
Thank you, sir.
So the Secretary, Senor Rubio already spoke to Pakistan foreign minister in these 100 days. But the problem is that the entire US Congress has voted that the election last year were rigged. Recently, your congressional leaders went to Pakistan, which includes a general, very respectable general. He said that things are not going well, and unelected leaders are ruling Pakistan illegally. So,
well, yes, this
are
is,
these
we
the
have a
people
very
you
specific environment right now, with very specific requirements that the Secretary of State is taking care of and engaging in. And we're going to leave it at that. And as a matter of fact, I've got an event I need to be going to regarding.
just one
Yeah,
on
as a matter of fact,
Afghanistan.
we'll take one
Just
more
one
question
on
perhaps
Afghanistan.
on this issue. The young
Miss-
man there with the glasses there in the center here. Yes, sir.
I mean, moving to Indo-Pacific a little bit. First question on Taiwan. Today marks the first 100-day of Trump administration, but also marks the 100th day that we don't have an AIT chairperson yet. So when can we expect a new AIT chairperson? Second question being that I don't think Secretary Rubio has traveled to Asia. Does he have any plan to travel to Asia in near future and meeting with his Chinese counterpart in near future? Thank you.
Well, I don't have an answer to the first question. We can perhaps take that back and see if we can get something for you. And at this point in time, I don't have anything to report to you about the Secretary's travels. But what I will tell you as to what I am going to here is the Secretary meeting with families of Japanese abductees. He is going to be meeting with a delegation of the Japanese legislative members, family members, and advocates for Japanese citizens abducted by North Korea. We will have a readout for you that will be released following that meeting. And that is what I'm heading to now. Thank you all very much. We have a very, very exciting week and happy 100 days. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Ranking member has an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I think be recognized.
You're recognized.
I would like to reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Clerk will distribute the amendment.
You got
Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print by the Committee on Homeland Security offered by Mr. Thompson of Mississippi, number 004.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman, the ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Nome and other officials in the Trump-Musk administration continue to openly discuss dismantling FEMA, the one agency dedicated to assisting Americans in the aftermath of disasters. Secretary Nome has even proudly declared we're going to eliminate FEMA. This reckless effort to dismantle FEMA with hurricane seasons 5 weeks away is misguided and a direct threat to the well-being of Americans who rely on federal disaster relief and emergency support during their most vulnerable moments. The FEMA we have today is a result of constant collaboration with stakeholders and informed by the lessons learned from larger scale disasters and emergencies like Hurricane Andrew, Katrina, Sandy, Harvey, and Maria, the Oklahoma City bombing, and the 9/11 terrorist attack. Building a framework from which FEMA operates critical programs that serve as a lifeline to communities after disasters. For the life of me, I can't understand why right now Arkansas and Mississippi have requested disaster declaration from the president, and he's refusing to give it. North Carolina is struggling. We're a better country than this. Usually when state and local resources are overrun, FEMA is the cavalry. They always come with the necessary resources to do it. If you don't believe me, my Republican colleague, talk to your local EMA director. Mr. Chairman, I want to quote some statistics. It said that 95.5% of U.S. residents live in counties with recent disaster declaration. All Senate and 95% of all House of Representative districts have had at least one federally declared disaster in its time. Washington County, Vermont, has the highest number of disaster declarations in the nation. New Hampshire, Vermont, Kentucky, Kentucky, and Kentucky follows often. California, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Iowa, Vermont, Alaska, and Mississippi have over 25 disaster declarations each. 80% of states have more than 10 disaster declarations. So clearly, we need FEMA's help. Unfortunately, this administration wants to do away with it. My amendment ensures that none of the funds in this bill can be used to plan for or assist in implement any action that would diminish or eliminate the essential functions and responsibilities of FEMA. My amendment will ensure that this committee does its part to stop the Trump administration's ongoing attack on FEMA and its vital support to the American communities. Wouldn't it be nice if we had the FEMA director come before this committee and talk to us? We've not had it. Wouldn't it be nice to have the Secretary of Homeland Security to come and talk to us why she wants to get rid of FEMA? We can't get them here, but she can go all around the world for photo ops, but she can't come to the committee of jurisdiction. We can do better than that. We're a better country than that, and I hope after this hearing, we can get some of these people to come and answer the questions that we read on Twitter and other social media platforms, but you can't come before the committee of jurisdiction. My amendment will ensure that this committee does its part to stop the Trump administration's ongoing attack on FEMA and its vital support to American communities. Already said, June is almost here, beginning of hurricane season. Some of the states that are represented by members on this committee will be adversely impacted, unfortunately, by these disasters. Disasters don't choose what party, they don't choose anything, they just happen. And when they happen, FEMA is there as a cavalry to back up state and locals. I don't see why we need to do away with it. States don't have the capacity to do it, and obviously locals don't either. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Would anyone else?
Chair, I would drop my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Anyone else care to make a comment on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I want to insert in the record an article called Rebuild by Design.
So ordered. Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing none, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Thompson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute is not adopted.
Mr. Chairman,
You're recognized.
on that act for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Kennedy has an amendment.
Yes, sir. I have an amendment at the desk
Clerk-
number 28.
Clerk will distribute the amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
You recognized?
reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Okay, thanks. So ordered. You were in a state legislature, weren't you? You were in a state legislature. weren't
Yes, sir.
you? Yeah, I thought so. That's how they do it in the States. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. The committee print by Committee on Homeland Security offered by Mr. Kennedy of New York, number 028.
As Mr. Kennedy requested, it's read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is simple. It states that none of the funds appropriated by the underlying bill may be used to reduce or diminish FEMA personnel or operational capacity. Over the last 100 days of President Trump's second term, we've seen a barrage of attacks against FEMA. There has been a systematic, targeted effort to undermine and dismantle the lone federal agency responsible for helping communities when disaster strikes. This administration has eliminated over 200 FEMA employees, canceled emergency management programs, and is now planning to make it harder for communities like mine to qualify for disaster assistance. FEMA was already short-staffed before Elon and his teenage cronies stormed into the headquarters. Now, with 20% of its workforce reportedly leaving, the agency's resources will be even more scarce. Just as severe storms are making their way across the Midwest and Eastern Great Lakes as we speak. As ranking member of the subcommittee that oversees FEMA, it's my duty to defend the agency and the hardworking professionals who conduct its life-saving mission. Attacking the workforce responsible for helping communities recover makes us less safe. It's less risk. My amendment ensures that no funding allocated through this legislation can be used to gut the agency or hand further buyouts to hundreds of FEMA staff. While Trump tells Americans they're on their own when disaster strikes, whether it's a hurricane, wildfire, flood, or snowstorm, my amendment makes it clearer. Democrats are standing up to protect emergency response, strengthen preparedness, and build resilience. Every member here will one day have to answer a simple question. When disaster struck, did you fight to protect your constituents? Did you play politics for their safety? Disasters don't discriminate. They often strike without warning. Every one of our communities is vulnerable, and we owe it to our constituents to be ready. Americans deserve a government that shows up in a crisis, not one that strips away resources for communities they need most. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Would anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing none, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Kennedy. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted.
Mr. Chairman,
You're recognized.
on that, I ask for a recorded vote.
Ranking member asked for a recorded vote. Pursuant to committee rule, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to desk.
Mr. Swalwell, you're recognized. Orwell has an amendment. You're
Reserve.
recognized.
Reserve for point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Clerk, distribute the amendment. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print by the Committee on Homeland Security, offered by Mr. Swalwell, number 006.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Don't doge our veterans. That's the simple nature of this amendment. They have served our country with everything within them. They and their families have sacrificed on behalf of this country, and for so many of them, when they complete their service to our country in the military, they go to another government agency. They go to FEMA. They go to the Secret Service. They go to Customs and Border Patrol. They go to ICE. They work for the Coast Guard. They work for TSA. It's a bridge from their service to take the skills that they've acquired and to have a fulfilling career so that they can protect our country and also provide for our families. This amendment simply says, do not fire our veterans, and that no funds and no act in this title may use to terminate the employment of any veteran who works at the Department of Homeland Security. Of all the people who we should value, who serve our government, we should put our veterans first. So if you vote for this amendment, you are voting to protect our veterans and their jobs. If you vote against this amendment, you are voting in favor of firing our veterans. And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to withdraw my point of order.
So ordered. Point of order is withdrawn. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Johnson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank my colleague for bringing this amendment to protect our veterans. I think that the discussion of the veterans is something we need to have in this context, because there are many veterans on this committee and that serve in this body, but who fight to defend the values of democracy across the world. They risk their lives, they lose their lives, to protect due process, to protect our constitutional values, that you're not going to be hauled up and yanked out of this country as a child without your opportunity of due process in court. And veterans have put their lives on the line. We fly the flag around here. We pledge allegiance to the flag every day. And the reason we fight in our country is because of the sacrifice that veterans make to keep us not only safe here on our homeland, but to advance the democratic values that we share across the world, and to protect those values. They die for those values. They give their whole lives for their values. Their families sacrifice for these values. These values that this committee today is dismissing like a piece of trash. Because when we ignore the constitutional principles of our democracy that veterans defend with everything they have, it's reprehensible what is going on in this country for the wrongful deportation of United States citizens. Veterans, they didn't sacrifice their lives for that. And when they come in and they get rehired, to your point, in a reemployment program, to be summarily dismissed, again, dishonors their sacrifice. So I just thank you so much for your amendment, and I encourage all of our colleagues here today to support it. And with that, I
Bill yields. Are there other members who wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
I yield to Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank my colleague, Rep. Swalwell, for bringing this forward. I want to say thank you to all our veterans that serve on this committee, all the veterans that are in this room, and the veterans of America. Our veterans deserve better than what this administration has been treating them, how this administration has been treating them, with great disrespect and quite frankly, not living up to the promise that this nation made when our men and women signed up and answered the call and put on that uniform. And what we've seen is thousands of our great veterans that have so nobly served this country in active service, that once they were done, they came back to public service to continue serving our great nation in the federal government. And one of the privileges I have is serving on the Veterans Affairs Committee, and we're constantly dealing with issues around veterans. That includes the fact that when these arbitrary cuts happened from this administration, there was absolutely zero attention our service disabled veterans. And so this is a way to protect our veterans from any further disrespectful cuts that hurt them, further cuts into the promise that was made to our veterans. And this is a simple, common sense protection that ensures that our veterans get treated with the dignity and the respect that they have earned and that they deserve. And I'm proud to support it. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Are there any other members who wish to speak on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member is recognized.
Thank you so much. I appreciate my colleague from California offering this amendment. Veterans, when they are engaged in going to the military, we make promises. We talk about health care. We talk about if you stay long enough for retirement. But if you choose to come out either early or retire, you can go back to school. You can purchase a home. There are a lot of things we make affordable to veterans, but the other thing we do is we offer something called Veterans Preference for employment with the federal government. So we give you a little plus up if you are a veteran. That's because we care about you. And so what you're saying is, okay, we're gonna care about you a little more. It doesn't matter whether Elon Musk or Donald Trump or whomever come after your job, we're gonna protect you because you're a veteran. Right now, if you've heard the stories that I've heard from veterans, they feel like they've been lied to. They put their lives on the line, but they come back here and all they want is a job. They get the job, and then they get an email from somebody they don't know telling them they're fired or they got 5 days to do whatever. That's not how we treat our veterans. So I support this resolution from the gentleman from California, and I would encourage my Republican colleagues who every so often admit their love for veterans to support it also.
The gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to speak on this amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Swalwell. All those opposed, or I'm sorry, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment to the amendment nature of substitute is not adopted.
Recorded vote, please, Mr. Chair.
Recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7 Charlie. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Are there any other amendments? The amendment in the nature of substitute.
Mr. Chairman.
There.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Poe number 1.
Mr. Chairman. What purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that a unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Very well. The clerk will still distribute the amendment. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print by the Committee on Homeland Security offered by
Objection to be dispensed with. The gentlewoman.
On 9/11, Congress has invested in dozens of Homeland Security programs to keep Americans safe. These FEMA grants support first responders, protect houses of worship, and help local government keep critical infrastructure secure. Since January, the Trump administration has held hostage FEMA grants under a so-called funding freeze. Programs that this committee has supported, such as the Nonprofit Security Grant Program, has been subjected to this freeze. FEMA has persisted in blocking over $1 billion, including those that support wildfire prevention, flood mitigation, and disaster preparedness. That is why in February, New Jersey joined 22 other states in a lawsuit to unlock these funds. Under court orders, FEMA has refused to release the money. Even if the administration relents and obeys the court order, the damage has been done. FEMA now has a history of not paying rightfully owed to our communities. That is just wrong. My amendment would stop FEMA from any more delays. It would prevent the agency from withholding grant funds that our communities have already been awarded. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and let responders do their jobs. We must protect the integrity of FEMA's programs to ensure that communities have the resources that they need to stay safe and rebuild. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr.
Chairman, I withdraw point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Do any of the members wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment to the amendment nature of substitute is not adopted.
Mr. Chairman, on that, we ask for a recorded vote.
Court of vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
For what purpose does the Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Very well, the clerk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment. Clerk will report.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print by the Committee on Homeland Security.
That objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak in favor of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this amendment does is it ensures that the federal government does its job with respect to FEMA and does not abdicate all of their obligations to the American people, to state and local governments. In 2021, Texas was hit with a devastating winter storm that killed 246 people. And when Texans were left without power for days, it was FEMA and President Joe Biden who quickly came to support Texans. If we did not have FEMA and President Biden's support, that recovery would have been incredibly difficult and painful for our state. The Trump administration is hell-bent on leaving states and locals on their own during these disasters. And Donald Trump has said for himself that he is considered abolishing FEMA. And this is absolutely outrageous. FEMA is the guard post. Natural disasters don't pick Republican or Democratic states. Natural disasters hit us with reckless abandon. And the other problem is natural disasters often involve more than one state, which is why we need a coherent federal response. Nature's hell has no fury, but what we do have now is a federal government of increasing storm intensity and devastation. And so what this committee is now doing is saying, the federal government, we're just not going to do our job. We're going to turn it over to other levels because we don't care and we're not going to pay attention to the plight of the American people. FEMA has been a program that has been the safety net for multiple states, Republican states, Democratic states, purple states, the American United States. It's North Carolina, it's Georgia, it's Florida, it's California, it's Texas, it's New York, it's Ohio. Every state in this country has benefited from FEMA. Every one of your constituents have benefited from FEMA. FEMA is crucial to getting the business lifeline of our country back up and going so people can slowly get their lives put together as quickly as possible. And what my amendment does is says the federal government is going to do its job. We expect everyone in the American public to go do your job, and we're telling the federal government to do its job. In fact, but the Republicans, if you don't support this amendment, you're basically saying, you know, hardworking folks out there in the United States, you have to go, you do your job every day because we're not going to be here for you because we're not going to do our job. And I think that is absolutely wrong. The federal government should do its job. It needs to protect people. It needs to be there for the American public in the event of a natural disaster and continue to fulfill its obligations under FEMA. And I urge my colleagues to support this bill and amendment, and I yield back.
Generally yields back. The gentleman still insists on a point of order.
I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing none.
Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member is recognized.
You know, there's a common sense occurrence offered by this amendment that we all will face at some point. Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, California, several other states are already having recently declared disasters. Mississippi is operating a disaster already. I can't imagine those states having to shoulder that burden themselves. Many of the states in Harris County, EMA director is part-time. And so you got a situation where you're pushing a burden on local communities that they don't have the capacity to manage. And again, FEMA role is when all state and local resources have been overrun, they're the cavalry. They come and fix things. I shudder to think, had we not had a FEMA when 9/11 occurred, there's no question. It was there. We all embraced it. My area of the country was devastated by Hurricane Katrina. And so I don't understand why we're trying to be so mean to people in their weakest moment. by denying them access to federal resources that we've designed. And the worst thing that we can do is have 50 individual FEMAs at each state. You have absolutely no standard. And part of what FEMA has put in place is a standard for disaster response and recovery. And so even the least of these in time of disaster deserves a government that cares. I encourage my colleagues to support the Common Sense Amendment, and I would ask my Republican colleagues to reflect on the disasters that you've had in your respective districts and what would have happened had FEMA not been there to respond. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any other further discussion? There being none, the question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. No. Independent chair, the noes have it. The amendment to the amendment initiative substitute is not adopted.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentlelady is
number 11.
recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
So ordered.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman is recognized.
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will distribute. Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, I am offering an amendment in response to the deeply troubling actions taken by the Department of Homeland Security regarding student visa revocations. My amendment would ensure that none of the funds made available by this title may be used to deport, remove, or expel any non-citizen student whose legal status was terminated or whose visa was revoked. And first provides notice of the termination or revocation to the affected academic institution and provides clear guidelines to the public and the department's workforce on activities that may result in the termination of legal status of a student. The great state of New Jersey, home to some of the nation's premier institutions of higher learning, including Rutgers University, NJIT, Princeton University, Montclair State University, and St. Peter's University. These schools are reporting a sharp and unexplained rise in student visa revocations. In many cases, these revocations are made without warning, justification, or even notification to the universities involved. This is devastating for countless students across our country who are beginning in the midst of or nearing the completion of their studies in a land they believed was full of opportunity. Many are now being forced to abandon the progress, research, and innovation they have achieved in their respective institutions. This not only disrupts their futures, but also sets our nation back. The current process lacks transparency, consistency, and basic fairness, and it is causing chaos for students, families, and institutions in my district and across the nation and your districts. The current process, these students are not national security threats. They are innovators, STEM scholars, public health researchers, and future leaders and educators. Their presence supports both our local economy and our national competitiveness. Yet, DHS's actions have been indiscriminate, disruptive, and frankly, unjust. Reports indicate that more than 1,500 students across 250 colleges and universities have had visas revoked in the past month alone. We cannot allow this lack of transparency to continue. DHS must implement transparency, notification, and oversight measures before further harm is done. This is not just a policy failure, it's a moral one. And I urge my colleagues to support my amendment so we can restore fairness, communication, and accountability to the process. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. As the
Mr.
gentleman
Chairman,
says. Go ahead.
I withdraw my objection.
Point of order is withdrawn. Are there any further discussion points on this amendment? Hearing none, the question now offered by Ms. McIver. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I ask for the recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Are there other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that unanimous be consent that the amendment be considered as read.
So ordered. Gentleman is
Chairman,
recognized.
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will distribute. Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the gentlelady from Texas is recognized to speak in favor of the amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment addresses students, non-citizen students who are subject for termination to be provided two things: notice of the basis for why, and a meaningful opportunity to challenge. Notice and due process before we terminate your rights to continue your studies in this country. Across the country and in the district, thousands of international students at hundreds of colleges have their visas revoked or legal status terminated without notice. Earlier this month, DHS and ICE terminated the legal status of 4,700 international students without even notifying their colleges or the students themselves. More than 260 international students in Texas and 19 in my district at the University of Texas at Dallas. The department based these terminations on minor infractions like traffic tickets and dismissed charges. In some case, ICE targeted students who were never ever arrested and had zero infractions of any kind. These are kids who have been vetted, screened, and gone through arduous processes to come and study and further their education in the United States because we have the best academic system in the world. Stripping these students of their legal status has nothing to do with border security. It does nothing to make us safer. It just turns lives upside down, and it helps inflate ICE's deportation quotas. It's talking points at the expense of lives. It also makes any international student think twice before wanting to attend a U.S. university. This doesn't just affect international students. Many colleges and local communities rely on funding from international students to help subsidize the cost of enrolling Americans and growing their economy. Last year alone, international students added $44 billion to the U.S. economy and supported more than 378,000 jobs. After losing again and again in court over this issue, the administration finally licked its wounds and reversed course this past Friday. But it's too late for the many students already forced back to their home countries after investing years and money into their education. My amendment makes sure this nonsense doesn't happen again by preventing DHS from removing any international student without providing that student, again, due process. Again, due process, this has been a subject of conversation all day today. Are we a country of laws? Yes or no? Are we a country who respects due process as required by the Fifth Amendment of our Constitution? Yes or no? Right now, the silence in this room by those of the other side is indicative that you don't care. Where is due process? Where's your respect for it? Are you going to support these amendments that stand up for the rule of law I guess the Democratic Party is the rule of law party. Is that where we are? Because the Democratic Party is standing up for the rule of law and due process in this country, and Republicans are abdicating it. It's outrageous, and due process has to mean something. That is the whole foundational tenet of our Constitution. Due process law. We are so lost right now as a Congress, as a country. If this is where we are, I can't believe it. And the American people can't believe it. And we have an opportunity to actually stand up for our constitutional principles and values and lead, to say, you know what, the rule of law means something in this country. Due process in our Constitution means something in this country. Scary times. I yield back.
Generally yields.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman's
I withdraw my
recognized.
point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Do any members wish to speak on this amendment? Hearing none. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by Ms. Johnson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized. Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C for the proceedings of this question are postponed. Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered read.
So ordered. Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Clerk will distribute. Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized to speak in favor of the amendment for 5 minutes.
Can you get me? Make sure I read the right one.
Mr. Hernandez, you're raising there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, since 1996, the United States has deported at least 94,000 military veterans. These men and women chose to risk their lives to the country and swore an oath to protect it, a country that they weren't even born in. And it's often because, like many other immigrants, they believe in the American dream. There's about 700,000 foreign-born veterans and another 45,000 foreign-born active service members in the U.S. Armed Forces right now. Allowing the continued deportation of veterans with this bill turns our back on the thousands of men and women who have served honorably and courageously. Allowing the use of taxpayer dollars to deport veterans not only breaks apart military families, but also slaps them in the face for their sacrifice. We owe it to all veterans, regardless of their immigration status, to have the opportunity to remain in the United States. My amendment prohibits the Department from using any funds in this bill to remove any U.S. military veteran who was honorably discharged. I hope my colleagues across the aisle can agree that Congress honors service and we shouldn't deport it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman.
I withdraw my point.
Order is withdrawn. Would anyone else like to comment on the amendment? Hearing none, the question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Hernandez. Who offered this one? Okay, yep. I was out of the room. Sorry. My apologies. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, or the noes have it, and the amendment is, in the nature of a substitute, is not adopted.
Mr. Chairman,
You're recognized.
on that, we ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. The C for proceedings on this question are postponed. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Ramirez 13.
Mr. Ramirez has an amendment. The clerk will distribute the amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
You're recognized.
I reserve a point of order.
Order reserved. library. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print by the Committee on Homeland Security, offered by Mrs. Ramirez of Illinois, number 013.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The president's use of a military prison in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, to detain migrants is unconscionable. The president said the facility would be used to hold the worst of the worst, Secretary Noem agreed. But media reports show that the administration has wasted millions of taxpayer dollars to fly nonviolent, low-risk detainees with no serious criminal record to maximum security prison in Guantanamo. In fact, one migrant at the facility was arrested for riding his bicycle on the wrong side of the road. Another was charged with a misdemeanor for allegedly shoplifting at Target. So how much does sending migrants to Guantanamo Bay cost? I'm sure my colleagues who are supposedly all concerned about cost-cutting measures to fund tax cuts for billionaires are interested in knowing $40 million just to temporarily jail 400 migrants for 6 weeks. Let me repeat that. $40 million to temporarily jail 400 migrants for 6 weeks. The American people might be surprised to know that over 3 million of that went into just propping up tents that failed to meet basic standards, and they couldn't even use them to house migrants. In fact, many of those tents have already been taken down. My amendment is pretty straightforward. Not a single dollar should be wasted to violate people's due process, the word we've been using all day, and traffic migrants to an offshore prison in Cuba. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to also enter into record, with unanimous consent, a letter I sent to the committee on February 20th around Guantanamo oversight.
So ordered.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Would anyone else wish to?
Mr. Chairman. I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Would anyone else wish to comment on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute is not adopted.
Mr. Chairman,
You're
I
recognized.
request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Kennedy, number 29.
Mr. Kennedy has an amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
You're
reserve a point
recognized.
of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print by the Committee on Homeland Security, offered by Mr. Kennedy of New York, number 029.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. And Mr. Kennedy is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Trump administration appears committed to destroying our economy as well as key partnerships with our allies around the world. My amendment would insert language to prevent CBP from imposing, collecting, or enforcing any tariff on goods imported from Canada, except as required to comply with obligations under international agreements or authorized by an act of Congress. Simply put, President Trump's tariffs on Canada are a tax on hardworking families across the U.S. This is especially true in Western New York, which relies on stable, reliable, and regular trade with Canada to fuel our regional economy. Trade with our neighbor to the north supports tens of thousands of jobs in my district alone. Every year, Canada purchases over $500 million in economic goods from my district. New York's 26th. In the last 100 days, we've seen a game of tariff roulette ensue, including the imposition of tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum, as well as a 25% blanket tariff on non-USMCA compliant Canadian goods. This has been and continues to be detrimental to local U.S. economies in both Republican and Democratic districts. As prices on everyday goods continue to skyrocket and our Republican colleagues threaten to cut Medicaid, we need to do what we can to make the cost of living lower for hardworking people in this country. Prohibiting tariffs on our Canadian partners will keep the cost of goods down, and I believe this is something all of our colleagues can support. This amendment puts a stop to Trump's reckless tariffs against our Canadian ally unless they've been negotiated under international agreements. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman. Gentleman yields, you recognize.
I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Would anyone else care to become an amendment? There being none, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Kennedy. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute is not adopted.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request a recorded.
Requests recorded vote pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Hernandez, number 28.
Mr. Hernandez has an amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized. Or reserve clerk will distribute the amendment. Minutes after the last vote is called. The last vote is called. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print by the Committee on Homeland Security offered by Mr. Hernandez, number 028.
Mr. Chairman, I ask the unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
So ordered.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
I think you already did that. Yeah.
I withdraw my point of order.
The gentleman withdraws his point of order. Without objection, the reading is dismissed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Residents of Puerto Rico and all the Commonwealths and territories are American citizens who deserve the same access to FEMA grant resources as those living in the 50 states and Washington, D.C. While Puerto Rico currently receives state Homeland Security grant program funding, excluding territories and Commonwealths from the text of the underlying bill sends a harmful message that we are less important. After disasters like Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico experienced delayed and insufficient federal support. Including in the text of this bill, the term territories will ensure that Puerto Rico is not excluded as an afterthought in a future national emergency response. My amendment would ensure that $2.5 billion in FEMA grant funding in this bill would go to communities like mine, who deserve representation and opportunity to compete for federal funding. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Would anyone else care to comment on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Hernandez. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute is not adopted.
On that, we ask for a recorded.
A recorded vote is requested pursuant to Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Have they called votes?
Okay. We'll stand in recess until 30 minutes after the last vote is called.
Ability to prevent perpetual occupation and violence. My call to member states is clear and urgent. Take irreversible action towards implementing a two-state solution. Do not let extremists on any side undermine what remains of the peace process. The high-level conference in June, co-chaired by France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, is an important opportunity to mobilize international support. I encourage member states to go beyond affirmations and to think creatively about the concrete steps they will take to support a viable two-state solution before it is too late. At the same time, the Palestinian Authority needs stepped up and sustained support, politically and financially, and this is crucial to ensure the continued viability of Palestinian institutions, consolidate ongoing reforms, and enable the PA to resume its full responsibilities in Gaza. Mr. President, at this inch point of history for the people of the Middle East, and on this issue on which so much hinges, leaders must stand and deliver. Show the political courage and exercise the political will to make good on this central question for peace, for Palestinians, Israelis, the region, and humanity. Thank you.
Je remercie le secrétaire général de son
I thank
exposé
the
et je donne
Secretary
maintenant
General
la
for
parole
his
à
statement, and
l'observateur
I give the
permanent
floor to
de
the
l'État observateur de
permanent
Palestine.
observer of the Observer State of Palestine. You have the floor.
Mr. President, allow me at the outset to express our appreciation for your decision to chair this very important meeting at ministerial level and for the important role France plays on this council and in support of efforts for peace in our region. I want also to welcome all ministers who are with us today. Allow me further to thank the Secretary General for not allowing the world to look away or forget Gaza and the occupied Palestinian territory, reminding them of their obligations and for being a strong voice for humanity and peace. I want also to thank him for being with us today and for his statement, along with the statement of his head of the legal department on behalf of the Secretary General yesterday at The Hague before we presented our opinion. Allow me also to convey our utmost respect for the UN and its heroic personnel on the ground who are risking their lives to save lives. The Security Council has adopted binding resolutions with clear goals: stopping the bloodshed, humanitarian aid reaching those who desperately need it, releasing hostages and detainees, preventing forcible displacement and any attempts at annexation, achieving the two-state solution. The world rallied behind these goals, and yet the reality today is a declared punitive siege by Israel over Gaza to deprive 2 million Palestinians, half of them children, of food and water and medicine and electricity, and all other essentials of life while they endure unbearable, inhumane conditions. There is no shortage of bombs falling on Gaza, but there is an imposed shortage of everything else. Starvation as a weapon of war against an entire civilian population that is still being bombarded relentlessly. Families of hostages and detainees are growing more desperate every day. Their plans for forcible displacement and annexations are well underway, and Israeli leaders no longer feel the need to disguise or hide their nefarious intentions. We cannot surrender to this situation. Let me repeat, we cannot surrender to this situation. We must bring it to an end. An immediate ceasefire must be resumed and all objectives must be achieved. President Trump, in his latest conversation with the Israeli Prime Minister, stressed what he called, in his own words, the need to be good to Gaza, given how people there are suffering, and signaling specifically that the United States are pushing to secure the entry of food and medicines to Gaza. We deeply hope that the United States, Egypt, and Qatar, with the support of the international community as a whole, will be able to secure a return to the ceasefire to start bringing all this suffering to an end. Mr. President, there is a way out of this nightmare for everyone's benefit. President Abbas, in his address to the PLO Central Council, made it clear that we want peace. I repeat, we want peace, not only for ourselves, but for all. That we are committed to the rule of international law and want to see it prevail. That we believe that the peaceful approach is the one that can deliver our people's rights, and that there is no justification for harming civilians, whether Palestinians or Israelis. At the same meeting, the PLO Central Council established the position of Vice President of the PLO and the State of Palestine, held since by Mr. Hussein Sheikh. I was supposed to attend the Central Council in Ramallah. Instead, Israel, after holding me up for 5 hours, denied me entry to my own country that I proudly represent here. I am a Palestinian born in Palestine to Palestinian parents. And I am prohibited from entering my own country. This is a very small part of the collective punishment imposed on all Palestinians and of the denial of our existence and rights as a nation and as individuals. Mr. President, you have on one side a Palestinian leadership committed to nonviolence, and on the other hand, an Israeli leadership unleashing the worst forms of violence against an entire civilian population. You have a Palestinian leadership that is clearly and unequivocally committed to the two-state solution, and an Israeli leadership decided to its destruction. You have a Palestinian leadership that is showing restraint and acting responsibly, and you have an Israeli leadership whose actions are dictated by its populist and fanatical views. You have a Palestinian leadership committed to international law and aligned with the international consensus, and an Israeli leadership that considers that the rules depend on the identity of the victims and the identity of the perpetrators, demanding impunity for its crimes and considering our very existence a crime. You have a Palestinian leadership that has been responsive to demands for reforms, and an Israeli leadership that has flatly rejected change. You have a Palestinian leadership committed to a simple and yet essential idea: live and let live, and an Israeli leadership that believes that the existence of one people requires destruction of another. The international community has determined a long time ago that there is not a people too many in the Middle East, but an independent state missing, the independent state of Palestine. Mr. President, there are solutions for those not searching for excuses to prolong the war and unbearable human suffering. There are solutions whereby Hamas would no longer rule Gaza, and transitional governance arrangements would set the stage for the PA to assume its responsibilities in the Gaza Strip. There are solutions for the reconstruction of the massive destruction Israel has caused in Gaza without displacing its population. There are solutions for ending this illegal occupation and conflict and an era of shared peace, security, and prosperity. In this regard, Arab countries have displayed leadership that has been commended worldwide. Egypt and Qatar mediating the ceasefire. Arab countries taking the lead when it comes to humanitarian aid through Jordan and Egypt. The responsible roles played by Algeria and the United Arab Emirates in this council over the course of the last 2 years. The Arab Reconstruction Plan, endorsed by the OIC and supported by international partners. The leading role of Saudi Arabia and as chair of the Arab Islamic Committee and as co-chair of the Global Alliance with Norway and the EU, and so-called chair of the June Peace Conference with France. International partners have welcomed, have joined, have contributed to, and have helped advance these initiatives, all seeking just and lasting peace. The international mobilization has never been stronger to confront a reality that has never been darker. We see this mobilizations here in the Council, in the General Assembly, at the International Court of Justice, all determined to uphold international law to end this most painful and historic injustice. As we approach the June conference on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution, we call on all states to do all that they can to uphold international law, support our right to self-determination, and salvage peace. We endorse the call of the Secretary General when he said to all of you and those who are outside this room, this is the time for action, not the reiteration of what we agreed to. This is the time for action. We call on those who have yet to do so to recognize the state of Palestine without any further delay, as a clear signal that they will not tolerate its destruction and the destruction of the two-state solution. We believe, Mr. President, that your country in this regard can play a pivotal role. We call on all states to take measures against settlement colonization and against annexation and forcible displacement, and to end Israel's unlawful presence in the occupied Palestinian territory in line with the ICJ advisory opinion. We call on all states to support the Palestinian government, which shown clear commitment to reform and peace, and support politically and financially the Arab Reconstruction Plan, and to continue supporting UNRWA. Mr. President, the Palestinian people are in a cage, killed and starved, day after day after day. As Pope Francis said, this is not war, this is cruelty. Our greatest fear is that the world is growing accustomed to such horrors, that while it condemns Israelis' actions, it feels powerless to stop them. But we ask all countries not to surrender to this self-inflicted powerlessness. Let me repeat. We ask all countries not to surrender to this self-inflicted powerlessness. These atrocities have no moral or legal justifications. This genocide has to end, and life must prevail. The Palestinian people are entitled to international protection for as long as they are trapped under military occupation. A ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, which remains, should also be accompanied by an end of attacks and repression by Israeli occupation forces and settlers across the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, which are displacing entire communities. Mr. President, Prime Minister Netanyahu delivered another delusional speech 2 days ago. He insisted once again that the two-state solution meant the destruction of Israel. He said, and I quote, Hamas says we will destroy Israel by terror and right away. And the PA says, no, you destroy it politically by driving it through propaganda and lawfare to the 67 borders, end of quotation. Pursuing an independent state of Palestine living side by side with Israel in accordance with resolutions of this very council and the very United Nations resolutions in which the state of Israel was established with the partition of Palestine is somehow pursuing the destruction of Israel? Does that make sense? This is nonsense. Those who benefited from the privilege of resolutions of the General Assembly, including the partition plan, and admitted as a member state, are saying us seeking peaceful methods to accomplish the establishment of the independence of the state of Palestine is now the destruction of the state of Israel? Who is among you would buy this nonsense? He spoke of the attempts to annihilate Israel when in reality he is the one pursuing the annihilation of Palestine and its people. He spoke of how the Israeli army moves Palestinian civilians out of harm's way when in reality it has shown total disregard for Palestinian lives, killing and maiming and detaining and torturing and starving them endlessly. He violations the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Lebanon and Syria, which must be rejected by all. He again asserted that he will pursue peace with regional partners while sidelining the Palestine question as if nothing had happened these last 80 months. He spoke with the same arrogance, the same aversion to facts, and the same disregard for the suffering of people who are Palestinian or Israelis. Fanatical delusions will destroy our region. We need a strong leadership for peace. I repeat, we need a strong leadership for peace. The deployment of collective resolve at an unprecedented scale that will find freedom for the Palestinian people. Two states living side by side in peace and security and unleash the true potential of our region for the benefit of all. And we totally agree with you, Mr. Secretary General, when you always say there is no plan B for the solution. We belong resolutely to this camp and count in your collective support to ensure it prevails. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and welcome to the Security Council.
Je remercie l'observateur permanent
I
de
thank
l'État
the permanent
observateur de
observer of
Palestine
the
de cette
Observer State of
déclaration.
Palestine for the
Je donne
statement.
maintenant la
I
parole au
now give the floor
représentant
to the
d'Israël.
representative of Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President, Secretary General, Ministers, Excellencies. It is symbolic that this session is taking place on the eve of Israel's Memorial Day, Yom HaZikaron. It is the day when we honor the soldiers who gave their lives defending our state and innocent civilians whose lives were cut short by terror. Israel welcomes what is hopefully to be a broader debate on the Middle East. Far too often, this council confines its focus to a narrow segment of the region, missing the broader forces at play, both the forces of progress and the forces of destruction. Today, we have a chance to widen that lens, and we must. As we speak, the Middle East is in dynamic motion. Danger and opportunity walk side by side. There is much to be hopeful about economic development, dialogue, and collaboration. However, the threats loom imminent, more dangerous than ever. For all the momentum, there are forces seeking to reverse it and take advantage of the instability. And those forces are growing more violent and more imprint. This is the reality of the Middle East, and we implore the Council and the international community not to ignore or minimize the forces of ruin. This is the reality of terrorism and extremism, of forces present in the Middle East that despise peace and will not rest until their sick version of destruction is fulfilled. There is powerful opportunity in Lebanon today. Public voices, civil society leaders, and elements within its new government are calling for sovereignty, for an end to Hezbollah's tyranny over their country. The Lebanese people have made one thing unmistakably clear. They want peace, stability, and a future free from terror. But Hezbollah, a murderous terrorist organization backed by Iran, continues to hold sway over stockpiles of weapons in civilian areas and is intent on dragging the Lebanese population towards another devastating war. Hezbollah's murderous intent is vividly demonstrated by Hezbollah's ongoing activities. Just 2 days ago, the IDF struck a terrorist infrastructure site in the Dakhia, a Hezbollah stronghold in Beirut, which contained precision missiles intended for use against Israel. The storage of such weaponry within civilian areas constitutes a blatant violation of understandings between Israel and Lebanon and a clear violation of international law. Hezbollah's systematic embedding of missiles amidst the Lebanese population is a cynical exploitation of civilians and another contemptible assault on basic human morality. Prior to the strike, Israel took significant steps to mitigate the risk to uninvolved civilians, including issuing advanced warnings and using precise munitions. Israel will continue to act as necessary to remove threats to its people while taking every possible measure to uphold its obligations under international law. The Lebanese government must have a monopoly on military force. That is the Israeli position. That is the Lebanese position. That is the position of the hostility agreement. And it is, of course, the position of this Council for Resolution 1701 and 1559. However, the international support for Lebanese sovereignty and Hezbollah's disarmament must be more than rhetorical. The implementation of the cessation of hostilities agreement on the Lebanese side remains partial, with many of our imported US-led mechanisms remaining unaddressed. The international community must take tangible steps to assist the Lebanese government and armed forces in reclaiming its sovereignty and dismantling Hezbollah's parallel army of terrorists. We cannot waste another decade standing by as Hezbollah regains its strengths and further entrenches itself in Lebanon. Syria today is a country no longer under the Assad regime, but not yet under stable governance. The collapse of the Assad regime created a volatile void. The armed military militias roam unchecked, Iranian-backed forces operate with impunity, radical groups, some aligned with the most brutal global terror networks, control territory and populations. As is too often the case in times of collapse, Syria's most vulnerable, its minorities, its internally displaced, its religious and ethnic communities are the ones left exposed. Christians, Druze, Kurds, Yazidis, all caught between a shattered state and roaming militias. Moreover, we cannot ignore the deeply troubling pattern emerging in Syria, where individuals with jihadist backgrounds have been appointed to key positions within the provisional government and its affiliated armed groups. These individuals, many of whom were previously aligned with terrorist organizations such as Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Jabhat al-Nusra, now hold command over military infrastructure that could be used to destabilize the region and threaten the security of neighboring states, including Israel. These groups' ideologies are clear and cause for serious alarm. This threat was evident last month in the brutal massacre and abuse of Alawite civilians and other vulnerable populations. The Syrian people deserve better. They deserve a future not dominated by sectarianism and foreign interference. They deserve international stability, not the enabling of jihadism and chaos. This Council must recognize the urgency of the situation. Syria must not become a permanent state governed by guns, but by the rule of law. The region cannot afford it, and the Syrian people can no longer endure it. Mr. President, as we look across the region, there is one thread connecting the instability. It is the same thread connected to the Houthi missiles, which are relentlessly fired at Israel population centers. It is the same thread connected to Hamas's massacre of our people on October 7th. Iran is not a lowly agitator. It is the engineer of our region's turmoil. Through Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas and Islamic Jihad in Gaza, militias in Iraq and Syria, and the Houthis in Yemen, Iran's constructed a deliberate network of violence to expand its reach and destabilize its enemies. This is active, ongoing, and strategic. And above all, Iran continues to advance its nuclear ambitions. It issues existential threats openly and regularly. Israel will not allow Iran to nuclear weapons. We will not waver. We will not retreat on this issue, and we call on the international community to uphold that red line, because the consequences of a nuclear Iran will not be limited to Israel. They will extend across this region and beyond. The international community can no longer afford to abdicate its responsibility when it comes to Iran. The chaos Tehran has released across the region is a result of years of hesitation and indulgence. Its accelerating nuclear program now poses an even graver threat. It is time to confront the reality that unchecked Iranian aggression will not proceed on its own. It must be confronted decisively and collectively. Iran's fingerprints are, of course, on the situation in Gaza, where its proxy Hamas has brought only ruin to its people and terror to ours. I remind the Council that Israel did not seek this war. It was forced upon us on October 7th, when Hamas committed the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. Over 1,200 murdered, entire families, babies, children, mothers, grandparents wiped out. 251 hostages were taken into Gaza. Today, 59 of those innocent people remain, with 24 believed to be alive. 35 more are believed to be dead, their bodies still inhumanely held. Hamas has rejected every reasonable offer for their return home. Instead, it releases horrifying footage of hostages to deepen the agony of their families and to prolong their torment. This is sadism. It is psychological warfare in the vilest degree imaginable. Israel has a duty to its people and to the world to dismantle Hamas military and governing infrastructure, to ensure Gaza can never again be used as a launch pad for atrocities, and first and foremost, to bring our hostages home. However, that duty has never come at the cost of our international obligations. Allow me to remind the Council that Article 70 of the first additional protocol to the Geneva Convention requires aid where the civilian population is not adequately supplied. During the 42-day ceasefire, more than 25,000 aid trucks entered Gaza, facilitated by Israel. These trucks carried tens of thousands of tons of humanitarian aid, including food, fuel, and medical supplies. Israel is closely monitoring the situation and coordinating with relevant UN agencies and humanitarian organizations on the ground. Our assessments indicate there is currently no evidence of a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Further, under Article 23 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, a party is not obliged to allow in aid that is likely to support the enemy's military effort. And yet, this is exactly what Hamas has done, stealing aid from the civilian population and selling supplies to rebuild the terror machine. Still, some in the international community continue to draw dangerous false equivalencies, ignoring that Hamas alone began this war, continuing to prolong it, and still holds 59 hostages in inhuman conditions. 59 hostages who have never received an ounce of humanitarian aid. As Eli Sharabi recently testified before this council, he personally witnessed Hamas terrorists bringing UN humanitarian aid into their tunnels where they consumed it themselves, denying even the smallest share of hostages. This war can end tomorrow if Hamas releases the hostages and lays down its weapons. That is the only path to peace. That is why the convening of the high-level international conference on the conflict in June is destined, unfortunately, to fail. Such an initiative is disconnected from the current reality, particularly in the post-October 7th environment. It creates false expectations while ignoring the underlying dysfunction of the Palestinian Authority, its ongoing support for terrorism via the pay-for-slay program, its refusal to implement long overdue reforms, its promotion of incitement, and its legal warfare against Israel in international forum. Yet this conference provides fertile ground for yet another opportunity to politicize and polarize international forums, deepening the divide and moving all parties further from peace. Genuine progress will not come from internationalizing the conflict or from one-sided measures by uninvolved parties. It will come from responsible leadership, the rejection of terrorism, and embracing the moderate parties. Efforts to promote this conference undermine the path towards real regional progress. Instead of amplifying failed approaches, the international community should focus its energy where it is most needed: confronting the radical axis led by Iran and its terror proxies. Esteemed Council members, there is a danger in mistaking aspiration for reality. This Council must not fall into the trap of wishful thinking. We cannot speak of reconstruction without security. We cannot achieve Lebanese sovereignty while tolerating Hezbollah. We cannot promote regional cooperation while ignoring Iran's nuclear aspirations. And one cannot claim to stand for peace while legitimizing the forces that slaughtered families in their homes. There is tremendous opportunity in the Middle East today, but the greatest threat to that opportunity is terrorism, fanaticism, and an apparent international blindness to them. If we are serious about building a better future for the region, then we must also be serious about naming the obstacles in the way. Israel is ready. We are ready to work with regional partners, ready to deepen cooperation, but we will not compromise on the security of our people, and we will not accept violence. The Council has a chance to support progress, to back governments that seek reform, to empower voices that reject extremism, to stand with those who value life and prosperity, not death and misery. It is not too late, but the window will not stay open forever. Through a realistic acceptance of the challenging reality in the Middle East, it might be possible to send the resolve to harness the potential for an improved future for all. I thank you, Mr. President.
Je remercie le représentant d'Israël de sa déclaration et je vais maintenant faire une déclaration en ma qualité de ministre de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères de la France.
Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, ladies and
J'ai
gentlemen,
voulu faire du débat sur le
I
Proche et le
decided to
Moyen-Orient un
make
moment fort de la
the
présidence française
debate
du Conseil
on
de
the
sécurité.
Middle East a landmark
Les
event of the
massacres
French
antisémites du 7
presidency of the
octobre
Security Council,
2023 et
the
la
anti-Semitic
conflagration
massacres of the
militaire
7th
qui
of
s'en est
October
suivi
2023 and the military response ensued
Alors
have
nous
shaken
parlons,
the region.
Gaza est dévasté
Right
par la
now,
guerre,
Gaza is
le Liban
devastated by
s'en relève
war.
à peine,
Lebanon is struggling to get back on
la
its
Syrie
feet.
s'engage dans une
Syria
transition
is
fragile et
engaging in a
incertaine,
fragile and uncertain
l'Iran
transition,
poursuit sa
and
dangereuse
Iran
course
is
vers
pursuing
l'armement
its
nucléaire.
dangerous nuclear
Cette
arms
spirale
race.
de
This spiral of
déstabilisation
destabilization
doit
must
nous
not lead
entraîner
us into a
vers
situation
l'irréparable.
from which we cannot turn back.
C'est pourquoi nous devons
This is
œuvrer
why we need to
ensemble en
strive
faveur d'un
together
chemin de paix
for
et de
peace and
sécurité
security
pour tous.
for all.
Notre première
Our
priorité,
first
c'est
priority
d'arrêter
is
les
to stop the
hostilités pour mettre un
hostilities, to
terme aux
bring an
souffrances des
end to
populations
civilian
civiles.
suffering.
Au Liban,
In
avec
Lebanon,
les
talking with
Américains,
American
nous
partners,
sommes parvenus il y a 5
5
mois à
months ago,
obtenir un
we
accord de
managed to
cessez-le-feu.
achieve a ceasefire agreement.
Sa mise en œuvre
Its
demeure
implementation
perfectible, mais
still
il a
has room
permis
for
de ramener la
improvement,
paix.
but it did bring
Il
peace.
est
It
essentiel
is
et doit
crucial
être
for it
maintenu.
to be maintained.
À Gaza,
In
hélas,
Gaza,
la guerre se
unfortunately,
poursuit.
war
La
continues.
rupture du cessez-le-le et
The
la
ceasefire
reprise des
being
frappes
broken and the
israéliennes
resumption of
doivent
Israeli
nous alarmer.
strikes must shock
Elle
us.
constitue un retour en
They
arrière
are a
dramatique pour la
dramatic step
population
back
civile
for the
palestinienne,
Palestinian
pour les
civilians,
otages
for
israéliens et leurs
Israeli
proches,
hostages and
et
their
pour la
families,
sécurité de
and for the
l'ensemble de la
security of the
région.
whole region.
Il est urgent que
There
les
is an
négociations
urgent need to
reprennent
review
durable.
and
Nous
to
soutenons les
achieve
efforts des
a lasting
médiateurs pour y
ceasefire. We
parvenir.
support the mediators' efforts
Ce
to
cessez-le-feu
achieve
doit
this.
permettre la
This
libération
ceasefire must enable the
inconditionnelle et sans
unconditional
délai
and
de tous les
immediate
otages
release
détenus
of all
arbitrairement par le
hostages
Hamas.
arbitrarily detained by Hamas.
Permettez-moi,
I
en
would like,
m'exprimant devant ce
here
Conseil,
speaking to this
d'avoir une
council,
pensée pour notre
to proclaim our compatriot
libéré
Ofer
après
Calderon,
484
released
jours
after
de captivité. Je veux aussi rendre
484
hommage
days in
à la
captivity.
mémoire de notre
I'd also like
compatriote
to pay a
Ohad Yaloumi,
tribute to our
enlevé le 7
compatriot
octobre,
Ohad Yaloumi,
arbitrairement
abducted
détenu
on the
et
7th of
assassiné à
October, who was
Gaza.
arbitrarily detained
Il
and
laisse
then
derrière
killed
lui
in
une
Gaza.
veuve et 3
He
orphelins
leaves
innocents.
a widow and 3 innocent
Ce cessez-le-feu
children
doit aussi
behind.
permettre de faire entrer
The
massivement
ceasefire
l'aide
should
humanitaire
also
à Gaza.
ensure the mass
Alors que la
entry of
situation
humanitarian
sur
aid
place
to
est
Gaza.
catastrophique,
The
voilà
situation
2
on the
mois
ground is
que toute aide
catastrophic.
humanitaire est
However,
bloquée.
for 2 months now, all
J'ai pu le
humanitarian
constater en
aid
me
has been
rendant à la
blocked.
frontière égyptienne et
I
j'en
went
témoigne
to the
devant vous.
Egyptian
Cette
border and
situation est
I can testify with
Car depuis le
this
mois de mars, les
situation
bombardements
is
israéliens ont fait plus de
unacceptable.
1300
Since the
morts,
end
dont de
of
nombreux civils,
March,
femmes
the
et
Israeli
enfants.
bombings have killed more than
Et ces frappes
1,300
ont
people,
également tué
including
des travailleurs
numerous
humanitaires
civilians,
et des
women,
personnels
and
des
children.
Nations Unies.
These strikes have also killed humanitarian workers and
Le
UN
calvaire
staff.
que vivent les
The
populations
living
civiles
hell
gazaouis
that the
doit prendre fin.
Gazan civilians
J'appelle
are
Israël à
in
lever
must
tous les
stop. I would
blocages
call
pour que l'aide
upon Israel to
humanitaire
lift
afflue
all
enfin à Gaza et de façon
restrictions so that humanitarian aid can enter
De son côté,
Gaza
la
and
France
in
est pleinement
huge
mobilisée
volumes.
pour répondre à
France is
l'urgence
fully
humanitaire.
mobilized to respond to the
Depuis
humanitarian
2023, nous
emergency.
avons apporté
Since
250 millions
2023, we've provided 250 million euros in humanitarian
aide
aid
a été
to
distribuée
civilians.
hier,
This
dont la
aid
France
was
soutient
distributed
l'action,
through
mais aussi
UNRWA.
l'effort de
France
réforme
supports its
engagé.
actions, but also
En lien étroit
supports
avec
the
nos
reform
partenaires
underway.
régionaux,
In close
notamment
cooperation with
l'Égypte et
our
la
regional
Jordanie,
partners, in
nous
particular
avons
Egypt and
aussi
Jordan,
apporté
we've
directement des
also
soins, de
directly
nourriture et
provided
des abris
healthcare,
pour
food,
les habitants
and
de Gaza
shelter
victimes de la
for
guerre.
the Gazan inhabitants who are
Notre
victims.
deuxième territoire
Second
par le
priority is to
conflit à
help
se
the
relever.
territories terrorized
La
by
conférence
conflicts to
internationale de
rebuild.
soutien
The
à la population
international
et à la
conference in
souveraineté du
support
Liban,
of
qui s'est tenue
the
à Paris
people
le
and
24
sovereignty of
octobre
Lebanon that
2024,
was held in Paris
a
on the
permis de
24th of October
recueillir plus d'1 milliard
2024
de dollars.
collected more than $1 billion.
Cette aide a été
This
destinée à la
assistance
population et aux
is
forces de
for
sécurité.
the
Les
population
nouvelles
and for the
autorités ont
security
engagé des
forces.
efforts de
The new
réforme et de
authorities have
reconstruction que nous
undertaken
soutenons.
reforms and
Le moment
reconstruction
venu, nous
efforts, and we
accueillerons à Paris
support
une
this.
conférence
We will
internationale
also host
de
in Paris
soutien
an
au redressement
international
économique
conference
du Liban.
to support
Le
Lebanon's
rôle des
economic
Nations Unies
recovery.
tout au long de
The
ce
role of the
processus
UN throughout
sera
this
essentiel.
process of reconstruction is
Le
crucial.
Liban doit recouvrer
Lebanon
sa souveraineté,
must regain its sovereignty,
Nous appelons
its
les forces
complete sovereignty.
israéliennes
We
encore
would call
présentes à
upon
se
those
retirer de
Israeli forces
l'entièreté
that are
du
still
territoire
present
libanais
to
pour que les
withdraw
forces
from
armées libanaises
Lebanese
puissent s'y
territory so
redéployer.
that the Lebanese armed forces
C'est à elles
can
d'assurer la
deploy
sécurité
there
et la
once
souveraineté
again.
de
It's
l'État,
up to them to
aidé par
ensure
la
the
cellule
security and
et par le
sovereignty of the
mécanisme
state,
de
assisted
supervision
by
auquel
UNIFIL
la France
and the
participe
oversight
aux côtés
mechanism
des États-Unis,
that France is involved in
mécanisme qui
alongside the
inclut les
US,
Nations Unies.
and which
La
includes the
France
UN.
poursuivra ses efforts avec
France will continue
détermination
its
pour assurer
efforts
la
with
pleine mise en œuvre
determination
de
to
la
ensure the
résolution
full
1701
implementation
de ce
of
Conseil.
Resolution 1701 of this
En
Council.
Syrie, un
In
processus de
Syria,
transition
a
historique est
historic
engagé
transition
depuis le
process
renversement de la
has been
dictature de
underway since
Bachar
the
al-Assad.
toppling of the
La
dictator
France
Bashar
est prête à
al-Assad.
y apporter
France
son
is
soutien.
prepared to lend its support
Avec
here,
ses partenaires
along
européens,
with
elle a
its
initié
European
de premières
partners.
levées de
France
sanctions contre
initiated the
le processus
conditional
de
lifting
transition
of
doit en effet
sanctions.
respecter et
The
protéger
transition
les droits
process
de toutes
must
les
be
Syriennes et
respected
de
and
tous les Syriens,
protected,
quelle que soit
as
leur
should all
appartenance ethnique,
rights of all
religieuse ou
Syrian men,
géographique.
women, irrespective of their
Elle doit
ethnic,
aussi
religious, or
garantir la
gender
poursuite d'une lutte
affiliation.
efficace et déterminée
There should
contre
also
le
be
terrorisme.
pursuit of
Je redirai
effective
à la
and
tribune de l'Assemblée
decisive
générale des Nations Unies,
fighting
les
terrorism,
crimes
and I
atroces
will
commis
say
par
this
le
once
régime de
again from the
Bachar
podium of the
al-Assad
General
ne
Assembly of the
doivent
United
pas être
Nations.
oubliés.
The atrocious crimes committed
L'ONU
by Bashar
a un rôle
al-Assad's
important à
regime
jouer contre
must not be
l'impunité
forgotten. The
et
UN
pour
has
la
an important role
reconstruction de
to
la
play
Syrie.
against impunity and to
À
rebuild
Gaza,
Syria.
nous soutenons les
In Gaza,
efforts
we
de nos
support the
partenaires
efforts of
arabes
our
pour bâtir
Arab
un cadre
partners to
robuste et
build
crédible
a
un jour
robust
après.
and credible
Ce
framework
cadre
for the
devra
day
permettre la
after. This
reconstruction,
framework
la
should enable
gouvernance et la
reconstruction,
sécurité
governance,
d'enclaves,
and security
mais
in the
ces
Strip.
efforts ne peuvent
However,
produire
these
leurs effets
efforts
que s'ils
can
s'inscrivent
only be
dans une
effective if
perspective
they're
politique.
part of a political
C'est
solution.
pourquoi notre
This is
troisième
why our
priorité
third
est de
priority
travailler à des
is to
solutions
work
politiques
to attain
garantissant
political
une paix juste
solutions that
et
can
durable.
guarantee a just and
Il
lasting
n'y a qu'une
peace.
solution pour
There's
parvenir à un
only
règlement
one
politique du
solution
conflit
that can achieve a
israélo-palestinien.
political settlement
C'est
to
la
the
solution à deux
Israeli-Palestinian
États,
conflict,
la
the
seule à même
two-state
de garantir
solution,
paix et
the
sécurité
only
sur le long
one
terme
that
aux
can guarantee
Israéliens
peace
comme
and
aux Palestiniens.
security in the long
Cette
term
solution
for
est
Israelis
aujourd'hui
and
remise en cause
Palestinians.
par
This
l'aggravation de la
solution has
colonisation
currently been
jordanienne,
undermined by
par les
heightened
violences des
settlement
colons
activity in the West
extrémistes,
Bank and by
par la
violence
volonté d'affaiblir
by
l'autorité
extremist
palestinienne
settlers and by the
et par les
desire
discours
to weaken
évoquant
the
une
Palestinian
annexion et
Authority
des
and by
déplacements
talk of
forcés de
annexation
population.
and forced population
Face aux
displacement.
faits accomplis sur le
Given
terrain,
the facts
la
on the
perspective
ground,
d'un
the
État
prospect of a
palestinien doit être
Palestinian
protégée.
state, that prospect
C'est
needs to be
pourquoi la France
protected.
organisera
That is
côté
why,
Arabie Saoudite,
along
ici
Saudi
à New York,
Arabia,
au
France
mois
will
de juin,
organize
une
in June
conférence
here in New York
internationale
an
pour la mise en
international
œuvre de la
conference
solution
on
de
the
deux États.
implementation of the two-state
Notre
solution.
objectif est
Our
clair,
objective is
faire
clear
progresser
to make
parallèlement la
progress
reconnaissance de la
on the
Palestine
recognition
et
of
la
Palestine
normalisation de
and the
relations avec
normalization of
Israël.
relations with Israel
C'est
at the
ainsi
same
que
time.
nous parviendrons à garantir la sécurité
This is how we will
d'Israël
be
et
able
son
to guarantee
intégration régionale,
Israel's security
tout
and
en
its regional
répondant à
integration,
l'aspiration
whilst
légitime des
responding to the
Palestiniens
legitimate
à
aspirations of
disposer
the
d'un État.
Palestinians to have their own state.
Cette feuille de
This
route pour la mise
roadmap
en œuvre
for the
effective de
effective
la solution des
implementation of the
deux États
two-state
passe
solution
aussi par le
also
désarmement du
involves
Hamas,
disarming
la
Hamas,
définition d'une gouvernance
defining
crédible dont
a
il sera
credible
exclu
government
et la
structure
réforme de
in which it
l'autorité
will be
palestinienne.
excluded and the reform of the Palestinian
L'ONU et ses
Authority.
agences
The UN
doivent
and
prendre
its
toute leur place
agencies
dans ce processus.
must play their full role in this process.
Parallèlement, nous ne ménageons pas nos efforts
In
pour trouver une
parallel, we
solution
spare no
diplomatique aux
effort
défis
to find a
lancés
diplomatic
par la fuite en
solution
avant
to
du programme
the
nucléaire iranien.
challenge of the relentless
Le
pursuit
directeur
of
de
the
l'AIEA,
Iranian
Raphaël
nuclear
Grossi, le
program.
décrivait
The
précisément
director of
hier
the
lors de notre
IAEA,
réunion sur la
Raphael
non
Grossi,
prolifération.
described this very
Face
clearly
aux
yesterday
ingérences
during our meeting on
déstabilisatrices, nous
non-proliferation.
devons
Given
continuer à œuvrer pour
destabilizing
le renforcement de
interference
la
from outside,
souveraineté
we will
des États de
continue
la
to
région.
strive to strengthen the
Permettez-moi, au retour
sovereignty
d'un
of the states
déplacement
of the
en
region.
Irak, de
I have
souligner
just
combien ce
returned
pays
from a
ouvre la
trip to
voie.
Iraq, and I'd like to underscore
Déchiré hier
how
par les
this
conflits et les
country
jeux de
paves the
puissance,
way.
il
Torn
parvient
apart not long
aujourd'hui à se
ago by
tenir à
conflict
l'écart
and
des
power
tensions
games,
régionales.
today it's managing
L'Irak
to
a
keep to the
retrouvé
side
son
of regional
rôle de pôle
tensions and
déstabilisation.
regained its role
La troisième
as a
conférence de
center of
Bagdad, qui se
equilibrium
tiendra
and
avant la fin de l'année,
stability.
en
The third
témoignera.
conference of
Elle
Baghdad
permettra
that
de
will take
travailler à
place
la
at the end of the year
coopération et à la
attests to
sécurité.
this.
It will
à
enable us to
rebours des
work on
logiques de
cooperation and
fragmentation
regional
et
security,
d'affrontement aujourd'hui à l'œuvre.
counteracting the logic of
Monsieur le
fragmentation
secrétaire général,
and
mesdames et
confrontation that is
messieurs,
at play
la
today.
France est au service de la
Mr.
paix
Secretary
et de
General,
la
ladies and
souveraineté
gentlemen,
sans
France
lesquelles rien n'est
seeks to
possible.
serve peace and
Nous sommes
sovereignty,
profondément attachés par
without which nothing
l'histoire
is
et la
possible.
géographie
We
au
are
Proche et au
firmly
Moyen-Orient.
committed through our history
Aujourd'hui,
not
notre
to
sécurité
the
et
Near and
notre
Middle East.
stabilité
Today, our security
à
and our
tous
stability
dépendent de cette région.
all depend
Nous
on
sommes
this
donc
region,
déterminés à
that
y
of
construire
all of us. We
avec
are
vous
therefore
et pour vous
determined
un chemin
to
pour la paix.
pave with you, for you,
Je reprends
the
mes
path
fonctions
of
de
peace.
président du Conseil
I now resume my
et je
functions as
donne maintenant
president
la
of
parole
the
à son
Council
Excellence,
to His
Monsieur Aladji
Excellency
Moussa
Mr.
Timothy Kaba,
Alaji
ministre
Moussa
des Affaires
Kaba,
étrangères
Minister for
et de
Foreign
la
Affairs and
coopération
International
internationale
Cooperation
de la Sierra Leone.
of Sierra Leone. You have the floor.
I thank Mr. President, Excellency, Mr. Jean-Noël Barrot, Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of France. I thank you for convening this important ministerial level debate. And I also thank the Secretary General for his briefing and unwavering leadership in seeking peace in the Middle East under deeply challenging conditions. This meeting comes at a moment of grave urgency. The prolonged Israel-Palestine conflict continues to inflict devastating humanitarian, security, and political consequences, destabilizing the region and challenging the collective conscience of the international community. The recent and continued violations of ceasefire agreement have worsened an already catastrophic humanitarian situation. In the Gaza Strip and West Bank, we are witnessing an alarming deterioration characterized by mass civilian casualties, repeated displacement, and widespread destruction of infrastructure, an affront to international humanitarian law and the rules-based international system. Reports indicate that 1,890 people were killed between 18 March and 17 April, including 595 children. Indiscriminate airstrikes on densely populated areas and IDP camps have resulted in appalling civilian casualties. The use of incendiary weapons in these attacks has left women and children born to live in shelters, deepening trauma and collective despair. Repeated evacuation orders have displaced over 480,000 people within a matter of weeks. The total blockade of humanitarian aid and commercial goods since 2nd March 2025 is a man-made catastrophe. Despite the presence of food convoys by UNRWA and the World Food Programme WFP, access remains blocked. The extent of depleted food reserves and the possible suspension of operations is a dire signal. Medical facilities already overburdened and under-equipped face collapse. Fuel, medicine, clean water, and electricity are almost non-existent. Humanitarian personnel operate under immense risk. Dozens have been killed, while UNRWA, a lifeline for millions of Palestinians, faces obstruction, politicization, and underfunding. The legal obligation of the occupying power are clear. On the 4th Geneva Convention, Israel, as the occupying power, is bound to ensure the welfare of civilians in the occupied Palestinian territory, including access to food, water, shelter, and medical care. These obligations are not discretionary. In this regard, Sierra Leone strongly supports the submission of the United Nations to the International Court of Justice, which reaffirmed Israel's continuing legal obligations toward the United Nations, UNRWA, and the people under occupation. The UN's legal position is unambiguous. Israel cannot derogate from its responsibilities under international law and must allow unhindered humanitarian access. Mr. President, the situation in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, is equally concerning. Settlement expansion, the demolition of homes, and restrictions of Palestinian movement continue to intensify. Thousands remain displaced in Jenin, Tulkarm, and other communities. These actions risk undermining the path toward a two-state solution and must cease. Sierra Leone underscores the urgent need for accountability and compliance with international humanitarian law. Despite the non-convening of a conference of high contracting parties to the Fourth Geneva Convention with the aim of reaffirming legal protections, accessing compliance, and advancing mechanisms for accountability, Sierra Leone continues to urge for compliance with IHL and a constant reaffirmation of its principles. As a country that emerged from conflict through multilateral solidarity and principled diplomacy over 2 decades, Sierra Leone believes in peace through lawful and negotiated settlement, not through violence or collective punishment. In this regard, we emphasize the following priorities. First, improving the security situation. We unequivocally condemn the targeting of civilians, hostage-taking, and all forms of attacks on non-combatants. We reiterated our call for the immediate and unconditional release of the remaining 59 Israeli hostages held by Hamas and urge all parties to commit to a renewed cessation of hostilities. Security Council Resolution 2735/2024 provides a foundation for dialogue. Second, ensuring humanitarian access. Humanitarian assistance must not be politicized or weaponized. We call for the safe, sustained, and unimpeded access for aid agencies across all border entry points into Gaza, including the Rafah, Kerem Shalom, and Erez crossings. We reject restrictions placed on UNRWA and other aid organizations.
Record-setting $1 trillion investment in our national defense. We're going to go $1 trillion, the largest in the world, largest ever in our country. But other countries invested that much. We have a $1 trillion budget for military this year, and we have tremendous plans, including increasing the scope of Selfridge. And I recently signed an order to begin construction of the Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland from missile attack. We're going to call it the Golden Dome. We had the Iron Dome, but somehow, Gretchen, Golden Dome sounds better to me. I don't know. Maybe it's not. What do you like better, Golden Dome or Iron Dome? What do you like better? Golden. Let's have a vote. Golden Dome. Oh no, I think we're in trouble. Oh. How about the Iron Dome? Good. Keep it. That's good. Because we made all the changes already. It'll be a little bit. Even the renderings look very golden, but beautiful. No, it's going to be incredible. The latest and the greatest. A lot of it's going to be made in Michigan. A lot of it is going to be made the Golden Dome. You know, other countries have it. In particular, Israel has it, and we have a much more advanced, and theirs is very good. We helped do it. We did it. But we have an advanced version now that really is incredible what it does. We had a case study of 169. Out of 169, every one of them just shut down. And I think we're entitled to it, don't you? I think we're entitled to it as a country. America's military will soon be stronger and more powerful than ever before, and Selfridge Air National Guard Base will remain at the center of the action. And I just want to say we're building some of the greatest submarines and various other ships, but submarines in particular, we have a monopoly on great submarines. We're building the greatest in the world, most powerful machine ever built. And we're doing some things that are just incredible. In one way, you hate to do it, but in another way, you really have no choice. And we're fighting very hard on the China front and the Russia front with Ukraine and what's happening in the Middle East and a lot of good things. You're going to be hearing a lot of good things. It's a shame. When I left office not so long ago, we had no wars. We defeated ISIS in 3 weeks. It was supposed to take 5 years, they told me. Sir, it's going to take about 5 years. We did it in 3 weeks. Raising Cain, he's now your top, you know, he's your top person. He's the head of the Joint Chiefs. And I did that because he was the one. He said, sir, we can do it in 3 weeks. I said, 3 weeks. They told me 5 years. No, sir. Do it in 3 weeks, sir. And I said, let's see if you can do it. And he did it. He had a little time left over, actually. And ISIS was gone, totally defeated. And he's the man we wanted. That's the man I said, if I do this again, I'm going to put that guy in charge because he did things that nobody else was able to do. and nobody else even thought it or even suggested. So I'm very proud to have him hit up the whole military operation along with Pete and some other great people. So I just want to say that Michigan, it's been my great honor to be here. I've had tremendous success in Michigan. Not all Republicans have, but I have. And not just this time either. We did tremendously well in 2020, and we did incredibly well in 2016. In 2016, they said it couldn't be won. It couldn't be won, but we won, and we won by a lot. So it's a special place, and I don't forget my friends in Michigan's been my friend. And I want to just thank everybody here. I want to congratulate you, actually, because there are a lot of people wanted this to happen to their neck of the woods, but it's happening for you. So congratulations, and God bless you all. God bless our military, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations.
Only because the Commander-in-Chief invited me. Mr. President, thank you for restoring the warrior ethos inside our formations, for rebuilding our military, reestablishing deterrence around the world, and making Americans proud to wear the uniform. That recruiting surge we're seeing right now, because they have a Commander-in-Chief that has their back. That's my message to these men and women every single place we go. All I ever wanted when I was in combat was to know that my commander had my back, no matter what. And with Donald J. Trump, that commander has your back. And that means something to the men and women of America, and that's why we're seeing you recruiting. That's why we're locking down our southern border. That's why our enemies know we mean business, because we have a Commander-in-Chief that has our back, and he has the back of this base as well. God bless you all. Thank you.
Well, I hadn't planned to speak, but on behalf of all the military men and women who serve our country and serve so honorably on behalf of the state of Michigan, I am really damn happy we're here to celebrate this recapitalization at Selfridge. It's crucial for the Michigan economy. It's crucial for the men and women here, for our homeland security and our future. So thank you. I am so grateful that this announcement was today, and I appreciate all the work. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. It's because of your leadership this is happening. No one else could save Selfridge. We've tried for decades. It took you, Mr. President. This is why the people of Michigan elected you, sir. You have not forgetting us. This is the first time in decades where we can all say Selfridge is winning. We are winning because of you, President Trump, and I know all of these troops here will not let you down with this new fighter mission, which will keep Selfridge Air National Guard base thriving for the next 30 to 40 years. Thank you, Mr. President, for remembering us and keeping your commitment when we saw you in Washington a few weeks ago. Thank you, sir.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for coming to Macomb County. Thank you for coming to Michigan, and thank you for providing another important service of the F-15X. This means that these folks are going to be continuing on the mission for America for the coming decades. Because of your leadership, America's back again, Macomb's back again, Michigan's back again, and Selfridge will be leading the way. Thank you, Mr. President, for showing that leadership.
Later today, President Trump will mark his first 100 days in office with a rally in Michigan. Watch the president's event live at 6 p.m. Eastern on C-SPAN 3. C-SPAN Now, our free mobile video app, and online at cspan.org.
President Trump in Michigan talking about military readiness. We'll now take you back to Washington and Capitol Hill, where the House Homeland Security Committee is working on federal budget recommendations for border security. This is live coverage on C-SPAN 3.
011. Offered by Representative McIver. The question occurs on agreeing to the amendment. The clerk will open the vote. Are there other members in the room who wish to have their vote recorded? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 14 ayes and 18 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Committee on further proceedings on the recorded vote on Amendment 013, Ms. Johnson, on which the nays have prevailed by voice vote. The question occurs on agreeing to the amendment. The clerk will open the vote. Are there other members in the room who wish to have their vote recorded? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there was 14 ayes and 18 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on the recorded vote on Amendment 027, Mr. Hernandez, on which the nays had prevailed by voice vote. The question occurs on agreeing to the amendment. The clerk will open the vote. Are there other members in the room who wish to have their vote recorded? Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 14 ayes and 18 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on the recorded vote on Amendment 013, Mr. Ramirez. Ms. Ramirez, my apologies, on which the nays had prevailed by voice vote. The question occurs on agreeing to the amendment. The clerk will open the vote.
Thank you so much for joining us, and don't forget to hit the thumbs up on this video. And a special thank you to all of our advertising partners. Please remember to shift your dollars to support those businesses that support Badlands Media.